cool. We shall now be moving on to the next battle, or the next bomber that you have submitted, which is W, because it's triple U, because it's U in terms of it's you, Sean Reeds. It's your second submission that's popping in next, and it's also the second submission, I said. So yeah, let's get and see that. Popping in here, we have D. Jin. It's called Jin, right. And it is a type of bomber thing. It's definitely another of the sorcerers. It also has a beautiful little fire plume going on here. So we're just gonna see where it goes. Oh, it's going high up in the air. Not a chance this thing is getting hit by anything, right? We're going pretty high. What's our altitude? I'm not sure if we'll see that. 650. All right. All right. And there it is. Oh. There we can see missiles popping down here. They have magnets. All right. With... Do they have thumper heads or do they have... I'm not sure actually. Or if it's heat heads. Very interesting. I don't see any heat damage, but I guess we're gonna slow down time for the next blast. It's literally just sitting up there and shooting down them. Seems to be dealing some pretty efficient damage. Okay. They seem to be explosive, right? Somehow they seem to not deal a lot of damage though. That's why I thought there were maybe heat ones. Interesting. So they seem to be not guided above... Whoops. They're going with the back towards the targets first there too. It's a very interesting choice. And it is slowly eating away at the health indeed. It's definitely a bomber. That's for sure. Hopping in there. Bam. But it seems it has some problem getting through the armor here too. Like, the claymore is damaged, yes. It's damaged by 7%. This is true. But I haven't seen much fatal damage dealt to it, have we? It doesn't, of course, see the target, so it can't do much. And it is having problem with its flotation, that's true. But generally on the hull and such, it's pretty unscathed. I mean, it has received damage, yes. It's just, I do feel that Sean Reed's fourth submission were able to deal a little bit more punch. Because even though this is a bit damaged and stuff, it also feels like the claymore is pretty much battle ready, and you can see they pop in there, and this is like the what volley? A lot of volleys have popped in here, and the bottom is not really hurt yet. So we're gonna move on and restart this battle, and we're gonna see if we get any different results. Here you can see, by the way, it's just chilling here in the water. It's pretty funny. Claymore gets spawned. And it just goes up in the air like that. Trying to reach a nice position. Man, these are a lot of particles. It's like producing a tail, a big tail in a particle tail. And there the friends pop down. Now, oh, there it is. I wonder if they were a little bit too far away to reach. Yeah, they were. Now these drops pop in here. Whoa, magnets. Ooh. Some pretty good hits there, I believe. No? Well, I do think it seems that it is its weaponry capabilities, and this is the way it deals damage, and I think I have enough material to assess where on the scale this will be. I do like that a lot of the shells come in underneath, but I do suspect that perhaps having the magnet in the front so that they would face the front and having them be shaped charges could have possibly dealt more damage. In any case, we are going to move on to the next submission, which is Sean Reed's last submission, the third one. And it's the Aspirant Helicopter, this beautiful little drone thing. Army of GMODIST helicopter going on right there. It even has shields and it sits here in standby. Now I would say that it's probably good to have shields being disabled when it's standby. Oh, interesting. Well, in any case, I don't know if it goes into patrol mode now. Now we spawned an enemy, so we're gonna see what happens here. I think we're having some evasive maneuvers here, going up and down. Ooh, look at that. Oh, delayed. Oh, this bomb is so beautiful. Look at that. Bam. That dealt some damage. That's some proper damage. I do think this helicopter has very beautiful bombs going on for it. Or missiles, I mean. Laser guided ones. It's probably also very hard to hit. Now this missile just went off into the distance. And this one hits. Well, it's definitely dealing damage, shooing away on it, and this one relies on dealing surface damage mostly. It does feel like the evasive maneuvers makes it so that the laser have a problem hitting, which sometimes causes the missiles to completely miss the mark, which does decrease its final combat performance abilities. The defensive maneuvers seem to possibly make it a bit harder for the what is it called? Shard gun. The shard gun sniper to hit the target, but the missiles that do pop in tend to deal some proper damage. I do think the shard gun hits from time to time, that's true. I think this is the case with the biplane. It would have an easier time if the target was a tiny bit larger. Now this doesn't have fuel, does it? More missiles popping in there. And they are indeed dealing good damage to the surface of the ship here. We can see that some of the crams here are indeed taken out. So it's definitely able to deal damage, but it does so in a slow Yeah, for this particular setup, I think it's difficult with these evasive maneuvers, as we do rely on a stable flight to be able to provide a target for the missiles. Also, the shard gun does miss a lot of the time because of those evasive maneuvers. We're gonna restart this battle and see if we get any different results. Here we have it again. I think it seems to be chilling here a little bit. Or does it go into patrol mode? Patrol. I think it just chills. No, it decided to go into patrol mode. It seems to be floating a little bit here, like up and down, not spending too much resources. If you didn't know that, it's easier to fly at lower levels with the propellers in from the depth, just like real life. And it's easier to gain lift too with the wings, I believe. Something with the air thickness is calculated, I believe. Okay. Well, the crams don't have a chance of hitting this. Missiles popping in there. The missiles, I do have to say, look absolutely stunning when they pop down and drop down here. The model for these missiles are very beautiful. Look at this thing. It's a little artwork. Bam. That's a very successful hit. Well, we can see it's definitely showing up the Claymore. We do know that it will be able to take it out, dealing some damage. I do think I do know how fast and how good it deals the damage, so I have enough to write down the points for the Aspirant. Very nice indeed. We will now be moving on to the next ship. I mean, not ship. It's a bomber. And if you don't know how to join the army of GMODISM, go to our Discord, go into bot interaction channel, search, find a bot assignment, self-role assignment thing, and assign yourself the role Matros 3rd class, and then you'll get enlisted in the army of GMODISM. Isn't that quite nice? Or you can of course also become a commissioned officers, and you get access to the AOG channel too. And for some stuff like this challenge, we do have the requirement of being a member in the army of GMODISM to be able to send in it like bombers for this challenge, for example, because it's about finding our new bomber that we will be using in the Nether campaign. We're going to use. The winner of this will absolutely be used in the playthrough, since my bombers are outdated. They're really sad. One is called Vertrika, and it is on Steam Workshop, but it's an old cram bomber. It's not good anymore. But in any case, that's how it is. So if you don't know, you can just self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you're in the army of GMODISM. So let's get back to testing, and it's gonna be shotgun submission now. Shotgun's first submission, to be exact. So it's pretty quick like this. It's not standing by, it's flying around like this and being, yeah, well, just having a good time flying around here, looking very splendid with these VTOL-like design. Very modern indeed. We're of course going to send in the Claymore here. And we're gonna see what happens. So we got some missiles here. Oh, 4 fins! Man, this thing is maneuverable, okay. I would have been very shocked if it was to miss. And it has frag going on there, so it deals some damage. Not getting hit there. Diving in there. Now I locked onto the wrong thing. Excuse me. That thing missed, it seemed like. We do have magnetized bombs. And they are, no, yes. They're just dropping them all the time, I believe. No? Okay. I think they have magnet activation. They are magnets. They're very slow magnets, however. So, I think they'll deal damage to some bigger targets, but not the Claymore. It seems to miss too often. Dropping down 2 missiles there. Oh, it received some damage here. I don't know if it inflicted it itself. We're going to assume it got damaged. So we're going to just repair that a little bit quickly. Here we can see on the sides. Oh no. I realized we need to rerun this test because I was accidentally sitting in the cockpit and messing things up. Look at that, it has a cockpit. It's pretty cool. A little canopy thing there. So yeah, ignore the previous results. We will now be getting back and I will make sure to not use, try to use any of the weapons. There we go, we're machine gunning right away there. Those hit greatly. We'll need to quickly do a field repair. Are you killing me? There we go. We're machine gunning here too. These are dropping down. Might be going in close. Oh, and there we have a little radar tracker. Ain't that very cute? And these are getting in real close. Look at that. Damage is being dealt. Now I'm wondering if I need to stay and watch this thing here, see if we're accidentally dealing damage to ourselves or if it's just getting hit from time to time. Interesting. We're of course not really measuring if it is damaged by the enemy, but if it damages itself, we'll need to take note of that. And that's the reason why we haven't turned on God mode for them, because I want to see if they shoot themselves. It's a pretty common issue from the depth crafts. So that's absolutely something that has to be tested. Very sleek maneuvers here. This thing is pretty quick. 129 meters per second. It's very cool. And I do think we're providing some decent damage. The Claymore is dropped down by 10%. Right. We have a lot of heavy armor on the base here too, it seems. Here we go. These are dropping down here, getting activated, and ooh, yes. That's dealing some pretty nice damage. Again, I do think we have a design that would deal better results against the larger, softer target. But thanks to the frag, we're still able to deal pretty decent damage against the hull of this thing here. We're going to restart this battle, and we're going to see if we get any different results, or if we do understand its way and capability of dealing damage to this particular target here. Before I confuse anyone, I just realized that shotgun has this is shotgun's only submission. I just, when I glanced at my paper, Scuvimation and shotgun's names looked almost the same. But that's of course not the case. So this is the dart, if I didn't say that. The dart. Shotgun's dart. Whoops. There we go. And we have some pretty decent balloons here to help us get out of the water if we ever crash here. Now I saw them working a little bit more before, so let's see here. Oh no, well that's just unlucky. Come on. I think we need to help it here because the balloons don't activate if we, you know, unfair. Alright. Dropping down these missiles, popping in here. Alright. Well, I do think I've collected enough materials to know how much the dart is able to deal damage. So that's really nice. We are definitely dealing damage towards the target. We have multiple ways of dealing damage, and we don't miss a lot of the time. So really nice. We're now going to move on to not shotgun, but Scuvimation's first submission. This is the Trival. That's not the Narval, but the Trival, because it has 3 horns. And I do believe it's a diff gunner. Looks very... We got some EMP protected parts there, that's really nice. Some really beautifully designed missiles. And well, I do believe that we're gonna deal some damage here. So let's spawn the Claymore and check our results. Look at those beautiful missiles fly. These are definitely one of our lineup's most beautiful missiles. Look at those. And the damage they dealt was really lackluster. Maybe it was it perhaps shaped charges? Because the damage they dealt to the surface was laughable at best. Okay, we're gonna catch that again. Oh my god, was that a cram? Wow, what is the Trival packing, I wonder? Oh yes, it's a cram. It is a cram bomb. That's very cool. We got diff guns too. Cram bombs. Machine guns. We have an array of weapons on this thing. The Trival delivers a lot of different weapons. Seems that we fire here. So we are going to slow down time to the slowest. And just see what happens here. What? No, that is explosive and frag. Interesting. They just seem to be a little bit weak. Now, the cram bomb seems to have a little bit hard hitting targets. Because it's pretty small, I do believe that, like a lot of the bombers, it would have an easier time if it was a larger target. There we get a really good hit with a bomb. Alright. It feels like it's pretty slow, it's 60 meters per second. But it's also really large, so it feels like that a lot easier then. Did those deal good damage, perhaps? Interesting. We're gonna see those missiles that come from the top. When we first saw them come in there, they seem to not deal a whole lot of damage. Oh, this must be a really good hit. Well, we're definitely shedding some parts here. Well, it keeps coming in and harassing the target. Yes, indeed. I do believe that the Claymore is down to 73%. So it's definitely eating away here. Alright, popping in there. Missiles pops in. They deal some damage, but the top VLMs don't just they don't deal a lot. The Cram does, however, pack some punch. I think we are going to restart this battle and see if we get any different results, just so we can gauge it properly. Round 2. The missiles are popping in here, looking splendid. Not packing an enormous punch. Well, they did some decent damage to the wheel, however. Look like they did better damage this time. We even have some weapon computers and stuff going on there. Oh. Wow. No? I almost thought it was AI dead. No, it's still alive. Those guns seems to be doing some good damage too. Cram bomb is missing. The machine gun's providing some steady damage at least. Goes in for another attack. It's hard to find the right balance between how far it will go away and not, because if it goes further away, it will have more time to aim and shoot its guns, which is of course very valuable. But if it goes too far away, it will deal valuable time dealing damage and have more time being taken out by countermeasures and stuff. Here we go. Well, it does deal decent damage. I do think the Trival would be a very competent bomber in a larger group. I think a group of them will deal very good multiple type damage, providing they don't collide. That should be able to take out larger targets well, especially with that Cram bomb, which does pack a punch but miss a lot at a time. So with that said, I do think that we are able to judge the Trival's combat performance here. We're gonna write that down here. And that will be all for this particular episode, I believe. It was really cool seeing some more of the bombers in action against our enemies, the Onyx Watch Claymore. To see it gotten some torn up a little bit there, so we do understand what type of bombers we have in an arsenal, to be able to see which one will be dealing the best type of damage to multiple targets. This is of course only sea targets. We are going to test out many different types of targets, submarine, land targets, and we're gonna check some other metrics like efficiency and stuff like that. In any case, this is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST in the army of GMODIST. I do hope you have enjoyed watching this testing session for the bomber submissions. Next episode, we will try the last batch of your submissions that are up for consideration to get permanently written in the second chapter Frontier Fleet that we will conquer the Nether with. As you obviously can hear, I cannot speak today, so with that said, I will only say dismissed. See you next time. It's your Lord High Admiral GMODIST from the Army of GMODISM. I hope you have enlisted. If you haven't, do it now. Also, you can join the commissioned officer if you wanna support the channel each month. Huge thanks to all of you cadets, and special thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbag, Retaileras, and Vincent Veritas. Your monthly help helps me out a lot. In any case, we will now be moving back to the bomber challenges. We're gonna test the last batch of the bombers against the Onyx Watch Claymore that absolutely needs to be destroyed for us to be able to conquer the Nether. We obviously need a competent bomber, which is the entire reason behind this challenge. So let's go. We are here at one of my personal aesthetical favorites. This is Scoobymation's second submission, the Pigeon. Look at the beauty, it's very aesthetic. We can walk around in the hull, there is nowhere to sit, but there are cool pillars for the superstructure. I don't know how much punch it packs, but it's definitely a... like this I just love the aesthetics of this thing. It feels like I could have designed this myself. If I'm going to be so bold. I'm not sure it would look this nice and in this way, but it's super cool and it's inspiring. I just like it. It's barely a bomber, it's more of an airship, but an airship can be a bomber too, of course, and we're gonna put it to the test. We're here again with the bomber challenge. It's sitting here at some kind of standby. We have a targeting turret and all that stuff. Very cool. So we're gonna get and jump in with an Onyx Watch thing. There we go. The Onyx Watch Claymore is popping in air. I almost expected these pods to turn forwards. If they did, it would go a lot faster. Is it just me, or is this thing gonna get absolutely annihilated by the crams? No? We're unscathed? That is quite amazing. I kind of just want to stand on this thing while we have some action. Oh, look at that. That is some damage. That is a bit scary. We're going in for another round. The crams reliably miss it. I did not expect that. Look at that. If you want to know, by the way, how I control my camera, you should definitely take a look at my camera control video. This thing needs to be repaired. Thank you. I have a little tutorial about camera control, so that you can do nice screenshots, move around your camera, not get lost, lock onto targets and all that stuff. Alright, so the crams tend to miss here. I think the target might be a little bit small. We might have once again an area where the Pigeon also would probably deal a little bit better against larger targets. But of course we need to test bomber precision. If we're gonna send out a single bomber to deal with the threats of the army of GMODIST, we of course need to check them if they can take out that single target or if they're helpless. It doesn't seem the bombs pack a huge punch actually. It looks really cool. It really does, but there are 4 bombs, right? And they are just not dealing a lot of damage, and the machine guns aren't shooting very often either. That's a good hit though. That's a good hit. But the damage it does kinda surprises me a little bit. Tell me, I don't control anything, right? You can see here. I wonder why the machine guns are not firing. Maybe they're only fire against closer targets. Possibly they're only against close anti-air. But who knows? Alright. Pigeon is coming along here once again for another swoop. Bombs are getting spawned. Bam! Good hit. All of them good hits. Dealt some damage indeed. We're down by 10%. So it deals decent damage, but well, I would almost suspect, I would almost think that it would deal more damage, but perhaps the shells are designed in a way so that they are not easily taken out by lambs and stuff like that. So that of course means a lot of hardener pellets. These missed. I think we're gonna restart the battle and see if we get any different results. There we go. And I did tell you this last time, but if you're not in the army of GMODISM, go to the bot self-assignment panel, a little area in our Discord server, and there you can self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class. If you don't, of course, intend to join the army of GMODISM's commissioned officers, which you absolutely also can do. That's cool. But other than that, we now need to do a quick repair because we got hit by crams. Let's gonna see here if we get some nice bomber shots. Oh yes, look at that. 2 good hits, dealing some frags. It's a very like calm type of bomber. Ooh, that bounced. I had just imagined this thing going. Does this cost much to keep in the air? Would it be nice to rebuild this thing to be a resource gatherer instead? Like a proper tugboat or something? Because it feels like that's probably what it should be. But of course, now it's equipped with crams. And it does deal damage. And you should not be getting damaged there. But I really wonder about the machine guns not shooting. One thing I do want to check. Wow, we got some bombs here. Oh, that's a really good hit. That is if these are real. Oh no. Here we have munition. Oh! They're not anti-munition. They could have been. Why do we have munition detectors on? Or is this? That's probably laser, right? No, I don't remember how the new model. Laser warners. Yeah, that's the laser warner. The new munition detectors look a lot different. Coming in for another round. The Claymore has some health left, but not a lot. It has a lot of health left. I do think we know how much damage it deals in relation to the other contestants. So I do think it seems to be a pretty capable bomber, but it misses some of the time. We're not measuring for that. It's an easy target, of course, but that's not what this is about. You can see the amount of damage it deals. So I think I'll know where to grade this on the scale. So we will be moving on to the next submission, and this time it's by Straight American Imperialist. And the Straight American Imperialist has the name AOG Bomber Plane, so we really know what this plane is gonna do. We got a bumper, we got some diff guns. This is gonna be very interesting to see what types of damage we're dealing. Oh man, at instant spawn, We're getting some real long missiles here. We have some real evasive maneuvers too. Oh, we're diving down. Oh yeah. This thing is pretty quick, right? Didn't fire? Okay. See here. 108 meters per second. Oh. Oh! Alright. We have found a way to deal some proper EMP damage. Alright, next round. We got the missiles incoming here. I do think that these missiles have the capability of single-handedly taking out the Claymore due to its not perfect EMP protection. And this has a pretty strong EMP. That is an instant kill once again. Well, I didn't want to tell you beforehand if targets could be weak against EMP or not, because the truth is, some are. Everyone doesn't use EMP, so it is a trade-off if you want to use EMP or not. And a lot of smaller crafts are not, does not have the capability of being protected against EMP. So it is it's a metric. You can use it. It might prove to not be good at other challenges, but at this particular challenge, it proves very nice. We can even spawn... Let's spawn 3 claymores, just... like, we already know... I can write down the points already. We know where to grade it on this challenge, of course. It's nothing difficult with that. It's just, I potentially just wanted to see the diff guns. Oh, and we can see they provide some real good damage too. This one, is it offline? I'm gonna see this thing. I just wanna see it a little bit in action. I think you can guess too around where on the scale this thing is graded from these results at this particular challenge. It's damaged. We're not testing that. We're gonna repair it. Did it shoot down its own block there? Interesting. These missiles really make it bad times for the Onyx Watch. Ooh. Are we gonna diff gun dive? Oh yes! That deals a lot of damage. Well, that's super cool. It already has its points, so that's cool. You can see it has a very interesting design with the barrels in the front fin going like that. It looks quite a bit wonky, but I mean, if it works, we're gonna grade aesthetics separately, of course, so everything is important. I think it looks pretty cool though, very futuristic and definitely very efficient in this challenge. I don't see it having any hard time taking out any of these ships, really. So I think it could take out probably 10 of these single-handedly. So we're going to move on to the next submission, which happens to be Cringe's first submission. This is the MB4, and it looks absolutely stunning. I'm just gonna make sure I'm not controlling any weapon. You can see we have some beautiful looking engines here. I think we accidentally have a missing supercharger, but well, if this gets accepted into the army of GMODIST, of course, we can fix it afterwards, but it is what it is. So we're now going to spawn a Claymore and see what types of damage we're dealing. We have a beautiful cockpit on this thing too. Look at that. I think these are explosive shells, so I do suspect they're dealing very little damage. Oh, that's not what we're measuring here. Repair it. Okay. What did we drop? This thing? Oh, look at that. Here we got what we dropped. Big explosives. Bam! We're popping in for another. Whoops. Here we go. Got a pretty big bomb bay here, that's for sure. And it, oh, look at that. It closes itself whenever it's not getting used. I don't know what happened there, so we're just gonna recharge everything. Bomb bay is getting opened. Very nice. That's a cool feature. They're dropping down here. Oh yes. Magnets are getting activated. I would yeah, there we go. Bam. And they have a lot of explosive parts in them, so these bombs do pack a proper punch. We got some machine guns going on there. We also got an installed on board little cannon there that shoot explosive shells. Looking very splendid, I must say. Look at this thing. Looks very cool. The big engines in the wings look really adds to a very nice aesthetic. Look at that cool thing. Look at it go. The Claymore is down to 90%. We can probably see that another shell against an armored target would have been better. The MB4 would probably also... it's the MB4, right? Yeah. It would also probably have been happy to meet a soft wooden big target instead. Those explosive autocannon would have dealt a lot more damage then. Now we got shot, which isn't really what we are looking at in this particular challenge. But I do believe... Oh, it gets out of the water all fine, that's good. But I do believe we are going to restart this battle and see if we get any different results. Look at that, we just want to see those bombs. Dropping down very close and then getting activated. Yes, indeed. There we go. Another round. So we have the little canopy thing with the turret in the top. 2. And this is a burst gun autocannon, is it not? Dodge those bullets. Bombs are being dropped. Close to the Claymore. Now that will of course not be measured. Yes, indeed. A nice burst gun. We're dropping these ones here. And activated. It's a magnet in the front, is there not? No. It's probably in the back. Well, I do think we have collected enough materials to be able to judge the MB4 in a good way. So we're gonna move on to Cringe's second submission, which is the MB5, which has a very similar and beautiful design. Look at this thing. I think it looks absolutely fantastic, and this MB5 does heavily inspire me to make similar planes. Of course, Probably not bombers, but some other type of craft that could be in the fleet. But this looks absolutely... this is one of my personal aesthetical favorites. But for grading the aesthetics of it, I will take help of the... I have actually collected results, but you will participate. The Army of GMODISM has participated, and the commissioned officers have also participated in judging the aesthetics. This has a lot of missiles going on there, so it's really gonna be really interesting. Let's get into the Claymore here. We have it spawned. Missiles have been spawned. We have a rotary autocannon, a rack, popping out there and providing fire. The Claymore has already received some surface damage. Ooh. Poor thing. Okay. Not dead yet. I do think these also has explosive shells. I must say it looks really cool when fighting, but looking at the results so far, I think that the MB5, the second submission here, seems to almost be more of a fighter or something, to take out bomb planes rather. I do feel like this MB5 I mean, it's the MB5, does provide better damage towards other like airborne targets. I do think this could be a great thing in taking out other fighters. But as for dealing damage, it's a little bit lackluster in firepower, I think. Ooh, that's a nice dodge. You can see it's the missiles popping in here. The damage is very surface type, and that's probably because it's smalls. They seem to have been a little bit optimized to not be taken out by lambs, but as I already stated, I do think this would be a better setup against other air targets. So in this particular challenge, it seems to struggle a little bit, but we're going to restart the battle and see if we get any other results. There we go. Look at that. It looks so cool. It looks so cool. Well, we seem to be able to deal more damage towards some of the cram blocks before. Already down by 3%, which is nice. Oh, and now we can see these missiles were fired before they had a proper lock-on. So we definitely missed the mark here with the second swoop. It's almost like this particular vessel should probably be going a little bit further away from the target to be able to properly re-aim its missiles to actually hit. Because at this scenario, when we're not dealing a lot of damage, it's very important that the damage we're trying to deal is actually being dealt. And it has some issues with that, but I will say it still provides decent damage, so I do think I have enough to actually grade this thing. Next out, we will be testing Captain Y's design. So, Captain Y is of course a captain because he's a captain in the Army of GMODISM, which is helping us a lot. And he has submitted a really good looking bomber too, and we are definitely going to test that, which is actually the last submission in the first challenge. So it's basically its first time to prove its damage dealing capabilities. Here we have the B409 by Captain Y, BY409. It has a beautiful looking cockpit like this, as you clearly can see. It even has a little Y logo there, and I do believe we actually can bail out from it if need be. So it's cruising around here a little bit at chill mode, and we're spawning the Claymore. Now this is very interesting. Oh, that's a sonar buoy, isn't it? To provide some better targets. A little unlucky strike there for the tail. I don't know if it dealt any damage there. I wonder, since it has a rope, if it will even harpoon the enemy or not. Alright, look at that. And the thing I really love about this particular design is that you can see the Army of GMODISM logo here, looking absolutely terrifying when it flies above to deal damage. And oh, it's a diff bomber. Those hit. But the damage they dealt was not that large. Okay, we're gonna repair you. It is looking splendid, but so far it hasn't been dealing much damage at all. Diff guns fired. Ooh! Look at that! Oh, that's some AI parts. Ooh. Alright. So first time it's misses, but the second time around it seemed to have been able to deal some pretty nasty damage. The Claymore hasn't despawned yet, but most of its AI parts seem to be gone, so it's unable to target. Look at that. More kinetic damage this time. Kinda surprises me this thing is still alive. Where is the bomber? There it is. BY 409. Going down for another swoop. Maybe. Oh yes. No. Is that a complete miss? It dealt some damage. More parts popping out there. Well, it doesn't have a chance fighting back. I do think that the Claymore's detection is already offline. Its AI is still there though. So while it's not dead, it seems that Captain Y's bomber has been able to effectively disable it. We're gonna restart the spell and see if we get any other results. We just need to appreciate the cruising abilities in this bomber. Now I think we are getting a little bit stuck there. I think it's hard to actually get out of this seat without having problems. But in any case, it looks absolutely splendid. There we go. Bomber is popping in here. Lining up. Ooh, we did not get shot by crams. That's good. Diff guns popping down there. That is some damage. Diff gun bomber seems to be a good way to go. I think that's something we can conclude so far from this challenge. The Trials Season 1, to be specific. It is despawned. Alright, that's very nice. That's very nice. So, if it's lucky and hits really well, it deals a lot of damage. it can delete a ship that's weak against EMP in one go. If not, it may have some troubles dealing the damage, but all in all, very cool design. I do know exactly, I think, how to grade this fairly compared to all the other designs. Very nice. You can see here, we just want to see. So you can see if we're hitting real lucky, we will kill the target directly. If we hit at another spot, we can almost effectively disable the Claymore's detection, which will keep us from not getting hit in future goes. Well. That is super cool. Now we have basically gone through all of the bombers to go against the first challenge, the Onyx Watch Claymore. And next out, we are going to test the targets. No, not the targets. We're gonna test the bombers against the submerged target. That's gonna be for the next challenge, because we want to make sure that if we encounter a lightly submerged target, will the bombers have absolutely no clue where the enemy is and not be able to deal any damage at all, which is 0 points? Or does it have some wireless snoopers, or maybe even some sonar buoys or whatever, or even torpedoes against submerged targets? Something to actually take them out anyways. But that will be for next time. For this time, I think we're pretty done here. This is your host, GMODIST. I hope you have enjoyed this episode and that you have enjoyed watching all of the bombers throughout the episodes here. You've seen them all now. You've seen all 24 submissions tested against the Claymore, and we know the results. And you know what? I got my scoring here. I have my scoring in my book, and we have a lot more things to try, so stay tuned for that. If you want to join the next challenge, the next trials, which I will not tell you yet when that will be, but this one of course will be concluded first, you of course need to be in the Army of GMODIST, and you can do that by just self-assigning yourself Matrose 3rd class, or becoming, of course, you can also be a commissioned officer if you even want to support the channel, but just joining Matrose 3rd class is of course free. It's just in our Discord. Any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral GMODIST in the Army of GMODIST. I have very much appreciated to test all of your 24 submissions in this challenge against the Claymore. And I'm looking forward to the future challenges, and I hope you have also enjoyed these testing sessions in our trials. In any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral, and I'm signing out. You are very much dismissed. Commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST and enlisted. We're here for another bomber challenge, and this episode we will be going through the next stage, which is the submarine. So I have asked you to provide bombers that can deal with a slightly submerged target. The target of choice will be the White Flare's Pontus. With that said, we will get into the challenge. I just want to give a huge thanks to our highest commissioned officers, Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Lieutenant Cravey, Venerated Lieutenant Powered by Greed, and Lieutenant Tylerus, Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, and of course all our cadets. The Stellar and Venerated, that's YouTube memberships in combination. Very cool. In any case, let's get into the challenge and see which one of your designs will provide the best results here. Here we are in game, and we are going to look at all these designs in the same order as before, which means alphabetically sorted. First out would be Adnecrias Storyhana. Here we have the White Flare Pontus. it is spawned to the side 3,000 meters away. And as you can see, it's ever so slightly submerged. We're going to begin with this target and see how visible it is. I think it might be a little bit hard to see it if you don't have any type of detection in order to detect it. I guess it will be a little bit hard to hit it with wireless snoopers. There we can see some pretty big EMP. Seems to have not affected them too much. It seems... We're trying to hit the Storyhana. She's really trying to hit the Pontus here, but of course it's kind of difficult. The Pontus shouldn't really have anything that would affect. Oh, what has happened here with its propellers? Interesting. Oh, look at that. We have some internal damage for its steam propeller, so it has pretty bad engine power. But it seems that the Storyhana has a little bit of an issue aiming and hitting it. Yeah, we seem to be knowing where it is at least. The gun in the wing is searching for the target. And it's very, very, very off. It's very, very off. I only think it can guess where it is some of the time. However, the missiles did hit. Now it's a little bit lower in the water, so we'll see if future missiles would hit it at all or not. Well, we're just chilling here. We got new missiles incoming. Oh, they grazed by. Seems that they missed the target. They don't seem to be able to... It's possible that a wireless snooper may know the general direction, but these shells bounce from the surface and the missiles don't really hit. Well, it seems that the Pontus will be able to swim around here all day and deal all sorts of damage to other naval ships that would not be able to take it out. We can see we did get a hit there, so the Storyhana hits sometimes, but, you know, it barely sees it and it doesn't seem to be able to deal with it with a reasonable amount of time. So I think I know I got enough information to write down the points for Storyhana. So we will be moving on to the next vehicle, which is a fan favorite. Korvax, or the Secret Advisors, B-57 Army of GMODIST Manta War, which also happens to be rather large. The Pontus has been spawned. The Manta War is activating. And now we should see here. It's dipping. No. I think it will do a submarine mode. Wow, it looks so cool in this bad weather here. Perhaps the Pontus isn't submerged enough to be counted. We missed the first barrage. Perhaps it is too surface. No. Now it dips down to try and get some... Oh, it goes up there. The Manta War is flying organically. It's so darn cool. And it is using its little sonar on a stick. Let's see if we'll get... Right, now we should have good bearing towards the enemy. And okay, it's trying to search it. Did we lose it? The Pontus is there. Okay. It seems that the Man-of-War has lost track of the target, perhaps. I guess it has in its script to... Oh, yo. It might actually know where it is. Let's see if it waits for the sonar to get accurate. There it goes. No. Let's see here. It comes around. No, it turns away. We're now turning around again and going towards the Pontus. And oh, why did we shoot at that direction? That was a hard miss. Not really using its sonar there at all. It seems to only use the sonar when it's escaping the enemy or something. And then it's going up again. And now we're diving to do an attack, but then we're going away. Seems that the Man-of-War has real troubles maneuvering this. Since it seemed to have been in an unlucky loop, we've spawned the Pontus a long way further off. And we're gonna see if it gets the optimal chances, if it can target and hit a Man-of-War using its sonar on the stick. The first volley is completely off. It fires before. It fires before, okay. And now it runs away again. So it seems that it might put itself in a pretty unlucky loop. Pretty unexpected and lackluster. The Man-of-War is expected to exceed in a lot of compartments, so this is definitely an area where a lot of you other contestants that you have submitted, where you have a lot of chance to gather in some extra points here, because as so far the Man-of-War has actually been unable to deal any damage towards the Pontus. The Man-of-War looks very amazing and it's very cool, and this sonar on a stick was a cool idea, but it's syncing for checking where the enemy is, and the targeting and the timing for shooting the shells. They're not like timed up enough, so it seems that it hasn't gathered good enough detection before it fires the shots, which means it misses every time. So perhaps the Man-of-War can only deal with large submarines, but for this particular challenge, the score isn't very high at all. Next up, we'll have Jonos Isanth 5 from StarMade, if you already didn't know that, which is more of a meme submission. And if I don't remember incorrectly, I think this was said to not be able to deal a lot with where the Pontus may be located. So we shall see. I don't know if it knows where the target is at all. It seems to. And ooh, that volley wasn't that far off actually. It's getting pretty much chased down by a submarine that won't be able to deal it damage. And it seems to have perhaps a wireless snooper, but nothing really to get a good bearing of the Pontus. So we'll see if luck will work in the Isanth 5's favor. It seems that the Pontus is actually quicker. And it has a small missile too, so it can deal some damage. The Isanth 5 has really hard time even shooting at the Pontus at this angle. I think we can conclude that the Isanth 5 is unable to deal with the Pontus here. It's very unlikely it will give any shots to it. So we'll get the same points as the previous contestant. But we'll be moving on to Jonos' first submission instead, which is his little more serious submission. The Isanth 5 is more fun because it's StarMade. Here we have the amazing looking AOG bomber with drill missiles. and a big cram. So the Pontus is hiding somewhere in the water. Oh, it seems that we got a bearing of it. Very interesting. We seem to have somewhat knowledge of where it might be. Oh, hoo, 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 hoo. That was a good hit. Bam. Okay, that's very nice. Jonas AOG bomber was able to detect the Pontus, was able to aim at it good enough to be able to deliver a cram cannon blast to its side. And it's a pretty small target, so I'm saying that's pretty darn impressive. It's a good job dealing with it. Look at that, and it even had time to show off its intercepting missiles here. You can see we got a little setup there. We're just gonna pause it and check where what we got. Yeah, of course, like that, and a friend and foe. Oh, then the... I'm just wondering like how small it is, just so very compact. So we got a computer there, makes a lot of sense. Well, we're diving down for another one. Here we can see the tiny drills popping in there, working as anti-munition systems. And I'm thinking we need to... Oh, look at that. Look at that in slow motion. Bam! That's accuracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have accuracy. That's a pretty good accuracy. So, Jonas AOG bomber has a lot of accuracy. The cram bomb in particular, I think it's more penetrative than strong, so it works probably better against some targets than others. But you can see here that it can do this all day. It can go around, shoot down a cram and go back, and it does a good job of it. It does a good job. We would have wanted to see some more damage dealt to it a little bit more directly. We can see that the damage dealing is slow, but the accuracy of these cram cannons is something that we just have to say is highly impressive. Alright, it comes in for another dive. Bam! There we go. It killed it. It killed it. That's good. That's good. Very impressive. Very impressive. But now we shall be moving on to the next submission. This one is... We'll be getting some good scores, I believe. Here we have kinda sexy Eldrosh Kosh. The plane is in the air. The Pontus is hiding somewhere in the waters. Will it be able to deal with it? It seemed to have detected the approximate whereabouts of the Pontus. Pontus is launching a missile. Which misses. Yeah. Kinda sexist plane is targeting, and missiles are popping down. Oh, that was a close one. That was a close one. They have secondary torpedoes. Okay, they got secondary torpedoes. They're trying to snake their way towards the Pontus. No, we missed. The missiles don't... Oh, that was so close. So it didn't have a laser contact with the Pontus long enough. So the missiles self-destructed before they hit the target. Let's see if the second blast will be more successful. They are not, but the laser is still there. Oh, oh no. Some of them hit, but the blast made the rest not hit, and now the laser doesn't point at the Pontus anymore. So most of the missiles were unable to deal damage. However, one of them were. It's having a lock on. Missiles are popping it out. They missed again. Okay, the lasers are still there. Oh, and the blast made most of them miss. And now it doesn't have laser contact anymore. Man, if Kinda Sexy would have a laser that would constantly point towards the enemy no matter what, I believe that it would have been a much more effective combat design. They seem to always miss the first blast, and there are a few seconds more where we have laser lock on, but unfortunately it only counts for the first ones that are reaching the target. The missiles that are coming afterwards are blown away by the blast radius, and then they are then not able to follow up, because then the laser will be not pointing towards the enemy craft anymore. So it does deal. Look at that. Come on, get in there. Fast, fast, fast. Oh, and you can see it's like that. So they are able to deal damage to the submarine. They are able to detect it, which is great. But the damage dealt is so small and so ineffective. This will take all day. I suspect it would be more helpful. This would be more helpful at, I don't know, helping other missiles to guide as a supportive system. But this plane alone will take a long time to take out this Pontus. We already said it before, but another damage type for these missiles would have been beneficial. Oh, now you can see it's dealing some more damage there. So it is dealing damage, which is nice, but it's having troubles delivering this damage to an enemy like this. So I think I know where to grade this one, and we will indeed then move on to the next contestant. Next up we have Light of the World's Star Drop. The Pontus is hiding somewhere in the water. It seems that the Star Drop knows where it is. Is that a decoy or a buoy? No, that's a decoy only. But we have a approximate bearing of the enemy. Oh, and we fired a pack there. I do believe that pack missed. We're now dropping down a... Okay. I don't know where that is going. Whoops, wrong way, or wrong place to lock on. Oh, that was a pretty close. That's a pretty close shot, but the Star Drop would really need to be getting in a little bit closer here. Like, if you don't have a dedicated accuracy to deal with submarines, you'll need to be able to do a pretty accurate bomb dive in order to really get in there and deal some damage. Now it seems to not really know its bearings all the time. The Pontus isn't like super quick, but it's like 30 meters per second, which is pretty decent. Oh, it's really off. It has no idea where the Pontus is right now. Let's see if this missile... This torpedo will drop down. Here we got the torpedo. And oh, look, look, look. We got an EMP surge in there. So yeah, it kind of ish knows where the target is. It tries to deal damage. We're gonna stay here a little bit longer and see if it's actually able to substantially deal with it. I guess that if this was a really EMP susceptible submarine, I suppose that torpedo would have been much more effective. But this one has good enough protection, it seems like. Alright. The star drop is popping up here again. It's getting pretty close here. It's really close. It should be able to... Oh yeah. It should really be able to... Yes. 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 It was able to deal some pack damage there. Look at it. I wonder if our Pontus friend is AI dead. It is indeed. It is indeed. It might have been a really well delivered EMP surge. Takes a really long time for it to dive down and really find the Pontus. But when it is able to get in close after waiting a long time, we can see that the star drop does deliver some decent damage. What are we doing now? In any case, we're able to deal some decent damage. Took a long time, that torpedo, and you know, not amazing, but definitely in there, so that's nice. It's able to get up from underwater. That's pretty good. Well, in any case, I think I know where to grade this, so we shall be moving on. Next up is Netrameira's AOG Hummingbird, the beautiful ornithopter. So let's get in the Pontus away there. And we're gonna see what's happening. Alright. We seem to have bearing of where the Pontus is located. It knows approximately where indeed. We're firing some VLMs. I don't know if they will be able to reach the target. And oh, diff rods popping down. All of them missed. As for the missiles, let's see if they know where to go. They do not know where to go, and they explode in the water. The Hummingbird is getting into combat readiness again. Some of the missiles hit this time. And no diff guns. Well, it's moving into position. We fire one. They were a little bit too off to score a hit. We're staying really high here. Well, wonder if these VLMs will be able to hit. We got more diff rods. It seems that diff designs, this one, and of course the Manta War, but the Hummingbird 2 has some issues dealing with submarines because the diff guns fire before they are accurate enough. I don't know what we got for targeting here, but now it's almost looking like we lost the target. Well, the Pontus is shelling over here. I think the Hummingbird may have lost it, I don't know. Or it's just recharging its diff guns. So sometimes the missile hit, so it's not completely unable to deal damage, but it's really bad at dealing damage so far. I'm gonna see if the diff rods pop down there and deliver a little bit. Whoa. Wow! Alright. Took some time for it to get an accurate bearing, but the Hummingbird finally were able to deliver an accurate strike. Just like the Light of the World, took some time before it was able to line up correctly and deliver a blast. So, just like the Star Drop, the Hummingbird delivers in a similar manner. Well, it can deal with submarines, not the most effective, but definitely decent enough. We shall be moving on, I believe. Next out, we have Nilden's second submission, the Invader. The Pontus has been spawned, and this is the last submission that we'll deal with in this little challenge, or in this little section. There is going to be 3 sections where we're gonna have 8 each. So it seems that the Invader has located where the Pontus is approximately. And we're getting hit by a tiny missile. And the Invader, oh, it's dealing some explosive damage. It's gonna stay on top of the Pontus like this. It actually seems to know where it is. No? It did know where it was. Alright. It kinda know where it is, but it's a really fast firing pack. I don't know if I would make my packs fire that fast, but we'll see if it proves effective. So in any case, we had Adnekrias, Kovacs, Jonos second, Jonos first, kinda sexy light of the world, Netrameiras, and now Nilden's second submission. Next time we'll have Nilden's third, first, Ovo, Pizza Summoner Rush, Sean Reed, and somewhere in the middle of the Sean Reeds we're going to move on to Shotgun Squamations, American, the Cringe 1, 2, and Captain Y. But that will be coming up in the future episodes. It seems that the Invader is still struggling with finding where the Pontus actually is. I wonder if it maybe is relying on... yeah. Like the Diffrod boys, I think that Nilden's second submission, the Invader, would have had a much easier time if this target was really large. It hits some of the time. It hits some of the time. It's just, I have a feeling this will take all day. Well, it's not a 0 in terms of points because it is able to see the target and it is able to deliver damage. It's just so small that it's like it's gonna take a very long time. But you know, it finds the submarine and it is able to slowly grind on it. And of course, it can stay here all day and it's never gonna be shot down by this submarine. So it stays safe there. But I think I know what to grade this thing as well as the other ones. So we'll be moving back with more tests, but not completely right now. Because this Lord High Admiral needs a coffee break. Even your Lord High Admiral in the army of GMODIST is requiring coffee to function. It is true and it is canon. Coffee is a requirement to function and is of course always given out to all of our officers and enlisted in the army of GMODIST, because how else are they supposed to function? There are alternatives like tea. That's why in the Discord we have a coffee lounge and a tea lounge. Have you used any of them? I think you may have not. But do enter our beautiful tea room and our beautiful coffee rooms for some nice discussions sometime, or just company. They are extra high audio quality. In any case, I think that has been very interesting to see. I was very impressed with Jono's first submission, being able to deliver those cram bombs with accuracy and consistently. So I will not give away what points we are giving to the crafts. I have them in my little book here. So, but I will say this: Jono's first submission was really impressive here. It did deliver. And we had some other beautiful packs like Lightfoot Worlds and Netrameros dealing some really good damage too in the end. So I do believe that is enough for this time, and we'll be moving back next time with the 8 more contestants. In any case, I hope you did enjoy this, and if you did, you should definitely leave a like. This is your Lord High Admiral in the Army of GMODISM, and I'm thanking you a lot for your submissions, and it will be very cool to see more of them next week. Stay tuned, and always know that you can support the channel in many ways if you want to. Other than that, please leave likes and do subscribe, and it helps me a lot too. In any case, see you next time. This is me signing out. Well, hello. You didn't see me there. We're here in the planning room in the Army of GMODISM's many headquarters. We have several, of course. But this particular headquarter, we have a beautiful planning room where you can see the enlisted and the commissioned officer ranks right there. Very cool. In any case, I should order such a poster. It exists as a poster. Did you know that? You didn't. In any case, huge thanks for all of you who are supporting the channel on Patreon or YouTube memberships. I'm going to name you in the end of this video, of course. So in any case, we're here with the second submarine challenge, where your bombers will be facing slightly submerged targets, which happens to be the White Flyers Pontus again, because of course all of these missions need to face the same target, otherwise it's not right. So let's dive into the oceans and continue with these little trials. Also, thanks to Vestret for the Waltz of the Builders, which was the beautiful music you heard in the background. Next out, we have Nilden's third submission, the Penguin. So, Pontus has been spawned somewhere in the waters. We shall now see if the Penguin knows where. We got missiles. Oh no, we got bombs. I already forgot. Interesting multi-shape ones, and they have been magnetically found the Pontus here. And there are more in the water too. Look at that. The bombs don't deal a lot of damage, but on the other hand, there are a lot of them. Wow, that's nice. I'm sure the Penguin is going to make minced meat of this Pontus. The Pontus may think he's a meat grinder, but not today. It actually requires a lot of these bombs. No, not that many. Look at that. We have breached the hull, it seemed like. No? I saw a lot of parts dropping. Oh, yes. Here we got another barrage incoming like that. We are consistently and effectively dealing damage to this submarine target. The Penguin knows where he is, and he's just gonna continue to deliver damage until he's dead, which he is already. Alright. Look at that. It's sinking. Is it dead? It's about to die. Look at that. And we still seem to know approximately where it is. We're dropping the bombs. Oh no, now it's actually gone. That's some very impressive results. Nilden's third submission, the Penguin, was really able to deliver here. That's amazing to see. Also, look at him. Isn't he adorable? Well, we are not over with the Nilden action yet. We'll be moving on to Nilden's first submission, which happens to be the B8 bomber. A Pontus is hidden somewhere in the waters. The B8 bomber is approaching. Oh yes, we seem to be knowing where the enemy is. We're flying at the right direction. Flares are being dropped. We may have tricked that missile. Missiles are... oh... they have no idea where to go. They have no idea where to go. Oh. I'm trying to correct. No, self-destructed. Well, it knows where this lightly submerged target is, alright, but it's not able to deliver damage towards it. Look at that. Bombs are going down, but they are just not being able to target Pontus. They're just not targeting Pontus, they're just doing something else. Welp. It's detecting the Pontus, but it seems to be completely unable to deal damage. We're gonna stay with it a little time more and see if we get some lucky hits here. Like this for example. No, they almost hit it. And now they almost found it. Oh! No. Not even an unreasonable close by random explosion did it. Well, it's been some time more. Oh, we got a hit. We did get one hit. I suspect that was more luck. But yeah, it doesn't seem that the B8 bomber will be able to deal with the Pontus all day, actually. So, well, I think we need to move on to the next participant because, well, we simply can't really exactly see where it is. Next out, we have a beautiful design favorite. Ovos Phosphorus Bomber. Or was it White Phosphorus? Yes, White Phosphorus Bomber. Of course. So, let the battle go. A Pontus has been spawned in an unknown location. 3,000 meters away. Not that unknown. We fired. Shots have been fired. Oh, we're trying to. I don't think this bomber knows accurately where it is. It's so erratic. Man, this thing is not easy to hit. Oh! It was going very close. It actually seems to have some kind of bearing of the Pontus. No. Okay. Dives down. Okay, okay, no. It's like so erratic. Okay, diving down. Oh, no. Oh. Close but no cigar. Or did we do some damage internally here? No. That was just some random steam smoke. Oh! That was pretty close. Diving down? No. It's so erratic. It's like insane. It's like really hard to keep track of this. Look at it. Oh! No. It's like close, but it just dives so closely. You would expect it if the shots were timed better. Oh! Oh, bam! Okay. Never mind. It takes some time. But it absolutely has the capabilities of taking out the submarine like this. It knows where it is. It's just that the shots are a little bit badly timed. So it takes some time for it to deliver that damage. Well, that was very different from the sea targets. For the sea target, it was unable to deal damage like at all very well. Okay, well, that's very interesting. Well, the white phosphorus bomber was very cool. But now we are moving on to Pizza Summoners Sardalk. So a Pontus will appear at an unknown location. You didn't see anything. 3,000 meters away. And we're going to see how this beast will deal with it. Alright, it's closing in. It seems to know its general direction. Cram cannons are locked on. Bam! That was a grazing hit. I think that would have been a critical damage hit with some more luck. But, well, we'll see what happens when the Sardalk goes for the second bombing run. It's coming in here. We're going low. It doesn't usually go that low, I think. Is it damaged, perhaps? Is it that's why it's going so low? Whoa. We need to slow down time. Bam! Those were pretty darn close. Ooh! Are you kidding me? How? Was that a lucky frag? Or what happened? I'm just curious. That's amazing. That's amazing. Alright, we have target locked. Are you kidding me? Ooh! Not too... It's like, sometimes it's accurate. I think it's a lot up to luck, but it's accurate enough to always deal damage. We're gonna see if it crit... I just wanna see if it crits it again on the second run. Popping in there. Pontus is not on the surface, but... Oh! Wow. Was that... Did that just look like an explosion inside? It was like here. That's some pretty good damage, though. That's some pretty good damage. Well, I'm happy to see that Pizza Summoners Sardalk is able to deal damage here. I do believe that it just needs a few runs. It's a lot up to luck, but it knows where the submarine is, and it can deliver those cram shots accurate enough. And I think it's actually one of the quicker ones to be able to take it out. That's a pretty... okay. Not the best hit. But it's like, usually hits pretty darn well. Well, that's quite amazing. I do think I know what I need to know to grade it. It seems to indeed deliver those shots pretty darn well. Or at least good enough, because the really good thing with Pizza Summoners Sardalk's cram shots is that they're packing hell of a damage. So it only needs like one delivered shot to be able to deal with a target. But, well, I think I know how to grade this thing now. Next out, we have Russia's Butterfly Wasp with the inverted Army of GMODIST flag. Oh, maybe this is because it's gonna be the right way when you see it in your mirror. And you're like, when you're cruising around in your, I don't know, air car. Anyways, a Pontus shall appear 3,000 meters away. And we're gonna see what happens. Here we go. Machine guns are firing. We seem to be knowing where the Pontus is right here. But the missiles... Well, they know... Oh. Ooh! We got a good hit on one of the propellers there. That was a grazing hit, but a good one. That's pretty good. So half the Pontus forward propulsion is already dealt with. The butterfly wasp. Machine guns down there. You can actually see most of those shells actually. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh yes. Look at that. Look at that. That could have been the AI compartment too. It's very small, so it doesn't have like a compartment per se. But we can see that Rush's butterfly wasp is definitely able to deal with this. Oh, yeah, we delivered that swarm accurately. Very nice. Very nice. The butterfly wasp is absolutely able to deal with submarines target like this. And these lock-on missiles are doing a good job of meeting its mark. Yeah, that's some damage. Look at that. It's like dead. It's like dead. Just for the fun of it. We just wanna see so it wasn't a lucky strike. You can see these machine guns, they're definitely shooting in the general direction of the submarine. And a lot of these shells are hitting. Just having a simple 60mm like this could probably have helped a lot of the contestants dealing more reliable damage. Now we can see, oh, that's a grazing hit again. So sometimes the lasers has a little bit trouble locking on. So now we're going a little bit lower here, thanks to no waves. This is gonna be, I just wanna see if it affects the performance or not. No, we're still able to lock on well enough. Yep, that's some nice damage. Well, Russia's butterfly wasp is definitely delivering here. Delivering some good and consistent damage towards the White Flyer's Pontus. It is a joy to fly with these missiles and see how much damage they deal. When they hit. They don't hit all of the time, but they hit like you saw last time. They're just amazing hit. Anyways, we're gonna be moving on, and it's gonna be Sean Reed. Here we have Sean Reed's Daggery. We're getting out of the water. Let's see if it can locate the Pontus. It seems to be able to locate the Pontus. Daggery is Sean Reed's first submission. No? Yes, maybe. Oh yeah, we have some depth charges dropping down here. We could see some blast guns going off there too. No? Okay. Damn. That's some good damage. And this one, it tries to keep up with it. Can it? Oh! Yeah. The back portion of the poor Pontus is long gone. Let's see here. Blasting a little bit of blast guns. It seems to have damaged itself again. And it's been dropping down. And the blast guns are trying to finish the job off. Okay. Well, that's a slight mishap. I think we're trying to be... Oh, we got up in the air somehow. That's amazing. Oh, are we gonna... Yes, we did not die there. Okay. There we go. That's a well-delivered blast there. It did actually shot something off there. That's pretty cool. And we got the depth charges popping down there. Damn, that's some good damage. Yeah, the dagger definitely has some problems, but you can see that we can deal some darn good damage to this submarine target thanks to that system. So I know where to grade this thing. Beautiful little design there, and we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's 4th submission, which is the Sunspot. Alright. This little biplane design here. The Pontus is spawned at an unknown location. Oh, okay, there it is. It like instantly knows where it is. I don't know how that works, it just works. We're adjusting. And we are... Oh, it did a little blast gun blast. Okay. These missiles, if they don't hit immediately, they'll just miss. So we'll see how the Sunspot will be able to deal with this challenge. Oh, what do we have there? Oh, just missiles that missed. Oh! That's a pretty nice blast gun blast there. It did shoot off its own part, probably too, maybe? No, that was the... Okay, good. Not sure that the blast guns are able to deal enough damage. Like, if we just went a tiny bit closer, they would have dealt so much more damage. Like, it's dealing some grinding damage, so I do think that the Sunspot will be able to take out the Pontus eventually. They even got a lucky hit with a missile. But I think it's gonna take a really long time for it to actually deliver this damage. See, I will dive again. Oh! Yeah, we're getting through here. We're getting through here. What happened to the Sunspot now? Okay, there it is. You never know. Off target. Coming in again here. Ah, too early. Well, it's slowly grinding away on it. But effectively would be an overstatement. You can see we actually have gotten some exposed steam parts there, but well, no killed steam parts. Okay. Well, it's not the slowest damage dealers, but it's down there at the bottom, but it is able to detect where the submarine is and it is able to deal damage, which counts for a lot. So I think I know enough to be able to grade this thing, and we are gonna move on to the next vehicle. This is the Gin by Sean Reed also. And this is Sean Reed's second submission, actually. And happens to be the last little thing to try for this particular challenge, I believe. We have Nilden's third, Nilden's first, Ovos, Pizza Summer's Rush, Sean Reed's first, fourth, and now the second. God damn it, these jet engines sounds a lot. We're approaching. Alright. Gonna be interesting. Ooh. It's raining missiles. But not a lot of hallelujah. Oh yes, very hallelujah. Look at it. It's like they have magnets. Oh yes. That's pretty lackluster. I do remember that from the Sea Challenge. damage is pretty lackluster, but it is dealing damage. You can see it's like a combination of an orbital bomber and yeah, orbital bomber slash something else. It is dealing some damage though. But is it delivering the damage more effectively than, say, the Sunspot? That I don't know. It's just circulating here, shooting down those missiles. Depth charges gets activated. And there we go. That's actually some decent damage. Look at that. Look at that. I will say that it indeed delivers damage more effectively than the Sunspot. I think I know where to grade this thing. That's pretty good. Let's just spawn another one here. I just wanna see, for the fun of it. There it is. We'll just be in the water and we see they just drop down and you can see them waking up. Terrifying indeed. And they'll just pop in here. Takes a little time for them to grind away at this, but man, they're dealing some good damage indeed. When they hit. It's a little bit on the slower side, but still some decent damage. Don't tell me it doesn't know where it is now. Oh yes, it does. Was it damaged or something? I wonder if it received some small damage or something. Who knows? Oh, yeah. There we go. Another barrage. They just pop down in the water, come from below, and just deal some pretty decent damage. Yeah, that's some pretty decent damage. Takes a little time for it to line up, but when it finally did that, it can definitely deliver some damage. I'm gonna bump up that point to, yeah, I think I'll know where to put this in the scale. So that's very interesting indeed. Beautiful designs this time as well. Well, commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODIST, we're here in the debriefing room, of course. And well, thanks a lot for the submission in this little batch. We're gonna have the last batch next week for these submarine targets, and we're gonna be able to see how the last 8 designs are doing in the next one. But in any case, thanks a lot for watching, and extra thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagri, Talaras, Vincent Veritas, and all our cadets. And also C2 and Powered by Greed for supporting me at YouTube memberships too. If you do that, you'll get nice badges, if you care about that, by the way. But in any case, thanks a lot for tuning in this time. This is your host and Lord High Admiral GMODIST, and we're gonna be back next week. So see you then. Bye bye. Welcome back to GMODIST, and we are of course here in the briefing room for the Army of GMODIST's bomber trials. We're gonna look at the last batch of our 8 bombers popping in here. Sean Reed's 3rd, Shotguns, Scuvimations 2, Americans, The Cringes 2, and Captain Wise. And we're gonna test them all against the, well, same target as before. So hopefully we're gonna see some great damage dealing, so with that we can deal out some really high points. Before that, I will just want to give a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM supporting on a Patreon every month. Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parvagir, Talaras, and Visit Veritas, and all our cadets. That was a little bit too quick. But in any case, we are going to get into the game and test the last 8. And we're gonna see what types of damage we'll get. Here we have the Aspirant helicopter. Sean Reed's 3rd. Alright, a Pontus has been spawned somewhere hidden on this map. The Aspirant seems to have no idea where it is. But this missile seems to know where it is. No, it just fired at the general direction of fire. The Aspirant tries to get closer. The laser is all over the place. It seems to have no idea where the Pontus is located. Getting closer. Maybe it doesn't even have a wireless snooper. I have no idea. Okay. I think it does. I think it genuinely doesn't know where it is. We've waited some time. It has absolutely no clue. The Aspirant isn't able to detect slightly submerged targets, so we're gonna be moving on. Next out, we have Shotgun's Dart. A Pontus will appear 3,000 meters away. What will happen? Well, we definitely have a target on the enemy. Machine guns are machining. It seems to have a pretty accurate bearing of where it is. But the machine guns seem to be the systems that actually deal the damage. Oh no. Oh. Are these depth charges with magnets? Oh yeah. They're getting... No. They were not getting activated. What happened there? Dart is popping in again. These are dropping down here. Oh yeah, they're getting activated now. Okay. They seem to have range. There we go. Oh. Damn. That didn't do a lot. It's hard to see from the scale if it's like small or medium missiles. When we're looking at them directly, we have to check. Yeah, these are auxiliary small. Small missiles do so tiny damage. And these... Oh, they got a visual. Maybe it only popped above a little bit. Well, these depth charges are technically able to deliver some damage. But the damage dealt to the Pontus is really minuscule. I guess it will grind it down eventually using machine guns. And it does have a pretty accurate estimation of around where it is. So it could be worse, but as for dealing effective damage to the target, it's a little bit lackluster, to say the least. So we've got another depth charges here. Will they find them? A little mixed bag of stuff. Oh. Well, at least they do deal damage. They will eventually be able to grind it down, but man, it's not what we would call effective now. So we shall be moving on, and the next one will be Scuvimation's first submission, which is the Narval X3. That means 3-wal. Okay. Does it? Oh yes, it's going in the general direction. These beautifully designed ones are probably not hitting the target. It's trying to machine gun, but I don't think we have a good visual of the target. Oh yeah, now we do. Now we seem to have a decent visual, so the machine guns are trying. We got cram bombs. Oh, that's some pretty decent damage. The diff guns, I believe. Cram bomb is popping in the close vicinity. The missiles, they fire, but they have no chance of hitting. Seems honestly that the machine gun is doing some heavy lifting. No, the diff guns are actually providing some substantial damage there. Very close grazing of that. You can see this cannon is actually offline. No, this propeller. It somehow got damaged. The machine gun is actually accurate here. Ooh, and we get some good auxiliary damage with the diff guns too. That cram bomb was so close. Coming in for another round. Bam. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. We know where we are here. The 3-wal is able to indeed deliver some damage. There it is. Oh yes. It's definitely grinding it down block by block. Or blocks by blocks. Look at that. Yes, we got a lucky hit to kill the vessel as well. Very good indeed. The 3-wal has been delivering some good stuff here. I do know where to grade this one, and we're gonna be moving on to Scuvimation's second submission, which happens to be some of one of my design favorites, the Pigeon. Doesn't it look super cute? Let's see if it knows where the submarine is. It seemed to be able to gauge its general location. I think it's gonna rely a lot about if the machine guns are delivering here. And the machine guns are not... Oh, they started to... Oh, they are anti-missile ones. I see. Well, they did take out that one. It seems to be having a pretty accurate bearing of it indeed. Cram bombs popping in there, and they unfortunately missed. But it could have hit. Well, I guess we need to do some waiting before the Pigeon comes back with another attack. It's actually pretty effective at taking out those missiles. Or, I mean, ish decent. Oh! Ah! Another round. Oh, completely off. And we're coming in for another one. And... Ah, completely off. And another one. Will it? Ah. I think we're coming in for another one here. And we missed. You know what? I think we know that the Pigeon is just not going to hit the submarine, and if it does, it's extremely lucky. We've been waiting for it to do a hit. We let it have a lot of bombing runs. because I wanted to see if it was able to hit, and it just reliably misses all the time. So I think we'll have to conclude that the Pigeon's favorite targets to deal with are not submarine targets. Good to know. We're gonna continue with American's submission, which is this thing. What was it called? Oh yeah, it's just AOG bomber plane. So, I think it has some armaments to be able to... Oh, bam! That was a pretty powerful strike. We seem to have been grazing the Pontus here. Gonna see what happens here. The missiles have no idea what they're doing. Oh no, it hit itself with a missile, did it? Do you have some torpedo capabilities? Nope. Alright. It's going down close but no cigar. It seems to have a general idea where the Pontus is, but it does not seem to have a general idea on exactly when and where to shoot. Look at that dive. Bam! Okay, never mind. It knows where to shoot. That was a very good hit. Oh yeah. Look at that. Well, well, well. America's design has definitely been delivering some damage this time. I think we'll just have to check that again. I just want to see how much was luck and how accurate these guns really are, because it seemed they were really accurate each shot. Wow, we're really like buzzing around here. Really hard to hit, I think this should be. And we're doing a dive. And yeah. Damn. Look at that. Oh, wow. Okay. American's AOG bomber delivers, to say the least. Look at that. Pretty amazing. Well, we're gonna move on to Cringe's first submission, which is the MB4. A Pontus will randomly appear. Oops. And there we are. With Le Pontus. Swimming here like a shark. Looking for something to touch. But it will fail too. Because we're up in the air. Flying free and high. And the MB4 has a visual of the Pontus trying desperately with some cannons to do some damage. And these, I don't think they have a secondary magnet of any kind. So this bomb payload will just probably sit there and chill. Alright. It's fumbling a little bit with... Oh yeah, no. It's actually starting to hit some shots there. But the bomb payload again does not know where to go. MB4 is trying again. It has no idea where we are right now, okay. And neither does the bomb payloads. You know what? I think that the MB4 just isn't really equipped to deal with submarines. Even though it looks very cool, I do believe it's a tiny bit clueless when it comes to finding it. So I think we'll have to conclude that it would be by extreme luck it would hit one of the bombs, and that it can sometimes use its machine guns to deal damage, but it's just not enough and often enough to grind it down in any reasonable amount of time. So I think I know enough to grade Cringe's first submission, which makes it so that we can move on to Cringe's second submission. Aptly named DMB5 instead. Indeed. And it seems to have gotten a visual of the Pontus. The laser is desperately trying to lock on without great success. I do think the missiles are fumbling around. Very much so. The machine gun seems to have an approximate visual of where the Pontus is located. Oh! Damn, okay. The laser was able to lock on there a little bit. We're coming again here, okay. No, okay, no lock on. So it's definitely able to deal some damage, but not very reliably and not a lot of the time. The MB5 is looking great, however. Look at that. Oh yes, we got a lock on. We had a lock on for a little while there. So it's able to lock on some of the time. But it's like, it's almost like it's by chance or something. Running in for another run, but it seems like it's more luck than anything that makes it so that it actually deals damage towards the target. And we're firing some high explosive rounds and stuff, but it's very rarely, and they don't seem to be doing enough damage to actually cause any type of issue. Like, the Pontus is still very healthy. So yeah, I think I know enough to be able to grade Cringe's second submission. And we can thus move on to this little challenges, well, last submission for the submarine parts. Here we have the commissioned officer, Captain Wise, BY-409. Beautiful bomber. A Pontus will randomly appear, and we're gonna see how it's gonna deal with it. Engines have been speeding up, shields are activated. We have a sonar buoy. Dragging it in the water a little bit to give us an approximate location. Oh yeah! Are you kidding me? Oh wow, that's very amazing. That's an instant AI kill. Damn! Well, that sonar buoy definitely paid off. Let's just spawn another Pontus just to see what happens. Now it's a diff guns, so we'll see if it will be able to deal with that. But that's what's really amazing. Really amazing indeed. Look at that. Wow, okay. That I think that was the fastest action so far. Look at it. And now it didn't shoot, but I think it... Oh. It needs to activate another sonar buoy. It kind of lost its track. And Captain Wise design actually has one of the... among the lowest in firepower. But we can definitely see that it is well delivered firepower for sure. I think it may be somewhere related to... I don't know, it didn't drop the sonar buoy again, so we just respawned it because I would think that it's might be a little bit unfair on how it's set up with the sonar buoy to spawn. I don't know really how it works, so we're gonna spawn it just once again here, fresh, and we can see that's some really accurate. How does it crit kill it 2 times in a... Okay. Well, I think we all know what grade that will have on a 5 graded scale. That's really amazing. Can we like... Thank you. Beautiful indeed. So, we have now checked all of the submissions versus a submarine target. So, next time we're going to be looking at efficiency, I believe. Well, in any case, I hope you enjoyed this little video, and if you did, you should definitely leave a like and subscribe. If you want to help the channel even more, well, you can support us on YouTube memberships, for example, like Venerated Powered by Greed or Stellar C2. Or become a commissioned officer in the Army of GMODIST is also very nice. But until next time, we have flown back to the headquarters meeting room, and I will say like this planning room this is, I believe. In any case, I will say thanks a lot for tuning in this time too. This is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST, and you are dismissed. Anyways, see ya. Enlisted and commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST, you're most welcome to the next part of the bomber trials. I don't know if you've seen this poster before, but it's an actual product now on 4th wall. So I made it into a real poster. So I'm strongly considering it to getting that poster IRL, but we'll see what I will order for my first order. They've given me like $40 or something in credit that I can order from, so that's pretty interesting. We're gonna see and compare the quality with the 4th wall stuff. In any case, they are having good reviews, but we're gonna get back into testing the bombers, and in this episode we're going to test all of your bombers' efficiency. So what we basically need to do is we're going to test some different metrics to know which of the bombers are more efficient than the other bombers. So for example, does it have start standby modes? How much materials does it draw when out of combat? How much firepower per material plus material carried does it have? And stuff like that. So with that said, we are going to take the air dinghy out to the testing fields in the water and see some different stuff there, as well as taking them all over to the land testing area, and we're gonna measure some results. Let's go. So how will we check efficiency? Well, there are some different ways we're going to do that. We're going to use the V menu, and inside of here we find a total firepower. We're going to take the total firepower and divide it by the cost of the ship. And doing that, we're getting a little magical number that basically tells us how much firepower a unit has per materials you spend on investing in that vehicle. And that's gonna be one part of the efficiency metric. We basically wanna know how much firepower a ship is bringing per the cost of the ship, or, well, bomber plane instead. Now, there is another little thing we need to check here. And that's, of course, equally, if not more important. And that metric is efficiency in terms of how much does it burn when standing by. So we're just gonna click measure here, and we can see an updated bracket here. And it basically is 2.7, 2.8, or 2.7 per second. So then we have another metric that tells us how much material it burns just standing by per second, which is, well, 2.7 in this case. The last metric I want to check is actually the speed of the vehicle. So we activate top speed mode and make it move. And after that, we're trying to locate the vehicle by just building on it. And we're gonna see. We're now getting a speed of, let's see here, why are we turning? That doesn't make an, oh, okay. No? Interesting. This confuses me so much every time. When we set it into patrol mode and we go out to this map, we have to have it in auto mode because otherwise it doesn't move. I don't know. I must say a lot of stuff in this game is a little bit clunky and weird. Anyways, we can see our speed is clocking in at 91 meters per second. Then we have the beautiful Manta War, and this one has super cool measures to not burn any materials when standing by. So you can see here we're checking it, and we are checking the firepower by the cost, and we have written up that number. And then we can see here it doesn't have any custom jet engine, so it's 0 per second. Power use is also 0 per second. So it's just chilling here. Like it's burning no materials per second at all. So it actually clocks in at 0. Alright. So let us select this beast and set it to a movement command so that we can check what speeds we're gaining. Alright. We are 38 meters per second. Let's see here what we got. Top speed. It has an even faster top speed, I believe.
Airborne at your service.
It does have an even quicker one there, but let's see here. Oh. But now we're at 38 meters per second. Interesting. Why does it read another value here? So here we have 69 meters per second, and this is not the case. This would be the values if it was in battle, I suppose. It's kind of weird. Alright, so I suppose we need to do like this. We're gonna get into the seat just so we can stand up here. Select no weapons. We're gonna select top speed and patrol mode here. Let's see if we're gaining a quicker speed now. We're not really. So it seems that the like cruise mode for this. Yeah, okay. And so 18 materials per second. Damn, that's really high. But it's when it's moving. I suppose if we spawn a enemy, I bet it's gonna be a lot faster. What the hell? Now we're pushing up the speeds here. Right, so interesting. 12 materials per second. Is it more efficient now? This doesn't make any sense. But it's all cool. When standing by on a water area, it's using 0. So, and that's what we're measuring. That it might use a couple of materials when cruising and stuff like that, you know. That's no big deal. It's okay. Like what we are actually interested in is if it's reaching any, like if it's using materials just existing, and it doesn't. However, the top speed is listed to be 69. Nice. But if we don't have any enemies, it's gonna use less. So when we don't have any enemies around, it's like it goes into another power mood. So if we just set it like that, and we see it, it's just gonna maneuver to go at a slower speed, exactly 38. So the speed we are checking isn't combat max speed. It is like the cruising speed, how fast we can, well, basically put this thing into service. When we were just cruising around with this thing, we want to know how long time it will take for it to get there. And yes, if we take it out of play, it would theoretically instead be able to move at the top speed, but that's more of a game bug than anything else. If it's in play, we need to, or I want to take the in play like numbers into account mainly, because we can always trick the out of play numbers a little bit to make our vehicles efficient that way, but that's no fun. So the top speed for this one in cruising speed, less like this, even though if it's set that top speed movement, which may only be activated, no, maybe the top speed is only, I don't know if it's only out of play or in play, but it doesn't matter very much. It's what we're counting this time. Well, in any case, we got those numbers down, so we should move on. By the way, we're gonna test this on a land map too, because I do know it actually has some, it actually is able to deal with land areas too. Man, this thing has like 9 in firepower. The Isanth from StarMade. And it's going over budget, so I think this is gonna have the absolute worst score in terms of firepower per investment. It doesn't burn a lot of materials per second. It ain't 0, but together this should be 0.5, so half a material per second. So pretty efficient there. And we're clocking in at a speed of 36 meters per second. So here we have Jono's real submission, and it's shitting pretty much here, so that's pretty interesting. We should indeed go and check the... Yeah, it actually completely shuts down the engines here. Almost. Yeah, they do. It's like just activating a tiny little bit every now and then. So yeah, it's gonna be very efficient. This thing does also provide a lot of efficiency, because when it's when it's standing by, it's just passively existing. I will say it doesn't do it in the most awesome looking way possible. It's just floating. But it works, and that's the important thing. So it's getting maximum score for this one. As you can see here, we have given it a movement command. Is it? It ain't gonna stay at this level. No, of course not. But it is. Right now it is. Okay, now, okay, look at that. Now it's gaining speed. Right. 72 meters per second we are moving at right now. Oh yes, 72. Well, that's very beautiful. This thing looks expensive just swooping around here. Let's see here. It doesn't have custom jet engines. I would have expected that. But these are just flush jets. Yeah, I see that now. Right. And it's 2 materials per second in total. It goes up and down like that, but slightly below 2, but not far from that, so ish 2. Alright. Perhaps it's more 1.6, 1.7. It's actually... It says 1.6, but this looks a lot more like 1.7, so that's what we're gonna write down. So that's actually not very high. We're gonna do some fleet movements here, just to make sure. See what the speed is gonna be. 60, 1, 2, 3, 4. 63 seems to be the normal number we're stopping at. Well, you kind of know the business by now. So basically, we are just continuing with all of them there. Right, and what do we got more at? Power. This is so annoying for the electric, steam electric designs. There doesn't seem to be a nice way to check. It's like no. It's like it doesn't tell me here. Why? Steam, why does it say only steam propellers? This is so adapted for just boats, man. Yeah, that's pretty crappy. So we need to go inside of here and find our different stuff here. So here we have, how should we guess this? 0.15 times 2, so 0. Man, there are so many of them. I don't want to. 0.3. Here we have another one. That's ish 1 material per second so far. No, we have more of them. 26. And here, oh lords. 26. So 2.6. 2. And this is 5. There's another one. So 10, 12. Right, so 13 materials per second, if I didn't miss any of them. 30, that's, This is pretty expensive standing by, man. This is 13 materials per second. Alright. Alright. Well, there we got it. There we got it. This was calculation hell. This is like worst so far with like... this is like 5 times as bad as the worst one so far. Well, it's pretty quick. 84. Oh my god. The water is starting to look pretty ominous here. Oh, look. You can see the beautiful sky. Isn't that quite nice? Are we too close to these lands? Is this why? Alright. So what's happening here? Firepower, right? So let's do some calcs. We got a really efficient one again. Look at that. Completely turned off here. It'll just need to check that we don't have a lot of... What is creating this sound though? Doesn't really matter. We're absolutely clean. That's beautiful. So let us hop out of build mode and moving out. Send it moving away. Here we go. Let it gain some flapping speed. Doesn't this look very beautiful? This is like the perfect screensaver. 40 meters per second ain't bad either. Oh no, we have another funky one. And it's not like your fault for building this, I will say that. It's like I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the game for making my life hard because the game hasn't put in proper measurements. So it's not you, it's the game who's done this. Right, so 3 materials per second. Yep. And now we're clocking some speed, which happens to be 62. And now for some of our favorites. The Penguin, which happens to have pretty good firepower per materials. 8 materials per second is pretty high though. But it's clocking in at a pretty decent top speed of 100 or cruising speed at 135. So it will be quick to the battlefield, that has to be said. So even though it burns so much materials, I want to check though. It still only burns 8-ish. But in any case, it will get to the battlefield so fast that it won't run out of material. So that's one good thing. Like, we're going to take a lot of stuff into account, and if you take this speed, so the previous build, it has a top speed of 62 when cruising, and since that kind of burns half the materials when just standing by too, it's, you know, this is necessarily not worse because it's so quick to the battlefield too. So we're trying to value and measure all the different aspects fairly so we can get a good estimation. Ah, this bomber cam is just beautiful. This is also Nilden's build, so we're gonna see the values. Well, we got some decent values there, and it's 4 materials per second just standing by. So how quick is it? We're clocking in at 82, so this is a pretty quick one. Definitely better balanced than the Penguin. That it's more efficient. It really is, all things considered, than the Penguin. Pretty much very high firepower for the material spent on this, and this is a cheaper design too, by almost 10k than max allowance. So we seem to be burning almost a material per second. Now that seems to be all we got. Let's just check we don't have any hidden shenanigans in here. We don't. I would have been surprised because this is a compact design. Man, 151 seems to be a little bit more often. So that's our cruising speed, ladies and gentlemen. This is a quick one. Good balance, not so many materials per second when just standing by. It's like only 1. Now it goes up to 6 because we're cruising here. And yeah, that's pretty good. 151, and pretty much a lot of firepower per materials, and yeah, it's a good balance. This is a good balance. The Sardalk, this thing is so damn cool, especially when you're sitting in the cockpit and just looking at it locking on. Ah, very cool. It just has this slightly worrisome way to just go up and down like this when standing by. It's not only this specimen, miss it. Did I spawn it too high or something? Let's just control. Oh no, it's gonna dive up and down like this. Well, good to know. 5 per second. Pretty high cost keeping this. By the way, if some of the little bit inefficient designs will be one of the winners here, I think we need to make a carrier for them. For example, if the Sardalk here by Pizza Summoner, or Light of the World's Star Drop, or let's see here, the Penguin for example, if they would win, they would probably always be mounted on a carrier, because they're just, if they're one of the winners, they need to be on a carrier, because like we're not spending 5 materials per second just to have, like, imagine a squad of this. It's like 20 materials per second just to keep them around. Like, what the hell? I've tried for a while now. I did even take it like out of play and stuff. I don't know, we kill one of them. It's so weird. So basically, if I go here, it doesn't have a behavior. And it doesn't have maneuver. Why? Like, okay. So it's like breadboard only then? So the thing is, we can't say to it to go somewhere. And I don't want to mess with the design. Like, it needs to be working, like when we are going to judge it after how it works when we're getting it. And this thing, I can't make it move to the target. So this is an issue. We'll have to take that into the accounts a little bit here, because yeah, We'll see how we're going to score that. But we're just measuring its standby speed, and I guess it's like 50-ish meters per second, going up and down a little bit. Yeah, but it would be lovely if Pizza Summoner perhaps knows if we can add a routine or if that messes things up. Because right now, if we're gonna use this in the campaign, we can't set it to patrol or go somewhere, and that is that's an issue. It's breadboarded. I don't know if I can add a routine or whatever it works, but it can't go anywhere now. So it will need a little exclamation mark here in the scoring. This thing just sounds like it's eating materials for breakfast. So we have Rush's design here, the butterfly wasp. So let's see, here are some scores. It seems to be actually only 1 materials per second, so that's fine. Like, not optimal for just chilling around and just eating materials like that, but it ain't eating much, so it's not a big issue. It's pretty quick doing this too. It's pretty crazy. Like, damn, it flies so stable. Look at this thing, it's just swooshing forwards in this funny little angle. And it's really cool. So we're clocking in at 86. I'd say it's pretty good for like keeping this speed, and I'm just curious. Kind of burns the same when it goes at max speed all the time. It's pretty efficient. So makes me wonder. We have a carbureted engine, of course we do. We have an RPM at max, which is interesting. Oh, so if it doesn't go up to full, which it kind of does. Well, whatever, it works. It's like shilling here, but it sounds like everything is online. Well, I guess we just need to check it. Oh, look at that. Very low power use. See there. 0.36 per second. And oh my god, 6. I hear the sounds of the shields. This Daggery from Sean Reed needs a shield switch. It needs a switch turning off the shields when they're not in use. Because we are 6.4 plus 0.36. So 6.8. This thing eats... This thing has already eaten all the materials for breakfast. It is an easy fix, but we are not considering easy fixes. We are considering the actual submissions. So 6.8. Ooh, this is the 3rd worst so far in terms of eating materials when standing by. Alright. Oh no. Right. We have given it a movement command, but it will get out of here eventually. Oh yes, it found its way. Let's go to the waypoint, it said. And we're zooming in at a neat 42, 43. 42 was a better number, come on, it's the answer to everything. But it is 43, so this is not the answer to everything then. Well, it isn't the answer to material efficiency, so that is indeed very true. So 43 it is. What may be the answer to everything, however, is Sean Reed's next submission, which is this beautiful little biplane, all in gold. It seems to have the same issue with not having a shield switch, because these shields just eat materials. Oh lord. 9 materials per second. This is... It's not the worst, it's the 2nd worst. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It's those shields, man. It's those shields. I'm so sorry you can't fix it before I set the scores. But if this wins, you will be able to, of course, fix it and submit it as like an improved version, of course, with just fixing all the issues that came up. But not until we set the final scores, and this is just eating materials very much. We're taking off for cruise flight. any moment now. Or soon. I don't know, man, it just won't get up of here. I don't understand. Does it not... Man, it just needs a balloon or something to get up here somehow. It's like... Look. It's out of combat, so it seems to not be getting... Well, it will be a little bit difficult then, in case we need to transport them when they're out of combat. It's gonna be very, very weird. So the cruise, like, if it's out of combat, it just won't go. So the cruise speed is 3 meters per second. It really, yeah, like, that's what we get when we set it to move somewhere. That kind of surprised me very much. I think it's probably set up in a way to only activate its engine at like full juice when there is an enemy around. And that will be a little bit difficult to use that kind of setup for a campaign setting. Well, 3 it is. I don't know how else we could set that. But as you might imagine, that's the slowest cruise speed so far. But I bet it burns... If it wasn't for the shield, I bet it would burn so few materials per second doing this. It seems that this is also Sean Reed's submission. It also seems to be having this issue with the shields being active all the time. Well, at least it's an easy fix, but it sets us at a nice 4 materials per second. Oh no, I think it has the same issue as the sunspot. Yep, it does. We're clocking in at 2 meters per second. And why is this like... I'm not just being a annoying person here. It has a reason, and that's we want to know the speeds of transporting these things in campaign mode when they're out of battle. So how long, when we're going to campaign, how long does it take to take over this thing and say go there and prepare for battle? And that's why this this matters. Because when they're like in play like this, they're gonna be sitting around and doing this, and that's why they need the very low score they get here, because this is gonna cause an issue in campaign. So that's why it's relevant, if that wasn't self-explanatory and obvious. This is one is having an ECM jammer, and by the way, for the ECM jammer you can also make a smart switch. I have that on all my designs that utilized it too. We're not sitting in the water, but we're having some issues. Ooh, the engines are like they're so low because it's trying to save materials, but it's using the materials due to the shields. Well, well, we're clocking in at 20 meters per second, so it's like it moves at a acceptable speed. Definitely on the slower side, but I don't think my helicopter is much better actually. And let's even check how quick my helicopter is. Right. Oh, by the way, this is not Gimli Mark II, but this is BB Afterparty Gimli class battleship. It's a slight variant of the Gimli that is going to participate in a big battleship tournament of 2.2 materials, which is kind of inspired by the Gimli battles, and it's gonna be a proper tournament with a lot of rules, and Sean Reed is putting that together, so it will be available if you want to join that tournament. It won't be on my Discord channel, but it will be on the Arena. The Arena is a special Discord for tournaments, for From the Depths tournaments, so join there. It's easy to find, or just ask anyone, or just join it via the main like regular Discord for From the Depths, the official one. It's linked there. Second chapter, Frontier Fleet, anti-air. There we go. This thing is actually... I wonder if this thing is... I wonder if this I didn't even think about it. If I would have configured this helicopter to meet my needs, to target subs and stuff, this thing could actually have been participating in my own trials, but that would have been strange. I don't want to participate in my own Army of GMODISM trial. This just feels a little bit stupid. Like, it's so sad for everyone participating if I would win that, so I'm not gonna do that, but I just realized it's like doing that. So it's pretty funny. Yeah, whenever, like, this ain't participating, it isn't. But what we're gonna do, I just wanna see, just for fun, it burns 0.3 materials per second, so yeah, that's a pretty good score, just standing by like that, if I'm judging this by the same standards. I'm selecting this one,
Moving out.
and we're moving this. Let's see here. We are... It's a really steep angle when this thing moves, but it's required to to keep the speeds that I wanted to keep. You can see it here. Looks a little bit stupid, but I mean it's also about function. So this clocks in at it's much faster than 20 meters per second. It is, but it's a 36, so it's not the world's fastest heli. It really isn't, but I think it's kind of 0.67, 65, 3, I don't know, something like that. Burning materials is pretty efficient, actually. Well, makes me happy because this is already like this is the second chapter Frontier Fleet, which we're gonna conquer the Nether with. So this is already in here. So I'm glad it's kind of ish. Decent. What isn't decent though, what's absolutely horrible, is the flying broadsword air battleship. This thing is horrible. Oh my lord, I don't know if I want to know how much materials per second this thing is eating just chilling here. This is not built with efficiency in mind. Total firepower. The simple cannon is giving what? Why is it given as infinity? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the flying broadsword has a firepower rating of infinity. Fear it. Yeah, so definitely you should fear this thing. It's absolutely dangerous. It has infinity levels of firepower. Well, in any case, this is... Ooh! Only 3 materials per second for custom jet engines? That can't be true. Okay, let's see here what it burns. What? It's kind of like 10 materials per second? Are you kidding me? This is absolutely insane. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's like... So say it goes up and down, so 11-ish, 12 goes to this. So 12 plus 12, okay, 15. So it's only using 15 materials per second to kind of exist. This makes it about as efficient as Light of the World's Star Drop when just standing by. However, it's not supposed to do this. What are we doing? Well, never mind. It's not that bad, and I must say I'm pretty shocked about that. Actually, it's pretty insane. Look at it! Isn't that nice? It's just swishing by here. I bet the materials per second has slightly increased a little bit, but it's only 15 materials per second when just chilling here. Oh, doesn't it have... Ooh, this thing might have some no, not jet. What are they called? Steam electric generators that I kind of forgot to calculate with here. Okay, so when we're moving, we're clocking in at 18 materials per second. I haven't checked this for ages. 20. Okay, so it's gonna burn a lot of materials when it's moving, of course. But it's also 1 million ships, so I mean, I guess that's to be expected. But I just thought it to be pretty interesting when we're checking efficiency of stuff anyways. 54 meters per second is pretty decent too, I think, for a ship this size flying around and just generally existing to look cool. So yeah. So ish around 50 materials per second when it's moving, but well, we didn't calculate that. But then we also have the slight fact that we might have some stuff I've forgotten about. I don't know if it has steam electric. It was pretty long time since I built this thing, so I can't say I quite remember, but it doesn't seem to have them, and I can't remember putting them there because when I built this thing I had absolutely no clue on how to make a decently efficient steam electric generator. So because I didn't know that, I just didn't. Look, another screensaver. Army of GMODIST screensaver. Okay, press screen print now and get your personalized AOG screensaver today. Breaks over, so shotgun darts. No, shotguns dart. Yeah, that's right. So here we go. What do we have here? Ooh, this one is pretty pricey too. So we have 5 from custom jet engines, and then we have fuel engines taking 4. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new second worst in terms of passive pollution. Ooh, this one also need a shield switch. Look at that. It needs a shield switch. Look, it's using 1200 power all the time. Do we need an instant tutorial on how to do a shield switch? Or like a decoy switch and stuff like that? Is that something people don't know to do, maybe? It's really simple with ACBs, but maybe I should do a tutorial about it. And if you want that, please tell me that in the comments and I shall add it to my instant tutorials to-do list. Well, at least we're not slow. Clocking in at 129 meters per second, 28 meters per second. It's 29. Scoov emission is next. So here we have this beautiful thing. The 3-wall, which is not a narwhal because it has 3 horns. Yes. It's only using 2 material per second standing by, so it's pretty decent. A little bit in the higher end, but still acceptable. We've taken some notes on how much firepower it has in order, well, compared to how much it costs to build this thing. And I'll just need to measure its speeds here. So we are cruising at 61 meters per second, so we should write that down. Half the speed of the previous thing, but this is many times more efficient when it comes to using materials per second when just standing by. So that's one thing. You can see, just wanna see. Cool. 6 plus 7, 13, 1.3, no? Yes, that's 1.3 materials per second then. Together with this number. So that's pretty, that's in the kind of good range here. That's efficient metrics. Very nice. We already got a number for firepower per materials spent. No, that's here. Moving out here. And now we should measure how fast we are going towards the waypoint. We are smoking our way there at a nice 40 meters per second. Next up we have American's bomber plane, so let's check the values here. And it actually has the same firepower per cost values. It's pretty funny, like the previous one, which was Scubimation's second submission, if I didn't say that. 1 material per second is the answer, very nice. We're cruising at a nice 52 meters per second. Here we have another easy fix that is annoying, we can't fix until this is concluded. Adding this thing. Oh my god. Oh, how crazy. There is actually a supercharger here. It's just hidden accidentally with Mimic. Who would have thought? It seems to be averaging at 2.5 materials per second. So a little pricey in terms of that. but not too bad. We are ever cruising on at a very beautiful flight. This, am I right or am I right? This is another beautiful screenshot. Look at that. Well, in any case, the answer is 70 for cruising speeds. I'm getting a 2.6 materials per second here. For Cringe's second submission. Ooh. We're closing in on the end of these submissions here, so that's interesting. Wow, 95. That's pretty quick. That's one of the quicker ones. 95 meters per second when cruising. And you may think that I should measure the materials per second when cruising too, but I feel that's like the main reason I'm not doing that is because I'm lazy. And the other reason I'm not doing that is because it's more relevant what they spend when they're standing by, because realistically, bomber planes will be spending more time on the ground / just chilling about than they will spend time actually doing something. So that's the other reason, beyond laziness. So now we have Commissioned Officer Captain Wise bomber. So let's see what we got. Materials here. 76 plus 76, that's ish 081.6. Together should be 1.6, yeah. We got a nice value there for firepower per material spent. This is, I believe, the cheapest one of them all. And a real masterpiece. It looks so beautiful. I kind of always wonder a little bit what Captain Y is using to make these like gold trim rods around stuff. By the way, you will see some other builds for Captain Y. Normally, I build something for my commissioned officers, but Captain Y wanted his commissioned officer reward to be more in lines of, I built something for you instead. So we're gonna do a special video about that, of course, in the future, because I do videos, like normally I would do a video when I build something for a commissioned officer, but now it's kind of, I'm making a video about the other thing around. So hope you're gonna see, you're gonna enjoy that. I will say, this is not a spoiler, but it isn't. I'll give you two things. It's about Captain Y building a fleet oiler, and the name of the fleet oiler is Hermod. Just there we got something. You'll see when that comes out. Alright, let's send this to some movements. Oh lords. Okay, it finds a nice altitude here. Oh, is it so advanced? Does it have some breadboard magic to go lower in order to go faster or something? I'm not actually sure if it go fastest if it's low or high. But the thing is, if you didn't notice this, you can go in here. It's like from the depth it's probably more advanced than you think. But if you go in here, you can see air density at this altitude 100%. So that makes our like the blades on this thing be more efficient. It also gives more drag. So generally jet planes should go higher and like, oh god, this is gonna be interesting. So jet planes should go higher and propeller planes can go a little bit lower in order to get higher speeds. That's the same reason in real life that commercial airliners that are propeller planes go usually at a much lower altitude than commercial jets. Yeah, because what I just said. But in any case, the answer is 87 or 88. I think it's 88 more times. So we'll write down 88. Beautiful! So there we go. We're flying in this beautiful little plane here. That's actually something we should totally do. We should do like this. We should actually test this in from the depth now. Right. We're gonna take manual control. Oh no. Oh no. I thought my game crashed there for a moment. It didn't. But in any case, we're trying to... Oh lords. It's so hard controlling a jet plane. manually. We're gonna lock on like this. We're gonna let it take over for a second. And we're going to make it take control. Alright. So, oh no. So we're basically gonna see here, if we climb a little bit, if we climb to, say, 500, an altitude of 500, I think it tries to take over control from me now. Well, we're about to stall, I believe. If we just pause the game here, we can check this thing. So, the air density at this altitude, 7%. So, any wings and propellers should be pretty bad at this. So that's probably why we're stalling a little bit. It's probably not the... yeah, it's probably not the breadboard. It's just we're stalling. Well, when we're diving down, we're having a pretty quick meters per second. Dive bomber would be a thing. Now we're getting responsive again here. Right. So... I don't know. Or maybe not, who knows. In any case, it might be breadboard, it might be the game, I'm not actually sure, but we can't go higher, is the only answer. Maybe they take out each other because we're gonna have higher levels of air density up down here, so propellers will be better, but we'll have more drag. Up there is no drag, but the propellers don't get as much force, so maybe it's like plus minus zero-sum game, as they say. Well, I do really hope you've enjoyed this little episode at least. We now got all the numbers, and of course I will not tell you exactly how everything is judged here, but from watching this video I'm sure you should be pretty sure. I've realized we forgot the part, and that's to check if things that stand by on water also does that on land. So yeah, instead of doing a reasonable way, I just spawned all of them in case I would forgot anything of them. So we're just basically gonna do this. Oh man. We're gonna see who's chilling about and who's going into zip around and chill about mood. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So the things that are just zooming about is of course the same mood. But we have like, here we can see Sean Reed's aspirant. It's just standing here. It has some rubber things, so it seems to not damage itself by standing here, so it seems to be working pretty fine. Or does it? Yeah. I don't know where that rubber is, but it works. This one is chilling about here too, as well as the sunspot. I'm not really sure what this is trying to do, but it's trying to not scrape the ground all the time. Poor thing, I think they're gonna collide. So yeah. Chilling about. Here we have a Pizza Summoner. Oh no. It actually lost some blocks. Ooh. We're having some issues here. We're having some issues there. I'll note that down. Oh my god, we got an explosion in the air. I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do to this, so I'll add a little 2 at the exclamation mark the Saladalk received for not taking orders. This is not your part, is it? Ew, you are repairing. Isn't that quite nice? This is another ship, okay. So this chills about as it should. Everything seems to be as it should, except perhaps this one. I'm not really sure. I think this might also warrant an exclamation mark, because it's damaging itself when zooming around like this. Yeah, that doesn't really work. Just can't do that. Oh. Ew, look at that. Your poor rubber legs didn't spawn right. But now you can sit about here. Okay, it's a little bit unfair you spawned in like that. So we'll take a what? Oh, it just didn't get up for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, the other one, the only thing that's different, that's this thing from. Oh my god. We have this beautiful thing from the Secret Advisor. It's going in like chill mode like this. So it's 50 materials or 24 materials per second. Now it's infinity. And here it's 0. I think I'll need to go inside and check a little bit here actually and see if we get something. This thing is a little bit hard to measure actually. It's like 7 periods per second and now it's 0. And we got some other ones like this one below here. It's like 3 and it's like 0. I'm not really. This is probably a little bit difficult to score. So I probably just have to make something approximate. So is it like half of the time? 7. So it's like 10 materials per second, half of the time or something? Well, since what we're gonna use all these ships for, it's gonna be a little bit more important how stuff is dealing with water mode. Well, now somebody got and attacked him a little bit, but it's gonna be a little bit more important for what we're gonna do in water mode. So I think I'll just add an arbitrary number to the general efficiency score. So it's dragging-ish 5 materials per second when it's chilling about at land. So sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. So I'm gonna put in a little number there at the efficiency value because it was 0. So it's gonna be like, I don't know, 1, 2, something like that. Probably 1 to make it even out the values a little bit. Now this, why? What did you do that? You've been chilling around here all the time. There was no reason for you to jump up like that. Why? Why did you do that? Well, it's not getting damaged. This thing is just chilling so extremely beautifully here. It almost warrants an extra point for being beautiful here, but that's not what we're judging this episode. Well, I almost want to give the hummingbird an extra point for looking so splendid just sitting around here. But I suppose we won't. But yeah, it's definitely providing exactly what it did before. And this one is actually a true 0 when it comes to standby material consumption. Well, thanks a lot once again for submitting all these beautiful designs to the Army of GMODISM trials. Look at them. So in any case, we are going to basically be back next time. And next time we're going to do... I think we're gonna go to the land and do some land battles. So that's gonna be all fun. But in any case, I'm gonna take the scores I got and I'm going to do a point system. So like I did before, I'm going to divide out points from a score to 0 to 5 to kind of give points for this. So each of the scores will be 0 to 5 and we're adding in them up, and each of the challenges are about as equally important, but efficiency is a big deal. So I think I might give out points at least 0 to 10 for this one. But I'm going to look at the values and then I'm going to divide the points in a rightful manner. But God, my notebook where I keep my score, you've seen it quickly a little bit before, but it's insane. It says so small numbers, so much text there. But anyways, huge thanks for providing the ships here, and I hope I see you next time. This is your host GMODISM, and we are most honorably signing out. This is your Lord High Admiral signing out indeed. So with that said, we'll say AOG Invictus. Like the video and subscribe very much. Commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODISM. It's your Lord High Admiral speaking, and we're back with the bomber trials. This time, we're going to test bombers against some pretty fast foe. They are known as the Sidewinders. Very, very fast craft, very easy to kill, but, well, if you can hit it. So we're gonna see how your designs will perform, and it will be highly interesting to see that. A special mention is that our former Captain Scoobrox has upgraded himself to the rank of Commodore, and then has climbed the ranks again due to his valor to Admiral. So we will be having a build project coming up in the near future. Anyways, let's get out there and check your bombers. The Deepwater Guard Sidewinder. Or no, it's something else. I haven't played the Ashes yet. We'll get there. Anyways, this is the Sidewinder, as you can see here. We're gonna take a little quick look at it. You can see it's pretty darn fast. That's the reason why we chose this vehicle. It has a top speed of about 100 meters per second, despite being bound by land. It offers some light anti-air guns and some, well, I guess that's more harpoon or something. Not really sure what's loaded in these missiles. It actually seems to be explosive. In any case, here you can see we are relying on a, is this a steam thruster setup? Anyways, it's a very beautiful, very cool design. We shouldn't admire it too much, however, because our goal is to destroy it. But this vehicle deserves some mention slash condolences, because there is a certain pufferfish inside of here who will hopefully meet a very violent end very fast, very soon. In any case, let's go and spawn the first bombers in the list. We're probably not gonna be able to fit everyone in one episode, by the way. We're going with the same order as before. So here we have Adnecrius coming up here. So let the game go. I forgot something. I had one hold spawn very close. So we're spawning two Sidewinders here. And we're gonna see how the Storihana will, well, first detect the foes and then deal with them. So we're having two different foes here, so we can see how it chooses to basically deal with a cloud of enemies. When we put in a bomber to deal with a situation like this, we obviously want the bomber to be able to deal with such small threats like this one. However, it also needs to be able to deal with them in a kind of group, so it doesn't get completely confused that it's two of them. Because as understood, the small bomb, like the small Sidewinders, they're so easy to kill if you can hit them, but they can confuse some slower bombers like a lot. The reason why we need to be able to take out fast targets like this is that we actually need to be able to employ, you know, a nice little bomber against a target threat, which is consisting of a couple of tiny land-going vehicles. If we don't have the time to put in land reinforcements, that's a perfect job for a couple of, well, bombers to deal with. And even though the Sidewinders are really tiny, each of them costs 25,000 materials. I believe they are pretty inefficient designs, but in general, we want a bomber to be able to punch upwards why I thought it was relevant to see how we're dealing with a tiny little crowd of them. If we can send out a bomber to reliably deal with a tiny threat like this. I do believe that the Story Hana will insta-kill them if it's able to hit, but it may not be. So far we haven't dealt too much damage. We are going to do reruns if we need to, if the craft is getting damaged in a way so it kinda suffers some issues there. Okay, I think we need to do like this. However, I believe that the Story Hana should be able to take some fire from these small sidewinders. And that's another thing that changed a little bit here. We are going to take the performance into account of survivability a little bit here. This is not the pure survivability tests, but we will not make the bombers invulnerable because we want their own weapons to be able to damage themselves. As we've seen with some of the bomber designs, they've had issues where they kind of damaged themselves too. So we want to make sure that that exists here. So the survivability will be a part of the score, but dealing with the bombers here will of course be the most amount of the score here. And we can see the Story Hana has successfully taken out one of these sidewinders. And we're having some issues with those missiles not being too accurate here. Well, we're gonna see how this ends. It really seems that the Story Hana side got crippled again, which made its maneuverability kinda bad, which made it not be able to hit this thing very reliably. Also, the Story Hana's auxiliary missiles seem to be a tiny little bit too slow to actually reliably deal with the sidewinder. So we're having a little bit of a survivability issue here. If we repair the wings again, I believe the accuracy will be much better. So we're going to grade it on a 5-point scale. The different challenges have some different scales, but most of the challenges have a singular 5-point scale. So we're going to put it according to that 5-point scale. I think I know enough how able it is to deal with a sidewinder like this. Again, it is... the Story Hana isn't much more expensive than a sidewinder, so, you know. But the Story Hana from Ad Necres is actually too expensive, so it has those issues too. You know, I think a Story Hana should probably be able to deal with 2 sidewinders. It kinda doesn't, but it kinda does decently. But I know that I will not be able to send one of these into battle to deal with 2 sidewinders. It will not be enough. So I think I got enough for the scores. Yeah, so we're gonna move on to the next one, which looks gorgeous, by the way, in its standby mode. Look at it. This is Korvak's design. No, Kovrak's. I mess that up all the time. The Secret Advisor, also known as. This is Diamanta War. You've seen it before. Maybe you're even... maybe you even would say you like it a lot. Maybe you are in the Manta. Whoops. There we go. There we got another one. Alright. So I believe we have 2 sidewinders here. Yeah, I didn't accidentally spawn 3 of them. That's good. So we're having some fragments popping in here. I guess that's like proximity fused frags. It's actually pretty competent anti-air stuffs. Ooh. Oh no. It decided to disengage. Oh no. Oh lord. That ain't great. That's... I wonder what happened. I don't know what happened there. My god, that was so surprising. It just insta-died. Well, we spawned everything afresh. So we're gonna see, it kind of flies pretty low. Alright. Manta. Come on. Alright. And there we go. It really gets freaked out by those missiles. Oh no. I think the particular loadout of the Sidewinders are probably particularly dangerous for the Manta War since it has so much wood. And it seems to actually be chased by them. Poor thing. It seems to have troubles. It's getting kind of chased. Alright, it's not shot down at least. Let's see if we're getting an aim here. We're disengaging. I don't get it. I don't get it. Do we have some detection issues here? Let's try and see if we can do a repair. It's moving really smoothly to avoid those missiles, but we're again in the situations we're actually getting chased by these tiny crafts. Oh, bam! That's loud, man. It didn't hit, however. Alright. I think the Manta War is better designed to punch upwards. Now it's trying to use its tail to gauge the sonar detections a bit, which is not the right way, not the right area to do that. Or maybe it just looked like it. No, it's trying to dip down a bit. Oh man, I did expect the Manta War to just insta-kill one of them. I wonder why it's so hesitant. Is it a detection or something? We seem to have a detector in there. Alright, there we go. Ah, miss again. I'll guess we'll try and restart this bell. There we go. It likes to go low on this Ashes of the Empires map. I think it must be thinking that we're kind of close to the water and thus it tries to compensate for that. Alright. So it was a little bit hesitant before. Let's see if it will line up and actually fire here. Ah, it just doesn't. Well, let me check. I'm not controlling any weapons right now, because I shouldn't be sitting in this seat at all, which I am not. Alright, so because I know before I messed things up. Well, I think well, I know the Manta War is very competent at punching upwards. I do know that, but well, for this particular challenge, it's not very good at dealing with the quick wheels, as we call them. It just hasn't enough time to line up and pick a shot. It just gets lost and gets damaged, and like not a lot of stuff is happening here. So I think we have to go to the next challenge actually. So in any case, well, that was a bummer. That was well, I think I'm as disappointed as you are, the secret advisor. because I really thought it would insta-crack him. But I understand, it takes some time to line up these diff guns, and again, this is really a upwards punching craft, not cleaning up the small parts, small crafts. Well, next up we have Jono's second submission, the Isanth 5, which is more the meme build from StarMade, but whatever. I allowed multiple entries, so it shall be tested like the other ones. Jono has 2 submissions, that's not very much, because Nilden has 3, and that's nothing but because Sean Reed has 4, and then Scuvimation in the Cringe has 2 too. I don't know if I missed the multiples, but next Army of GMODIST Trials, I'm sorry, but I will limit it to 1 entry per person. It's very cool to see a lot of submissions, but since more people, since a lot more people than I would have expected kind of wanted to do this, I got a lot more submissions than I thought. Because it's kind of really specific. It's not just build a bomber, it's like build a Army of GMODIST bomber with our fleet colors and decals or else kind of setup. So of course this is kind of the exception because it's a meme, but yeah, with the understanding that it might not have qualified in, but I felt StarMade nostalgic, so I didn't. I let it stay here. I let it stay in. Well, this ain't doing very well. Try and repair this thing and see what we can do. But in any case, since it's so specific like that, our Army of GMODIST faction needs a new bomber. I kind of thought that a lot of people would be like, no, I only want to build my own faction, and that's understandable, of course. But in the Army of GMODIST there were many people, and of course a lot of people can build Army of GMODIST stuff. It's just join and build. But in any case, that was something that I would make it be less than it was. So yeah. The Isanth 5 is really taking some heavy crap from these sidewinders. And it's unable to hit with those guns too. It ain't gonna be cleaning up any much time soon here. If we just repair this thing, it's very unlikely to hit, it seems like. Well, if we just repair this thing a little bit, reload its guns for it, see what he will do. Just stay there. Oh well. Well, as for the Isanth 5, the guns are kind of inaccurate and it's very weak. It kind of just sits there and just gets picked out of the sky, so, well, yeah. I think we'll be moving on. This will have about the same score as the previous contestant. This beautiful design is Jono's real submission. So, it's really cool. I like it. We're gonna see how it fares. It has a big cram bomb as its gun. I do wonder if these wing parts will kind of be a little bit susceptible. This is detection, right? Detection turrets. It kind of flies high, shredding off some rubber parts. Oh no. The Sidewinder may be a little bit more dangerous than I anticipated. Oh, it kind of killed it though. Alright, one of our propellers are being shot down, but we're still able to intercept the missiles and operate this cram cannon. Wow. It's being a real champion here. It has severe engine problems, but it has measurements to intercept those missiles, and it was able to operate the gun. Alright. Ooh, I think it can't find a good angle. Those anti-missile missiles are doing a great job of keeping it off our back. Oh, I do believe its repair bot was able to fix it up enough. That's super. It goes into safe distance. Very smart maneuvers here. Sadly, the anti-missile system can't really engage with missiles coming up from surface to air. So it has a limited range there. That's not the best. It probably should fire anyways. Well, in any case, I think we're going down for a bomb dive. Let's see here. Bam! We did some damage, all right. No kill, but that was definitely closing in on it. Did a decent job taking out the first one, but it did get its propeller kind of shot out pretty early. So I felt that was a little bit unlucky for it too. So we're just going to start again. All right. Let's see here. We're gauging in here. Fragmentations are flying in the air, testing and scratching our metal armor a bit. Missiles were not able to be intercepted at this angle again. Ow! That was a good try, but didn't really hit home. It feels like this anti-missile turret is better to deal with air-to-air missiles than the ground-to-air, which we're facing here, due to its angular placement. I think it's just really funny with these. So we're having like a IR. We're just having some mimics wood in front of it. Yeah. I think it's doing pretty good at surviving this thing at least. It has some times when it feels like it's gonna get a little bit messed up by those missiles. Ah, very close. It's kind of hard to hit them with a cram like this. That has to be said. We're seeming to have engine problems here. Ouch. Well, I just wanted to try one last little session with making this go up for a little rise and do some damage. Or I just want to see, because the first shot with the cram, it was so accurate. It was like dead on, really efficient. So I want to see. Oh, that was a good blast. That was a good blast. It kind of get flipped by... Oh yeah, okay, look at that. That's really good. Flipping him over is definitely a strategy. I wanted to see if that first cram super hit was pure luck or if it's like really accurate. But with these aiming turrets, it actually seems to be really accurate. I know enough now to gauge this design. It struggles a little bit in the survivability department when getting faced with these sidewinners like this. But so has the other designs too, so far. But it gives me a good gauge on how to grade it, and I think it's pretty decent. We could send this out against two sidewinners and it would probably eventually win. But if it got a secondary as a backup, we'll do group bomber testings in the future, by the way. There are many challenges planned. All of them are graded. Yeah. But in any case, if this had a little squad, I think they could achieve a lot. Well, we're gonna move on to the next one. Here we have it. Kinda sexist design. I bet this one will be able to pretty efficiently target them. And it should be pretty quick, so I don't expect it to really get hit. It actually isn't that quick. Right. We're taking some fire. We're taking some fire. Mayday, mayday. All right. The menace of those light frags. Here we go. The laser guided. Oh, oh, will they lock on? No, it. No, I forgot it was laser guided. And it fires them all the same time. Ooh. This has really good potential of being really great, but at its current state, I draw back my previous statement 1000%. I don't think it will be able to hit them at all because they're too fast and it has too small of a window to actually lock on that laser, and it's not gonna be able to hit them in time, is it? Like if we just spawn another one here. Let's just check how it fares. Let's see here. If we can fire and lock on like one blaster. Okay, it tries to lock on. Ah. Yeah, this seems... Kinda sexist design is having a real trouble with its detection to lock on that laser. I think for this particular case, or in basically all cases, I think maybe radar guided would have been much better. It just can't see him. It's like staying here very confused. Welp. Let's see if we can spawn him from a further away distance and see if it gets a little bit more lucky. It just flies in a really funny angle. Oh well. Man, this little like metal in front of them, man. I shouldn't like I won't alter the designs when I do this. We won't like think about the results, but I think it would do much better if they were kind of free like this, because then it should be able to lock on, maybe. I don't know, man. Well, I do think I know enough to see that this particular one does have issues hitting targets that's like, even when it's kind of still, it just is not able to lock on that laser guidance for long enough. Yeah. Alright, alright. Next design. Alright, we haven't had much luck in the first couple of batches here, but here we are with Light of the World's Star Drop. And we shall indeed see how this bomber will fare against the Sidewinders. I think it has a good speed, and this pack, if it hits, should be able to kill them pretty decently, I suppose. Oh, no. Did they hit each other? Was the Star Drop involved somehow in making that happen? Because I kind of don't think it was, but if it was, that was some real master plan. Wow. Bam. Oh, we're playing with fate here. Look at that. Did we knock it out? What happened? It doesn't look damaged. Maybe it was an explosion. Wasn't it an explosive pack? Or was it one of the other designs? Bam! Just annihilated that thing. Beautiful. Cool. We're starting this little battle here. Just to make sure that it wasn't all luck. So let's see if Light of the World will line up for some killer pack shots. That was close, but no cigar. Well, it's closing in a little bit. It's pretty accurate though. If that had been, man, it's just fooling those missiles. It's doing really cool loops. I wonder how you make things do loops. If it's like unintentional or if it's a escape maneuver. Wow, that was so close. I think the Sidewinders should worry a little bit here. It has decoy missiles too. I really wonder if the missiles will go for the decoys or not. Alright, it's diving down. Oh my god, this is pretty tense. Ooh! They shot half apart. Man, if it had its pack on like tiny weak setting, it could probably deal some damage there. It kind of moves pretty cool when it just climbs like that and just lines up its pack. Oh, that was so cool. It's like a death ray. I think this is a joy to behold. All right. No. Come on. Whoa! There we go. Yeah, that's a nice kill. And it's staying pretty intact too. It's doing a pretty good job at staying healthy up here. So I think that's pretty impressive. Okay. Lining up, bam. It's pretty close, pretty close. It's a little bit too quick and too maneuvery. Those missiles and those, they will not be able to hit this design, the star drop, until like it repairs its. I guess it has a repair bot or something, because that's very okay. Good to have for some design vehicles. Bam! And there we go. Yeah. Maybe it takes a tiny bit of time, but it's definitely best so far we've seen in the first batch here. And of course the first kind of batch kind of sets this scale, but a lot of yeah, okay, yeah. The first batch kind of doesn't have very high points, that must be admitted, but this one is getting a high score. Definitely by far the most efficient designs at dealing with these fast type of vehicles. So yeah, Light of the World, good job with that pack. It's insanely accurate. It can just... Okay, not like... Just because I said it, it missed. It's not insanely accurate, but it's accurate enough for doing the job done. And it's pretty evasive too, so it isn't getting damaged a lot either. Oh. This is like a torpedo, right? Tries to use it, but to no avail. Bam! Well, in any case, it gets the job done. Pretty decent, doesn't get taken out by them, so definitely best so far. Impressive indeed. We are going to continue with the next batch next week, so stay tuned in for that, of course. Well, in any case, this is your High Admiral, and we are signing out. Until next time. So I hope you did enjoy this little first blast. We got a lot of surprises here, I must say. I was surprised by almost each and every of the designs that popped in here. The ones I didn't think was going to like have the best results had the best results, and those that I did think would have the best results had the worst results. So that's really cool to be surprised like this when we put a curveball in the specifics like this. Like, these are very small crafts. We can't reliably deal with them with, probably maybe we could, but I would not like to deal with them theoretically using fighter aircrafts, because they are more adapted for anti-air use, and I kind of want something that targets land and sea. Thus, I want to be able to bring in the bombers to deal with stuff like this. So it's really good to see which could perform what here. And we will indeed be signing out until next time, so I hope you enjoyed it, and special thanks to all the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM who are in our little channel there. So if you want to be in the Army of GMODISMs, just a regular enlisted, you should definitely join it, and you self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you can see the otherwise hidden hashtag Army of GMODISM chat room in our Discord, which is for enlisted and commissioned officers. Otherwise, huge thanks to the commissioned officers who are supporting us every month at Patreon, most notably Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scooberox, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagrid, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. And also, thanks to all the cadets. Your continued support really help the army stay strong. In any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral, and we are indeed signing out. Welcome back, enlisted and officers in the Army of GMODISM. We're getting back to testing your crafts against some quick wheels. So I guess you watched the previous little episode there, so without further ado, I think we should just get in there and test the next batch of designs. Next up on the testing, we got the beautiful hummingbird from Netrameda. Very beautiful, and it has this fantastic standby mode on land, which you've seen in the efficiency episode, but we need to appreciate it again. In any case, we're gonna get in some sidewinders right here and see what it's saying. There we go. It's getting lifted. All right. Sidewinders are popping in there, spreading some flak. Trying to trick the missiles with some decoys. Missiles goes toward the sidewinders too. The hummingbird is trying to chase him down. Well, it's not getting chased at least. Right. It's trying to turn here to get a nice angle, but they're darn quick. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if they it feels like they need to line up properly in order to deal the damage. You can see it's kind of sitting at a pretty high altitude. Whoa. Well, that was really off. See how it looks down here from this. It looks like we should be a little bit worried when we stand back here. Look at that. No. It feels like they're kind of having this weird pendular circular motion that kind of makes them never line up in a proper way, because they try to target each other, so each other's AI are just circulating each other like that. So Well, we shall see there. It feels like the VLMs are not doing a great job at hitting them either. And it feels... I don't know, it just seems to not be getting at the angle it kind of requires to actually hit him. We've got steering thrusters here, but unfortunately... Oh, they don't have any fins, so they kind of end up being just dumb after a while. That's a little bit unfortunate. I didn't imagine that the Quick Wheels challenge would be this difficult. Let's see here. It seems to not line up. Let's try and restart this one. Alright. We have a second round. Then these missiles should really have some type of fins on them too. That would be really beneficial. Alright. Let's see if it lines up. I think the first contact for it would be most likely to be beneficial. Oh, it kind of turns away. So, okay, that's kind of the issue. They are just a little bit quicker and more maneuverable. So, we're trying... Now they crash into each other too. So, they're like trying desperately to... Oh, both of them. I feel that the Hummingbird didn't have much to do with that combo kill. Okay, they're in the distance here. And the missile don't reach that far. But also, it doesn't have fins, so they won't reach that far anyways. They kind of tend to try and get away there. So yeah, we explained briefly in last batch what the reason is why we're doing this test. So do check that if you don't really remember it. Like, this actually looks like a pretty decent lineup. But they're like not cooperating. It's like we just never get a chance to shoot. We just never get it. And these VLMs really need to be set up in a way that's a little bit more long-range viable. Because right now, they're like going up here. They're getting out of fuel to turn and they're like out. Very unlikely for them to hit. Well, it looks really cool, but it just never seems to actually line up for a shot against these quick ones here. I suppose the Hummingbird is also on the team of hard hitters, but I will, however, say it's like been staying up here and taking fire for a really long time. So I must give it a point for survivability, even though that's not like what we're testing here, really. But we can stay here all day and they won't bother us. So they will get a little bit point for just being a very tough craft that two Sidewinders are not able to deal with at all. So even though it may eventually win this little battle, it's gonna be very, very rare that the APSs line up to actually fire. We've only seen it once during this time of testing. And I edited away some parts so you couldn't see. Just kind of pause the recording and wait and just see / remove. So yeah, we're gonna move on. Nothing more here is gonna happen, so yeah. Next up will be Nilden's second submission. And there we have this beautiful design. It's the Invader. Nilden's Invader, the second submission. It has a shield down below there, that's smart. Alright. We're getting covered in a cloud of damage, but nothing to scratch it too much yet. Is really trying to get over them. Trying to go low like that, but man. It needs to line up this tiny pack. I can already tell this is gonna be hard. It's gonna have a hard time chasing them. We're like... I don't know how fast we are. 66 meters per second, so they are a good bit faster actually. Right. We're just not lining up, man. It doesn't tilt in order to hit at them. Like, for example, Light of the World Stardrop did, so it's gonna be pretty difficult for it to hit, I believe. Huh. Man, this craft needs APN guidance. If it had APN guidance, same with the previous craft from Netrameira. If they both had APN guidance, I think they would have gotten over it and could line up a good shot. But, well, I don't know how to make APN guidance for crafts, but I think there is possible using the ramming. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe bombing runs should have APN guidance. Maybe they already have. I haven't checked the new AI update settings, which kind of came a while ago, but whatever. Kind of mostly dwelt with circle and broadside, so yeah. But that's because I've been building too large ship lately. Well, let's just check if we're getting a more lucky first contact, maybe this time. Well, we didn't get any lucky bit of first contact. I do, however, wonder what happened with the other Sidewinder. I kind of, because we didn't shoot at it, so I suppose it just auto-exploded for this new setup. Who knows? Who knows? They're volatile crafts. But it indeed seems that the Sidewinders are a little bit too quick for this design, so we're gonna move on, but it's in the same situation as the Hummingbird. It can stay here all day, basically. It's gonna... It can take a lot of beating before it goes down, so, I mean, it's resilient, it just won't hit, and I don't know if it will ever take out the enemy, but... it's like marginally better than getting, you know, shot out of the sky very easily and not dealing damage also. So, you know, somehow I need to grade this thing. Maybe I should have had a 10 scale, but we're continuing with the 5 scale, so yeah. Any case, and I won't have increments of 0.5, no. In any case, let us move on to the next one. Next up, we have the beautiful design of the Penguin. The Penguin is completely insane. And we've seen it provide some favorite action before. It's gonna be very interesting to see how it bombs are rolling down there. They are magnetic, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they would be able to drop down on the enemy here. If they're able to track him in any case. Because these magnets, they are of course attracted to the bombs, but... Or the magnets will, well, attract to the vehicles, but they're also so fast. I wonder if they will be able to kind of drop in a way that they actually deal damage. I don't know. Okay, now we're going in for a good bombing run. At least we're really quick, so we have a good chance of outrunning them, which is something we can't say for many designs in this particular challenge. Oh man. It seems to not be getting... Don't tell me it has problem with detection or whatever. What are we doing here? Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Drop your bombs, man. What's happening? Is it... It's not required accuracy, perhaps? It feels like it's like prime. I'm not controlling any weapons right now. Interesting. We're kind of chasing it. I don't understand why we are not getting those bombs down there. I think we might need to try and repair it. See if we had something damaged. It really looks like we should be able to target them. Man, just drop your bombs. That's... You didn't do this. Well, any case. We're trying for another run here. So we're gonna see if the bombs can target and drop a little bit better this time. Who knows? Taking some fire. No. Come on. Drop them bombs, man. What are you doing? Why are you not trying? This is weird. Well, who knows? We're like perfectly chasing it here. It's like... Why? Anyways, the penguin seems to not want to drop its bombs like ever. So, you know, it has one thing. It doesn't get killed. It can basically stay here-ish indefinitely. Just chilling around over these ones. Having really good opportunities to drop bombs but not doing it. But, you know, at least it's not getting shot out of the sky, you know. That's something. So, yeah, I think we should move on to the next submission, yes. And there we have it. The Nilden's first and primary submission. With this beautiful little bomb cam. So this is gonna be highly interesting. And I think this is gonna have the best chance of Nilden's 3 submissions here. The decoys probably do help a lot with tricking some missiles. Alright. No. Oh. We need to slow down time. I'm sorry. Look at that. Look at that. I want to see first action from the bomb cam. Oh! Bam! That's a hit. Oh my lord, it's really good. That's what I'm talking about. This is a bomber. This is a bomber who really understood the task here. Look at it. Alright. Trying to regenerate a little bit here. Trying to... Oh, it seems to have... Almost have a little bit issue to... It almost looks like it's intercepting it a bit. There we go. The bombers come down. They get guided. Oh, that's so close. Oh, yes. No. There we go. Pops in a couple of them. And I think it can do it again and again. It's not... Yeah, it's perfectly staying on top of this fight here. Do we have something on the cam? Look at that. Oh! Excellence. Perfection. Well, this craft, my ladies and gentlemen, which is the B8 bomber, exactly. I even remember the name. Has really excelled at this challenge. Here we have a craft who has exactly understood what we're supposed to do in a situation like this and delivers excellently. Very, very good. We'll just gonna spawn that again to make sure it's not just luck. Alright. We're flying out here again. There we go. Oh yes, oh yes. Taking some fire, but not getting shot down in any capacity. We have some repairables trying to repair us there too. Beautiful. Oh! Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that damage. Excellent performance. Not easily intimidated by any of those weapons, and just excelling at taking out those there. Well, I don't think I don't think I'll need to tell you that, but here we have a top scorer. I think you already calculated out that yourself. This is a top scorer for this particular challenge. This is really excellent. So let's see here. Missiles have recharged any moment now. Reloaded, I mean. And it's... There we go. Fired a bunch. And there they come. Oh yes. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Very, very, very impressive. And this bomb cam is also hilarious. That's an hilarious touch. So very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. We shall now go to the next design. So I think we're gonna miss the B8 bomber very much. If we compare it to the previous results, I'm very impressed with this particular design being able to. The B8 bomber there really excels at this challenge. Here we have a design I kind of also think will do very well here. This is the white phosphorus bomber by Ovo, and it's like insane. It's like hard to even stay with this thing without getting... Yeah. I think we're getting a little bit crazy just looking... What are we shooting at? Well, we're gonna see... Oh, what the... What did we hit it with? I don't get it. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. We're shooting 2 big missiles. Popping in there. Going real close. Ah, no. Missiles popping in there. Oh, damn. That's so close. We're hitting the ground too. This thing is a little bit too exciting to ride on, man. Even the built-in stabilization of the camera lock isn't like enough. Those missiles kind of missed. Oh no. It's not easy locking on to this thing. There we go. The moment when the sidewinder is a more reliable thing to lock onto. That's like a little bit more stable. White phosphorus bomber, what are we gonna do now? Isn't white phosphorus a war crime? Excellent for From the Depth then. I wonder if that happened to the previous one. We're a little bit in rocky territory here. We're not supposed to be in rocky territory, I believe. Welp. Whoa. Oh. I think we need to go to a more flatter area. Most likely. It's like, it just smashed that missile down into the ground. Like, why? What's that? Alright. Well, we got another missile coming in there. It kind of like, it has like the same speed as the Sidewinder there. Man. Look at that. Come on. It's a little bit slower. If it had APN guidance or whatever, I think it could have dealt with the situation, but it's just a little bit too slow for this type of vehicle. We're gonna restart this one and see if the initial blast will be a little bit more lucky. Well, we're riding these things here. See if they reach. I think they won't. Let's see here. Oh! And those missiles? Oh! Yes, yes, yes! That's a good hit. Missiles from two sides. Very reliable. Oh no! It died! We're also a little bit on rocky surface here, which isn't what we tested. So we're gonna restart in this battle, yes. Right, there we are. Flat ground. We're gonna see if these diff guns will get a good lock on here. Alright. No? They haven't fired yet. Oh no! Oh, that was so close. We're just moving so erratic. This is like me piloting a plane in Battlefield 2. Like, scary all the time. Never know what's gonna happen. Alright. It like does this nose dives. Did we kind of kill the other one without me noticing it, or what? No, it's over there. No, no, that was missiles. I think the other one might be dead somehow. It's so quick, it's like hard to see what's happening. Well, there a diff gun went off at least, so... Well, it feels like it's more likely to kind of maneuver itself to death than it is to actually getting hit by something that its sidewinders can offer. Oh! The other sidewinder somehow died. I don't understand how. This is weird. Well, it doesn't seem those diff guns reload very often. We're just having this very erratic dogfight kind of thing. Well, we're gonna just pop in here a little bit again quickly. Oh. There we go. Locked on. Because I really wonder what happened with the first one. Oh, man. Oh! Alright. Good hit there. Oh, man. Well, I will say it's definitely decent. That it is. Oh yeah, that was such a good lineup. So sad APS couldn't fire there. It kind of gives a lot of really good lineups, and it's really erratic, so hard to hit. But it kind of dies sometimes, so that's a tiny bit scary. And what is it with these dark clouds? And those missiles, when they pop in there, they're doing great damage. Ooh. Man, we're so hard to hit. It's kind of smart it shoots them in any direction, because it makes sure that the missiles can come from any direction, which kind of increases the chances of hitting fast vehicles like this. Alright. Well, we know what it's capable of. It's just take some time for it to line up like that, but it's definitely a capable fighter that is not very likely to get taken out by the sidewinders themselves, and is much more likely to take them out eventually when the stars line up, so the diff guns have time to fire, and more commonly a beautiful explosion with the missile like that. Very nice, very nice. Next up, we're having the AS Sardalk from Pizza Summoner. And we're gonna spawn a couple of, let's see, in a flat direction. Where did we get? There we go. Couple of sidewinders here. And we're gonna see how it deals with them. And this is the one that has the absolutely amazing little lock-on HUD inside of here. We can actually pause the game so you can just see it, but I guess you've seen it before. It's just this no target thing, and then it locks on, and then it's bam. Very, very, very impressive design. But I think it's really adapted for heavy hitters, heavy targets. It's gonna be interesting to see if it can deal with crazy fast things like this. It's going down. Lining up. Oh, bam! That wasn't very close. Well, we need to escape to some safe space. And do it all again. It's pretty good at evading getting shot at. Now it feels like we're getting chased. I wonder if these thrusters are breadboard or ACB controlled. I recently learned to ACB control them. It's pretty cool, but you can do it with breadboard better too. All right. Oh no! Ooh, we almost scratched ourselves there too. That's close but no cigar. We're getting dangerously close to the ground sometimes. Lining up for another attack round. Let's see here. Diving down. And... oh! No! It didn't hit. It feels like it's getting so close. And it can deal if it just hits remotely close by. By the way, I love these pipes as a gold trim design. They look really cool. But in any case, it's getting real close. If it just hits nearby, they will just insta-kill them. Oh, damn! Did we get an unlucky strike? What happened to one of our crams? Man. I think we'll need to restart this battle. I guess it was one of the... I don't know how it could deal that much damage though. Who knows? Let's see the remaining gun. Bam! Not close. We're doing like this. I make sure I don't have anything that I'm controlling. But I wanna see if it locks on and gets a target. Oh, target locked. Come on, fire! Niet! Well, almost. It looks cool. It looks cool. Well, we're gonna see if we're able to hit them. We're very survivable. We can deal damage to them. So, you know, it at least isn't easily shot down. It kind of was once, but that was after a long time, and I'm not sure if it was if it shooted itself or if it was the sidewinders. Alright, guns locking on. Bam! That kinda did some damage, right? You know, not sure it did. Wait, one sidewinder is dead. I wonder if we caused it or if it just died. Who knows? Well, I guess we're diving down and see if we can hit it. It feels a lot like it needs to really line up at the exactly right angle. Come on now. There we go. Lock and loaded. I think it was because it was stationary, but that's a beautiful explosion. Nice. Really nice. What I think is really interesting with the Sardalk from Pizza Summoner is that it seems to be very inaccurate when it comes to shooting at speedy targets. I wonder if it's speed prediction, the AI detection that is predicting the speed of crafts, is kind of not very well developed there, because it's not adapted to deal with fast targets like this, so it's more like trying to punch upwards. I don't know. I think it's also in the punching up class, and you know, you may think this challenge is a little bit unfair because it's testing against really quick stuff, but do remember, we've already had a challenge where we test them against a really meaty design. Then we had a challenge when we test them against a very kind of still, but easy, hard to detect design. And in the future, we're gonna test it against a tanky design. We're gonna test it against something really large, and like there are so many challenges lining up. So even though, oh my lord, no, it did. What happened there? Why did we lose blocks? Well, anyways. Even though it may not excel in each and every challenge, when we're finished with all these testings, the sum amount of the points should give a good indication of where these bombers are on an effectiveness scale in combat. Not to be confused with the effectiveness specifically episode we did test before. But it really seems like it's having... What the? It's having a hard time to deal damage, it is. But it can hit sometimes, and it's pretty good at like surviving them at least. So, you know, that's something. Well, I think that was all for this batch. We're just gonna see here. Come on. It's like... It's always in the proximity. Well, enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Special thanks to all our commissioned officers out there. And if you want to join the army of GMODIST, if you're not in it already, just self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you can climb the ranks by participating in challenges like this. And if you rather want to be a commissioned officer, Patreon is your friend. And mine. In any case, hope you enjoyed this little blast here, and we're gonna get back with back out there and test the next batch in the next episode. So I hope you enjoyed it. This is your host, Lord High Admiral, signing out from this particular little episode. I hope you have a great one, and AOG Invictus. Also subscribe. That would be pretty cool. You can also like the video. We got merch, you know, and... It's a tactical Lord High Admiral GMODIST was just out on a camo mission, as you can see, in my very discreet merch. Get to that. In any case, we're gonna get back into the AOG trials for the Bomber Challenge. And because I have this very stealthy, beautiful hat here, I'm sure we're gonna get extra good results this week here. Don't you think so as well? We're basically we've done 2 batches. We have 2 more to go. There has been 6 submissions in each batch. And yeah, welcome to the Sean Reed episode. We're gonna start out with Rush, then we're gonna have Sean Reed, and then we're gonna end off with Shotgun. So that's the agenda for today. Well, let's turn on tactical mode and get out there. So here we got the rushes. Beautiful little submission. I don't know, but I kind of feel this one is gonna excel very hard at this challenge. So we're gonna spawn a Sidewinder and another one, and we should let it go. It has some fast fire guns, which I'm sure is gonna end up being a really good choice against these Sidewinders. Having a fast fire gun like this is probably gonna be anyone's best idea for dealing with a situation like this. Man, these ACB... Whoa, interesting. Alright, we're launching missiles. No, we didn't hit. I'm kind of surprised. Alright. Getting it, bam, interesting. Dropping some of those. Alright. Okay, what's happening there then? Well, wow, we're trying to lock on with the lasers. We're just not able to do that in a good way, it seems. One thing I never really noticed here is that, ooh, they are actually on spin blocks. I see. Interesting. Because you can make them control pitch and stuff and yaw using ACBs, but I guess this is maybe some breadboard magic. I'm not the best setting up stuff using spin blocks. I have done that before, but it was some time ago. Well, anyways, let's let this go. All right. So our machine gun is trying to lock on there. Desperate, trying to get the lock on. Okay. Ah, it can't stay. It can't stay locked on for long enough, it seems. Well, I guess I shouldn't jinx Craft by saying I think they will excel well, because every time I did that, they didn't. Right, okay, come on, lock on now. Ah! It ain't doing it. These are more likely to collide with each other to kill, maybe. Who knows? Okay, let's see here. If the machine gun fire it can boast can solve some issues. Oh no, it's like so close. Close but no cigar, as they say. Another lock on, another miss. The only thing that's shedding block is sadly Russia's design here. This lock-on really needs to get its game together here. I think this craft would have been much better if it just had some lasers that could see in any direction. I think it kind of lost control up there. Not sure what we're doing. We're not having the best of days up here. Alright, here we go. Another little fresh respawn and see what we can do. It has like optimal chances of hitting the first blast here. So let's hope it can really provide some serious damage there. We took some fire though. Alright. Lock and load. Where is even the targeting laser? No, I think it gets stuck on the guns. It's getting stuck on the guns. Yeah, the guns are full blocks. I didn't realize that was the issue. They're getting stuck on the guns. The guns are full blocks. They will block the laser. Well done. Well done. Come on, come on. Yes, no, it like locks on for a second and it's gone. It's like, only fires at targets that are very stationary then. I think this is also maybe together with almost all the other crafts in the punching upwards class. Yeah. I kind of thought those machine guns would kind of, you know, deal enough damage to make it, like, eventually take him out, but it seems more that it's able to deal a pretty good job at just staying in the air and not get shot down, but it just seems to not be able to deal any damage towards them, except maybe sometime by extreme luck. Like, you could see it almost locked on and shot dead. But it's really, it's only that, almost. Well, it looks cool doing it, and it ain't getting shot down. That's something, but we're gonna move on. Right, so now we're in Sean Reed Land, and I just remembered that we are having some issues with the crafts when they're trying to start from ground here. So we're gonna see if we need to... Oh well. I think we need to help it a little bit there. It has some real issues, but for getting off from land, but that we already covered in the efficiency video, so that's nothing we talk about here especially. All right, and of course, a contestant that wins this challenge will have the accepted will of course get the chances of improving the design so it can fit in the fleet in its optimal splendor. But until we are deciding how we're gonna do with the winners, dependent on how we decide, we're gonna of course deal with that when it comes closer to that time. Yeah, kind of self-explanatory. So far, so good. I'm very interested to see. Oh, are they gonna go towards them? Oh, they're getting dragged, but they're so slow. Oh yes, that buckshot, man. It's like not a joke. Look at it. Oh. Will it despawn? Will it? Come on, no! Come, you can't despawn now. Come on, mate. Are you kidding me? Yes! Beautiful. That's maybe that was a little bit luck-based too, but that was awesome. I just love to see that. Okay. So, Sean Reed's first submission, the Daggery. So far, so good. Alright. Yeah, we're actually hitting some shots there, I believe. Wouldn't it be pretty cool if we had some, like, COD hit markers in from the depth? So you could see from a distance if you hit. Like... From your AC-130, you could just see the machine gun shooting or missing or whatever. I don't remember it climbing this high, but maybe it did. Well. Sir, why are we at 1,700 meters? I think we may have lost control. No. It dropped down on the ground before it detected the enemy, so it just... Welp. Okay, we're doing this. Alright. Load vehicle. Sean Reed Daggery. Get on there. There we go. Spawn from air. These mines are large too, man. That's some serious damage. All right. I don't think those mines are gonna. Ooh, they might hit the car afterwards. No. Oh no! So close. Oh damn. They live for a while though, so that's nice because they're large. Where are they? There is the menace, but they are too far away. Well, damn. I just love to see them ride on top. Oh! Nah. Man. That would have been beautiful to see. Alright. The Jaggery is... Are we getting out of orbit again? Come on. Are we losing control? Why is it doing this? That's the question. This is some proper deep water guard maneuvers here. We're completely lost control. But why? That's the question. But why? It just seems to be extremely confused when fighting really fast targets. I just spawned another one because I don't think our friend up there will come down. Well, it's able to survive. That's for sure. Now we just need to check and take a decision if it's reliably able to deal damage to the targets or not. That one time with the mines, you know, I don't know if that's more luck or that's like... Because... Yeah, we're having some issues. We're having some issues here. We're not able to maneuver really at all at the land-based map. So unfortunately for the first submission for the Jaggery, we're having some issues when faced against the Sidewinders. Moving on, Sean Reed has 3 more chances of the designs to excel. So, you know, many submissions. The Sean Reed episode, as I said, not only. We have a shotgun and we had a rush as well, so that's nice. Next out, we have the Sunspot. Beautiful biplane design. I just like it a lot. Alright. Let's spawn a couple of Sidewinders and see what it will do towards them. Wait, what? Hello. I think we may need to help it a little bit, not sure. Has it not detected the enemies? Okay, now we're detected enemies. Alright, there we go. Into battle! I just love the look of from the depth biplanes flying into battle. I know biplanes are like worse in every regard, but not in the aesthetic department. Ooh! Bam! Firing some of those revolting blast guns. Love to see that. Okay. Next sweep, popping in there. Come on. So if you're wondering why we're having 4, that's because I didn't limit submission, because we got more submissions than I expected, which is really cool. I'm very happy about that. But it will also mean that I will probably limit submission to 1 per person in future challenges, just so it doesn't get, you know, I kind of calculated we would have like, I don't know, 8 submissions or whatever. So I kind of thought that, yeah, so this series has become a little bit longer than, like, we have a little bit more episodes than I first anticipated due to the amount of submissions. But you know, that's on me, and we have been blessed with a lot of beautiful designs thanks to that too. So people who have been a little bit unsure of which of their designs they would choose chose both, and that made us really put to the test which one of the designs is going to be the best. And I'm sure that for those who have submitted several designs, they're just gonna learn so much from this little series, because they can clearly see their designs compared back to back in an amount of different challenges, and should really give a very Much proof on the difference between their design choices. Now I'm very confused by the revolting blast guns ain't shooting, because they deal some serious damage when they do. Alright. Man, this is so cool when we're just diving down. Unfortunately, they're not very maneuverable, so those missiles tend to kind of just miss, but yeah. All right. Bam. We only shot like 2 blasts. Why? Why not just dump that mag on them? Alright then. Oh. Are we intercepting? Wow, that was a pretty smart move, except it didn't work. What is really cool with the Sunspot is that its landing gear are folding in and folding out, which is really cool. Alright. These missiles has issues hitting. And I'm very surprised that the revolving blast guns are not just killing these crafts, because I know they they should be able to do that pretty easily if they just fired. I'm not controlling any weapons, am I? No, because I'm not in any of the vehicles. I made sure to not be in any of the vehicles. Also, I should turn off my repair in case I was close to any of the vehicles. Anyways. Come on now. Oh. Dive down, deal some damage. You know, what I really like about the Sunspot is that it's super cool to stay on it and just watch it fight. It's a joy to see, but I'm gonna see if we can restart this battle. It has one thing, it's darn hard to kill. It just flies there in like close distance to them, and it just isn't getting hit enough to actually be killed. It's flying so close to the ground, and it's not taking damage. So that's pretty impressive, but unfortunately it isn't dealing damage, and I don't know why, because these blast guns really should. Here we go. Oh, you haven't detected the enemies yet. Come on, mate. There we go. There we go. We're getting a frag flak cloud incoming there. Bam! That was a bad hit, wasn't it? No? Missiles fire away. Blast guns. You know, we got a couple of shots in there, but I don't know if it tore any block off. Probably not. If so, a very surface level, not important one. Come on now. Blast gun them. Blast gun them. It's really behaving the exact same as last time. I think we kind of know how this will go, actually. It will not be able to deal damage to the targets. It seems to be so extremely unlikely. They are consequently being too slow. And now we got an unlucky hit too, but you know, we looked at it for so long and it didn't die for like forever, so it seems to be pretty good at staying resilient, except, well, this unlucky time, but you know, that's something, but it ain't dealing damage. Here we have the Jin, also Sean Reed. This is Sean Reed's second design. They're not in order. They're first, fourth, second, third. Because that's how they're saved. Alright. It's gonna be really interesting to see this UFO popping in there. It's staying really out of fire. That's nice. Alright. It's going pretty quick. I don't remember if it drops bomb or if it's shoot down missiles. I kind of remember it shooting down missiles. Let's see there. If it will. We're getting like showered in tiny frags. Hello. Welp. I know I'm not on it. I was just making sure because I was a little bit scared at it. Huh. Well, I guess I'll just stay with it for a while and see if it deals damage ever. Oh. I spawned a friend too, just to see if we could get some faster results that. And one fired. One just fired. Alright. Unfortunately, what are we doing? Oh, right, they're magnets. Alright, oh my god. Is it gonna drive into this cloud? Oh. That was close, but really no issues there. Well, I mean, it fires, but it's also not dealing damage. It even got a friend to make it to try and do the same test, but twice the speed. You see, it dropped down here, and there was just okay. Well, I guess we're chilling here then. Well, now we're just sitting here, and oh, look, something came by, and then it went away. So my conclusion is, well, it won't get damaged. The gene, it won't take damage. That's nice, I guess, but it ain't dealing damage either. They're just too quick for this type of weapon system that we're wielding. So we're gonna move on to the next design, which is the Aspirant Helicopter. And this nice design has some nice things like the sniper cannon there, which I do expect might be able to be pretty accurate. Alright, we're having targets. Spawn away there. So let's see. We're getting... did one of them... Why did he blow themselves up? And what are you doing now? Okay, so, right. The Sidewinders just decided to self-explode. Let's try that again. We spawned 2 fresh Sidewinders. And hopefully they won't insta-die this time. I do think our Aspirant Helicopter, which is Sean Reed's 3rd submission, haven't seen them yet. Okay, we've seen them. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting. We're having a lock-on. We're having a lock-on. Alright. If those missiles are maneuverable enough, I think we can probably do it. No, we lost the lock-on. Okay, we got a new one. Alright. And we got the sniper cannon there. And I think we're bobbing too much up and down. We're just not hitting. Huh. We're gonna see where our missile drop. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see here. And now, oh no. It seems to have trouble navigating this type of space. Huh. Oh no, that was incoming missiles. Come on. We're having a lock-on. Oh, it's just... man. It's just a tiny little bit too Slow. Well, slow in turning, that is. Well, the missiles look cool, so that's something. We're just gonna make sure we get the same results if we do it again. Sidewinder is detected. We're having a visual on the enemy. Target locked. Nope. Well, the Sidewinders seem to have a pretty good day. They seem to be feeling pretty untouchable. The Aspirant is staying pretty safe though, so I guess that's one thing, but I mean, it also isn't dealing damage. So yeah, unfortunately not. Well, next out will be Shotgun's Dart. So we're gonna spawn a couple of Sidewinders here, and we're gonna see how Shotgun's design are doing this. Man, it's just surrounded by shields. Alright, machine guns activated. We're having a very focused lock on. Bam! We're just machine gunning this thing. We have a... Wow. That's like some proper ground support action. Missiles popping in there too. Alright. Which one was that? Oh, one blew up. Or we're just putting so many missiles in the air there. That's nice. Alright. We're pretty maneuverable too. Bam! Nice. Nice. It seems completely untouchable. I'm just spawning 4 Sidewinders for fun, because I wanna see what happens. So far, so good. Alright. This is of course unfair towards it, but it picked them off so quickly. I just wanna have more in the air at the same time to kind of see what it's doing. And these are like passive ones. Oh, look at that. Are they gonna drive over them? No. Could have almost. Bam! Look at that. That's some pretty effective firepower, I must say. Beautiful design from Shotgun here. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Yeah, it's really acing this. Come on. Look at that. A machine gun, yeah. It even has taken some damage, but it's still online and fighting. Wow, that's so cool. They're just chasing him. Come on, wow. This is the joy of the episode. Very, very, very impressive. Definitely top results dealing with these cars. We've already taken out 3 of them. You know, I just tested them against 4 just to make sure it's actually, you know, we could actually see when it takes them out. Very, very, very impressive. The Dart by Shotgun is excellent results. Excellent results indeed. And a very much joy to see. And that's of course mostly thanks to my tactical glasses and tactical hat that we got such luck. Isn't that true? In any case, if you enjoyed this episode, do leave a like and do subscribe if you haven't already. You can join the army of GMODIST via our Discord, self-assigned third Matros. Matros third class, yeah. Or join the commissioned officers at Patreon. You can also do if you want to be a commissioned officer instead and get some stuff for it. In any case, I hope you enjoyed and I'll see you next time. Thanks to all our current supporters, of course. Especially Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scoobrox, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria C2 Cravey, Powered by Greed, Talaras and Vincent Veritas. See you next time. This is your Lord High Admiral, officially signing out. Oh, I didn't see you there. I was reading my important notes in the Army of GMODISM logbook. In any case, it's nice that you are here because you're just in time for the 4th of the Bomber Trials Quick Wheels Challenge. Or Quick Wheel Sub Challenge. So, I think we should get out there and check some stuff. You know what? I think we'll need this. See you out in the wastelands or desert or whatever that is. As I'm sure everyone knows, we're gonna test your designs against the Sidewinder. So the only thing we're missing, well, that's 2 Sidewinders. So here we have the beautiful design, the Thrival, because it's a narwhal but with 3 horns or something. Which is very cool. First out. So Scoovimation's first submission this is. So we're gonna see how it deals. We're taking some incoming fire. It looks pretty meaty. I do not expect it will be taken out. That diff blast kind of missed its mark, I think. But we have some machine gun action going on there. Alright. Diff rods. Not activating. Oh! Hoo, hoo. Oh, damn. That's some damage. Wow. Look at that. We're gonna see if these diff rods are gonna reload anytime soon. Well, the narwhal, I mean the Thrival is not joking around. It had made that very clear already. If they'll just get more ammo sometime. Well, I think these machine guns are doing a pretty good job at just doing some passive damage though. There seems to be an interesting lock. BAM! That's some damage. That's a really good result. We need to run that again. Here we go. They have been summoned, the Sidewinders. I think we have a visual on the enemy. Oh, close but no fatal damage at least. Those guns are taking out some stuff too, coming in too, which is nice. Man, can deal with some of those missiles. We're able to withstand the barrage of tiny frags. Alright. We're lining up for a shot, I believe. It's more like ground support type of role. Alright. No. That's some damage. Alright, and last one here. Second one. Popping in there. Can't escape. Look at that. Ooh. This is a joy to see, or what do you say? If we just get those... Is it diff guns? I think it is. I think I remember it's diff guns. Or it has outloaders. No, Captain Y has outloader. No, that was a secret. It's a Army of GMODISM secret. No, it's not. Or maybe it is. What? Hey! Bam! What happened there? Damn! That was spectacular. That was just some beautiful action. I just wanted to see it from the perspective of one of these poor sidewinders. Ooh, and it has cram bombs too. I kind of forget about that because it doesn't get to line up to even use them. It's so versatile, the 3-wall. It's so versatile. Look at those poor sidewinders trying to run away. Or basically kill us, but, well, I think we have the upper hand using this craft. It's a very nice design from Scubimation there. I like how the game doesn't even believe we're in danger, so we're getting like pretty chill music. Yeah, that's a really versatile weapon setup. We're gonna move on to the next one. I just wanted to see if it could crit this thing lining up, because we have enough to know that this is a very competent design, and it definitely is dealing with this situation. Bam! Very beautiful. Next up we have Scubimation's other submission, the Pigeon. So, let us spawn a couple of sidewinders then. There we go. And I think this is kind of heavily relying on its crams, so we're gonna see if it uses the machine guns at all to defend against incoming fire, or not. Because I think they are mainly set up to deal with missiles and such. Well, we're slowly zooming in there. Oh yeah. We took that missile out. Oh yeah. Nice missile defense here. Now, I think this Pigeon can stay here all day and doing this. I do, however, think that its bombs are kind of unlikely to line up to get a good hit. Most likely. Alright. Well, I guess we'll probably need to chill a bit and see if stuff happens, but generally, oh no, we're taking damage. I don't think. Oh no, we can't stay up here all day. Welp. Ooh. Oh no. Sad times. Well, we spawned them again, so we're gonna see if we're getting the same results this time. I really like the missile defense though. I have to say that. It's a really cool little smart mini defense for a cheap craft that's just makes it take so much less damage. But I can't say it's lining up to get a nice shot. I think it could have possibly been doing a lot better if those machine guns actually were targeting the sidewinders instead of just trying to save us from missiles. Because right now we are going to let through a missile at some point, and at that point, we're gonna have a bad time. Just we fired crams. Oh no. To no avail, I am afraid. This is a pretty nice screenshot, though. That had to be said. Maybe it even is the thumbnail you clicked on. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, and it eventually kind of gets damaged and tilts over. So it's not really survive. Yeah. We're not. Yeah, it doesn't exactly excel at this challenge at all. It's like, doesn't hit the target, doesn't survive the light fire, and it's not doing the situation better with those cramps there. Well, I think we know enough. We can move on to the next submission. It looks nice though. Here we got American with the AOG bomber plane, which is a very interesting and unique design we haven't much seen before. So let's pop in a couple of side winds and we shall indeed engage. We're going pretty quick too. Did I accidentally give them like bumpy hell over there? Alright. They seem to be fine. Hopefully not for long. Alright. Oh. Damn. Oh. Is it gonna blow? It's gonna blow. Yeah. We EMP that sucker. Sidewinder 1 down. Alright, engage Sidewinder 2. Oh man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. These are some real good results there. This American's AOG bomber is delivering. Let's try that again and see if it wasn't just luck. All right, there we go. Let the battle begin. So it's rolling in there, firing those beautifully pop-up missiles. Getting shot in the side. Oh well. Fluctuating those fat flaps. Bam! That was a real explosion, man. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Well, America's build here is definitely a top performer. Look at that. It goes so close. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't kill itself doing this. Do you see this? It EMP killed it and it just detonated. Yeah. I think this might have like top results so far. I'm kind of sad I only can give it 5 as max because this is like another level. This is good. Alright. I'm very happy we had like already 2 really efficient designs in this little last batch here. It's amazing. Well, next up we'll have the Cringe's first submission, which is DMB4. 2 sidewinders have been popping in there. Oh, I think this is a case where these was it explosive rounds? I think it was. Pure explosive. I think they can do a real good job. Alright. Firing beautiful bursts there. Bombing bay opening up. Oh, hoo, hoo. Oh no. I don't think they will be coming up near. Man, what's dropping here though? Oh no! We're losing engine parts. Well. Oh no! We're kind of falling out of the sky. Did those engines only have like one connection point? Damn. That's kind of surprising. I thought it was going to shred these sidewinders using its explosives. Welp, it didn't. For the first try at least, so let's give it a second try. The cockpit here is really cool though. I like that a lot. So we're having our burst high explosives popping in there. They should really be able to detonate some real volatile targets. Alright. You can see it, like, it hits pretty well. I'm kind of surprised they're not blowing up. Like, how much damage do we need to do? Too bad for these bombs. They're just... yeah. I think if you're gonna be able to hit a fast target like this, I think your bombs have to be dropped real close. Maybe it's not even possible actually. Oh no. Our engines are shot out again. Oh well. This ain't the performer for this challenge, man. Yeah, exactly the same thing happened. Engine parts raining everywhere. The gun isn't able to take him out first blast and it just gets finished off on ground. Well, well, well. It's technically fighting. It's like this isn't really enough to kill him though. I think we'll need to go to the Cringe's next submission because I don't think we'll get different results out of this. Here we're having the MB5. And we're having another front-mounted, kind of spinal mount APS. I think this one is not explosive. I kind of want to check that now. Yeah, it's like... it's armor-piercing explosive. That must... this is tiny. It's like the smallest armor AP HE I've seen. Whoa. Oh man, that's a good hit. Look at that. Oh, and we are locking on those missiles here, man. Yes, yes, yes. That's amazing. That's really cool. Alright, alright. We're just gonna test that again, make sure it wasn't just luck. There we have it. It's popping in there. I just spawned an extra one because it finished them so darn quickly. And it just was not taken out by those frag clouds or missiles last time. So I kind of want to see what's gonna happen. Look at that! Bam! That's some serious firepower. It's really good at locking on that laser missile. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. It has no chance whatsoever. Beautiful. This might be the most... oh, bam! I think this might be the most efficient. I think this might actually be the most efficient sidewinder killer out there. It feels like we can like pop in, I don't know, an insane amount of them, and just let it have a go. It's a joy to see. We may have overextended itself a little bit here. It's like an insane amount of them now. But it's really smart. The propeller is kind of back mounted there. It's much less likely to get damaged. Alright, I don't know how that blew up, but okay. I'm also not sure. I'm starting to think something was damaged. Because we didn't lock on anymore. Yeah, our detection was kind of damaged. Well, with 6 of them, that's very expected, so... Look at that. Bam, we're hitting. We're just hitting and hitting. Very impressive indeed. Yeah, I already know what to give this in terms of points, so I will continue with saying very impressive with this last batch of bombers for the quick wheels challenge. I didn't expect, but like most of the strongest designs being in the last batch particularly. That's really amazing. Look at that. Bam. I kind of thought it would die. It almost did, but it really didn't. In any case, we can confidently say that this thing is a very efficient sidewinder killer. I think all of them are picked off now. One left. Oh no, there it goes. Bam, bam, bam. Quick action. Very efficient. Yeah, I'm certainly very happy with this. For this challenge, it really excels. Alright. We actually only got one ship. No, not ship. We only got one plane left for the last batch of the bomber challenges. And that is our Captain Wise. The commissioned officers. And it looks absolutely gorgeous. So it will be interesting to see if it also delivers some gorgeous results. Well, we have visual on the enemy. We're taking some frag flag popping in there. Ooh! It seems our decoys, maybe radar decoys too, maybe? No? Oh no, we took a hit. Alright. And now the APS bombs. See if they will lock on. Alright, we're having a little bit problem here. BY409 seems to have some issues to be able to move quickly enough to get over them. I just wanted to check that I'm not... Oh, now he tries to use some sonar buoys. No! Did we get stuck? Did we? No! No! Did we kind of mess up and get stuck in the ground? What happened there? Interesting. Well, we'll just repairing it from the ground there and see what happens. I haven't fired those APS guns yet. Those diff guns. Mostly. But that's an army of GMODIST secret. Oh, look at that, look at that. We're closing in, we're closing in. No! Damn! We're so close of getting... It should have had 3-meter mantless, I can tell now. Then it would have a much larger window of actually aiming at a quick target. Well, well, well. That is not the case. I wonder if we harpooned ourselves to the ground again. I don't think so. Maybe we could do this, like having an actual harpoon into something and do that as a way to maneuver quicker around in a circle. I'm not sure that would work, but if it would work, that would be pretty cool. Well, We're firing flares and stuff, but now it seems... Oh no. Oh no. We'll see if it gets in some type of order where it can actually deal some damage. We're doing this beautiful chase now. We really should be able to line up for a shot. Come on! Ah. Will you not? Isn't this... No. Ah, it just escapes. I think we'll need to try and restart this little run and see if we get some other results. Alright. For some reason we dived low a little bit there. Taking some incoming flak. I love that the game doesn't seem to think this is a real battle. We're getting the chill music. God, this is a perfect lineup. No. Oh well, oh well. I don't think it's like this seems to be the perfect, but it will not fire. Look at that. This is like, yeah, it seems to be kind of having bad timing in its bombing routine, so it just doesn't bomb. This golden trim is very beautiful though, around black. Well, in any case, it's, you know, it just won't line up. Where it, you know, it has one thing. It's pretty sturdy. I think we can stay here for a good while and we're not taking a lot of damage. Or like taking pretty surface level damage. It is pretty resilient. It will have that, but it's not able to damage the vehicles here. It's just not possible to time up the bombs and anything like that. And we don't have a backup system getting used there, so I know, what can we do? What can we do indeed? Well, I guess that's that. It's looking very cool doing it though, which is nice. But well, you know what? That has been it for this episode. The last batch of the quick wheels. Next time we'll be coming back with checking some tanks. So, huge thanks to all of the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM, and extra thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, because you are making the Army of GMODISM stay strong. So, with that said, AOG Invictus, and I will see you in future challenges indeed. Oh god, we got a fatal hit there. Well, time to bail. Bye bye. Well, hello, this is your Lord High Admiral in the Army of GMODISM. You're welcome back to some more trials, of course. In here, we are beautifully listening to the Waltz of the Builder by our own composer Vestrets. So it's absolutely fantastic, won't you say that? Well, anyways, this time we're going to have the next batch of, well, what should we say? Brave contestants. We're gonna battle the Onyx Watch Oxen. So we're gonna get into that, and here we got my beautiful scoreboard, which I just calculated how many scores I have written down here. When I'm finished with this scoreboard, I have written down 325 times some different scores here. So when I'm gonna calculate this together, I'm gonna sum up these 325 different scores into 25 summed up scores, and I will be able to give a result, basically. In any case, this is of course some really cool thing here, which we definitely need to let's see here, sorry. We definitely need to thank the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel every month. Which is, most notably, Admiral Scooberox, Captain Wild, Lieutenant Dinosaur Boy, Lieutenant LCG Canyon, Cravey, Parbagreed, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. We're gonna get on with the next batch, starting with Netramira's design. So, let's get in there, let's get out of the planning room and get out to the testing range area. Netramira's design is the beautiful hummingbird, an ornithopter, which is very amazing. It seems to have some struggle with altitude, so it doesn't want to land. But anyways, we're gonna spawn an oxen. And we're gonna see what it will do to it. Hopefully it's gonna do a lot. I like this little door in the back. It feels a little bit, you know. So. We're gonna drop some diff gun bombs there. And unfortunately, it seems they missed. It's gonna be interesting to see where those cran shots land. They didn't land anywhere, which is good. I wonder if our anti-missile missiles will be able to take out some stuff, though. I also kind of wanna see these guns firing. Maybe they won't. They need some more time to reload. Well, next time. Somehow we are seeming to have some time of trouble getting lined up to fire the diff guns, which is weird. Oh, now we're firing. Let's get here. Oh, damage. Yes. Oh no. Carnage. No. Oh no. That ain't too good. Well, they were just chilling for such a long time, not shooting at each other. Something is obviously very damaged here. We have our vertical launch missiles, but I think they only provide some superficial damage. So yeah. Oh, wait, what? It launched? The wings are not flapping. But did you know that it's not actually a ornithopter? It is actually a thruster craft disguised as an ornithopter. The horror. No, it's very cool. Of course you can't make... I don't think you... Can you make an ornithopter in from the depth? Huh. I might have to try sometime. Well, this battle obviously needs some respawning. Go, go, hummingbird! So we're gonna see here how Netramira will perform against the oxen here. The cram flags are not too dangerous. I think this has a potential to basically snipe the target. If it just gets a little bit lucky with these shots. Which should be coming out of here any second. No? No? Yes? Huh. Well then, I guess no action. It just has some issues getting these to fire. Oh my god. It actually fired. It fired shells. I was starting to think it would never fire shells. They've been circling each other for like 2 minutes straight, by the way. So that's why that's cut away. Alright, let's see here. Bam. Man, if this was... It hits this time, this area again. I wonder why. I wonder why it doesn't hit like more further. Yeah, well, the VLMs are working very well. but they just won't penetrate deep enough. Alright. Oh! Bam! We have a hit! That's a lot of damage. A lot of cram parts. Well, it does have some nuking ability. It really does. But it also goes super close. And it's kind of easy to shot out of the sky with crams like this. Well, it does deal damage. That's one good thing. But it just doesn't survive. It just is too easy to hit with the crams. It can circle around for like 5 minutes without doing anything. So yeah, we're having some issues, is the short answer there. But it's not, I mean, it works. In any case, I think we're gonna move on to the next battle, or the next contestant. Here we have Nilden's Invader. And this little invader spaceship type craft is going in for the kill. With its pack, let's see how it does. I guess they will be able to match it with speed. Look at that. And it's just gonna sit here. The only thing is that it's it's an explosive pack. So while it can do this all day, it might take large portions of the day to kill this thing. But due to the crams being limited in firing arc, as almost all crams are, it's probably never gonna shoot back. Look at that. Isn't that cute? It's just does this forever. Well, I'll guess I'll see you in a while. We're down 4%. We're down 4%. I think this would have a tiny bit of better results if it was like Pierce pack. Yeah, I think so. Would be worth a shot to change it to Pierce pack in case this is ending up as a winning contestant. But yeah, it's absolutely completely invincible. That's great. It deals damage. That's great. And I think we can do this all day, actually. So it's pretty impressive. It's a tad bit slow, but it's still pretty impressive. Just staying right above it and just shooting down those packs forever. Oh! We've been sitting here for so long and it hasn't been damaged yet. It still reliably provides hits and just grinds this down piece by piece. And it hasn't received one bit of damage either. So it's just a matter of time. It will grind it down. It really will. 84%, 83. Well, we're going down alright. That's good. It's a little bit slow. It would need some more punch. Like, seriously, it would need some more punch. If this had... I think if it had a slower pack, it would deal so much damage. Or if it had a Pierce pack. Or why not a smaller pack, but a couple of auxiliary diff guns or something. But in any case, it doesn't get shot down. It reliably just stays here and will grind this down to dust. So it's still pretty good, but we're gonna restart the battle and see if it was just lucky that it didn't get shot on its way to its superior position, or if it's pure skill. You can see this. It's gonna take some time to blow down this, especially this. Ooh, this heavy armor is gonna be hard to go through. But in any case, it's gonna do it eventually, and it won't get shot down. All right, let's go. Cram shots incoming. First of all, they're too inaccurate. Ready to rumble. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Well, it can clearly get hit. Poor thing. Well, then I know what score I'm gonna write on this thing. The first run went a little bit better, but if it doesn't get shut down, I think it will grind down any target that's it can stay above, that it won't get, you know. So that's cool. Any case, moving on. Poor penguin, I spawned it too close to the surface. This is our favorite penguin of this challenge. The favorite penguin, popping in here. This is Netrameda's third submission. It's trying to get shot by flak crabs, and it's gonna drop a lot of bombs. And this thing is real quick. I don't know what happened with those bombs, but... Oh, we are getting some blocks shed off. Well. And it's so quick, I don't think it's gonna hit it very often at all. Drop those bombs! No? Wait. I'm not sitting in it good. Oh no, it's shooting down it. Really weird. I wonder why. Why doesn't it... Is it not able to aim or what? No? Why? Why are the bombs not dropping? Huh. That's so weird. Now we have entered terrain for some reason too. Okay, come on, penguin. Everyone's favorite penguin should be able to... What's going on? Hoping that was some kind of glitch. Or spawning the crafts again. We're gonna see if it drops bombs at all. If it drops bombs, I guess it was a glitch. No. Why? That's so weird. It's not dropping them. Why? We're not sitting in it. We're not blocking it. What's going on? Hello, penguin? It's just taking some light flak. Like, seriously? What's going on here? If we repair this thing? Do you have an issue with materials? No? Still not dropping any bombs. I had high hopes for the penguin, but it's getting shot by crams. But most importantly, it's not trying to drop bombs. So weird. Anyways, we're gonna move on. That's not gonna be the best score for this sub-challenge. It just won't drop the bombs. Just try again, I just wanna see if it... No. It never drops them. I wonder if it has some altitude bracket or whatever. But why? But why? Well, whatever. Here we got Nilden's B8 bomber, the last submission from Nilden. Because of course, 3 of them is Rhinos, Nilden's. So this is the B8 bomber, the main submission. And we're gonna see how this fares. We're closing in on target. Oh no! We're getting wing clipped there a little bit. This thing has the glorious bomb cam. We gotta see it. Look at it. Oh! Here we go. Yeah! That's so cool. Well, it indeed took out a lot of surface blocks here. It's really sandblasting this thing here. It's gonna be interesting to see if we got in the second round. There we go. Oh, no, it stopped? Why? Oh, we're having trouble aiming those crams, have we? And it's pretty maneuverable. It won't get... Yes. Oh, bam. That's some damage though. Ha. Mostly armor parts still, but we are getting there. It's just not able to shoot at us very much. This is going pretty fine. Oh, next rain. Bam. This thing's days are very much counted. Oh, it's dead. Wow. Wow. That's efficient. Okay, let's redo that then. Let's set it up again. Nilden's B8 bomber acquiring target. Alright. Target locked on. No. There we go. There we go. Bam. Pretty efficient damage. Yeah, it works great. It works great against a design like this one. And it's really staying out of the way. It's not getting hit at all. Just some flags close by, but nothing to really worry about. Bam. That's pretty nice. We're getting another one. Bam. Oh, no. It just has no chance of winning this. I mean the oxen. Look at it. Bam. That's so good damage. Yeah, we're perfectly being able to tackle this challenge here. I just want to see when it fires. Look at that. Bam. Excellent. Excellent. We're just too quick. We're not staying in angles it can shoot at. We're just staying safe. Continuing with those bombing rounds there. Look at that. Wow. And another little swarm is popping down here. I think this is just lucky it isn't taken out yet. When they hit the right position, they're just grinding through. These missiles are pretty darn scary and it won't be intimidated by these crams at all, basically. 3 pop downs there. Now the rest counts. Confetti all over the place each time. It's so spot on too. Another one. And it's graciously staying in the sky. Well, we know if it aims properly, if it aims at the right spot, not much is needed to take it out. And it just continues to stay safe like that. So, yeah, I think the B8 bomber here is doing a great job of just avoiding the crams and just delivering pretty decent damage to a tanky target like this. I don't think I would have expected that. You know, if it aims at the right spot, it gets through. These are not small missiles, they are doing some serious damage. Next swarm. Well, I know enough on how to grade this thing, so we're gonna move on to the next battle, while this thing is grinded into confetti. Oh, I think the AI just went there. Yep, it got through to the AI. And there it goes. Really nice. I'm pretty impressed by its ability to not get shot also. Just staying in these narrow sweeps and not such predictable patterns of movement make it a lot more survivable than some of the other designs we've seen that are moving at a similar speed. Here we have the white phosphorus bomber. So that's Ovo's submission, and this thing I wouldn't expect hit very easily, but it may, I don't know. It's a surprising design, and it goes for these interesting dives where it just goes really close and fires a really scary diff rod. And then it has some pretty decent missiles coming in from there. So due to the design of it, I kind of thought it would do pretty good against the very light target, and it didn't. But wow, seeing this damage here, I kind of understand that it is indeed more bomber-like, that it's really wanna punch upwards. Wow, okay, it's gonna be interesting to see what we're gonna do. Bam! Is that explosive only? Who knows? Here we got a little... Bam! Are you kidding me? Did we almost detonate the AI or something from beneath it? That's pretty impressive. Right, now we're moving at terrain too. Whoa. Bam! Bam! That's some blocks. It surely deals some damage. Ha! It's so quick, I don't think it will get shot by crams very much. Whoa. I think it's more likely it kind of accidentally breaks itself. And these missiles, it feels like they're fired in any direction. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. Do you also see a thumbnail? I kind of do. Anyways. I'm kind of scared it will crash into it. Bam. It's like a proximity fused explosive round or something? But why? It's so inaccurate at times too. Well, these missiles are a good bit scary though. We're loading up for another one. Ooh, that's a nice little missile insert. Deleted some heavy armor and everything. Yeah, I don't think it gets hit. It will get hit at least. We're perhaps being a bit slow. Not sure here. Because I do think we have diff guns, so I don't think we have any more shots coming in there. And this, the shot type is probably not optimal against something like this either. Well. It has missiles, and those dealt the most of the damage anyway. Oh. Did it actually... I think it got some flak damage, perhaps. Ooh. Missiles incoming. That one went away. Like, we dealt a lot of damage, but we are seeming to have some trouble with penetrating the armor here. We've just been chilling by and the missiles are just shooting off in random direction and we're not getting any more shots in here. So I don't know really what's happening. I think we might need to restart this little iteration here. This little to the second test and see if we get similar results or what's happening. There we have it. The oxen is spawned. I wonder if we're able to reach it. I think so, because it doesn't have lambs. Bam! Doing some pretty good explosions. We're diving in here, dropping 2 more. They kind of lost lock on. Those diff guns ain't firing. Guess they need better accuracy. No? Now then. No. Ooh, that was almost a collision. Well, I wonder if we have some issues with the diff gun. Because this is like a new craft, right? So it shouldn't have any like issues. Whoops. Can you like... Maybe it got damaged at some weird part. Like, most of the damage is done by the missiles anyways, but I'd still like them to work since they did in the first test. Oh! Well, damn. Well, damn. It's going a little bit too close there. Too close to the sun. We almost had an incident like that in a previous little test. Or this previous test, to be certain. Well, it's not great to drive into the target you are going to shoot at. But it was able to deal some pretty decent damage at first. So it ain't terrible. Well, in any case, we're gonna move on to Pizza Summoner's AS Sardalk, which is looking absolutely gorgeous. The oxen is spawned in the distance. The Sardalk is preparing. It's locking on. Bam! And it's dealing some damage. That's for sure. Ooh! These crams are really scary. I think they are very capable at one-shotting this thing if it aims at the right spot. Alright. It is a tanky design. Alright. One thing we just have to do. Bam. Oh man. Oh wow. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. 85%. Man, it's so powerful. I think we just have to go and warp to this position, make sure our repairs aren't online. Just so we can experience this lock-on. There we go. Alright. Target locked. Oh! Hoo-hoo! That's what I'm talking about. That's so cool. I'll just have to go with another one here. Let's see her. I think it's so cool to sit in this. We're going down for another one. No, not yet. Now we're going on for a lock-on. Look at that. Amazing. All right. So it's gonna do this all day. We're providing some serious damage. This thing is pretty doomed to die. The Sardalk is very much delivering at this little challenge here. There's some really, really good damage going on there. And I really feel like if it just aims at the right spot, this thing is like one-shotted. You can see that on how it penetrates, how it deals damage. Oh, and there we have it. There was the AI. Somehow, not the entire AI. Wow. Alright. We're going in slow motion. Sardalk is in the air. And we're firing crams. Oh, bam! Here we have some damage, and it's gone. Well, we obviously need to try this again. Spawn an oxen. And I'm standing on the ground here. I wanna be in this. Look at that. We're locked on. Fire! No? No! Well, okay. Unlucky, I guess. Couldn't get enough accuracy. Are we getting shot at now? Holy moly, we are actually. That's cram parts. That feels like an unlucky. I wonder how much mimics this has, because I don't see any oh, there we have visible damage. There we go. Bam. Oh, wow. Yeah, wow, okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I was right. It can just crit it on one shot if it just aims the right way. Very cool indeed. We have indeed tested the challengers for this run, so we'll be back next week with the next little batch. So I hope you enjoyed that. Huge thanks to the commissioned officers right over there. You can join the ranks if you want to support the channel. If you just want to be in the army of GMODIST and support us in, like, I don't know, with your services to the AOG / commenting on the video to increase our algorithm score. Well, you can join the army of GMODIST by self-assigning yourself the Matros 3rd class in our Discord, and you are enlisted. And by winning challenges like this one, you can rise in the ranks within the enlisted ranks. Yeah, because the commissioned officers is obviously pay to win, because that's how it is. In any case, huge thanks for watching here. I'll see you next time. I hope you did enjoy it, and really cool designs. They're really good results from Nilden's first design in Pizza Summoners. I really like that one. Anyways, it's gonna be super cool to see the next batch, how we're performing there. Take care. This is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST. We're signing out. Welcome back to the Trials of the Army of GMODIST Season 1. Thanks to all of you commissioned officers, your help helps a lot each month. And without further ado, we're going to try the 3rd batch of bombers against the different types of foes. There is no different type of foes. This is the tank part of the challenge, and we're of course continuing with the oxen not the oxygen, oxen. First out is the butterfly wasp by Rush. So let's get in a oxen here. There we have the oxen. Missiles are getting prepared. Machine guns are warming up the target. Crams are exploding nearby and shifting us a little bit in with the, well, area of explosion thing. Bam! We got some good damage going on there. We're here, we have some detection for sure. Seems we're producing smoke. And that's because the missiles are pretty smoke guided. The butterfly wasp is locking in for another go. Missiles popping in here again. Bam! They kinda didn't hit very well, did they? Whoa. Well, it's being quick enough to not really get hit. That's good. All right, those. Ow! Bam! That deals. It feels like it deals a lot of damage, but it's also most of the important things are pretty unexposed, so the damage is limited. All right. Damn, those laser guidance is just too limited in where it can aim and not. I understand you need to protect your laser guidancing system, but oh, that's a little bit unlucky perhaps. Bam! Oh, sadness. Russia's butterfly wasp has been reborn, and we are going and engaging the target. Machine. They can't possibly do anything, right? It was like, no. Oh yeah, they're not basically doing anything. If we're lucky, we can shoot off some detection, perhaps. Oh, and the first swarm of missiles came there, which is nice, but that's the thing with the butterfly wasp. It's like unexpectedly stable, so it's unexpectedly easy to hit. That's one of its design issues that could be improved. Well, they kind of graze above it a little bit. It feels like it doesn't really penetrate deeply. It's just really surface level damage, it seems. And it's so stable and weak that the cram's area of effect explosion might really like mess it up. As you can see. Now it's really stable and it got like 3, 2, 1 super good opportunity for the crams to hit them. Oh, bam! Yeah, based on this first little results here, we can be pretty sure that the butterfly wasp will end up as confetti sooner or later every time. It just doesn't deal enough damage. And it's not evasive enough to avoid the crams to be able to, like, not die. Not terrible at dealing damage though, so that's something. Welcome to the Sean Reed episode. The dagger is out next. Sean Reed has 4 submissions, that's what I say that, because we just did Rush. Now we have Sean Reed 1, 4, 2, 3, and then we got Shotgun. So yeah. Now we're gonna see how the daggery deals with it. Alright. It's doing good evasive maneuvers against those cram shells. It's good. But why don't we shoot any of the real deal against this thing? That's my question. Alright, here it comes. What? What's going on here? Can you like... How hard can it be? Thank you. Why? It's so weird. Okay, we have loaded. Oh, look at that. They are loaded now. What happened with them last time then? There we go. They dropped them somehow. Oh, there they are. Look at them. Okay, never mind. I thought they kind of didn't work, so I just wanted to check that a little bit. Right. Magnets... Yeah. They're just not dropped close enough, so they don't do anything. Oxen is still at 100%. If we're lucky, it will drive onto them. Look at that. Oh! Magnets start to appear. There we go. Look at that. No, come on. They're gonna despawn in any second. Oh, they actually did damage before despawn. Beautiful. Oh. Ooh. That's not nothing. Now we got 2 new of them. 2 more. Man, it feels a little bit lackluster here. It should be able to take out the wheels. It should be able to grind off those wheels sooner or later. Maybe they just have too much health. And there are a lot of them too. Well, we're keeping to drop them at least, so that's something. Well, we're down 3% for the oxen, that's good, and it hasn't been hit yet. Oh, was that a blast gun? I hope it didn't shoot itself this time, then. The oxen is pretty cool. I think it looks pretty cool. Ooh! Nice. And where do we have the bombs drop there? Man, they're a little bit off. They should it should be a dive bomber, this thing. It feels like it's more or less lucky that this thing drives around in circles so that the bombs actually deal damage. So it's a lucky coincidence, but it feels like it should be dropping those bombs a little bit closer to the target. You can see those magnets are not really keeping up with our speed here. They're too far away. Oh no! We had a hit. Well, I think we'll need to restart this battle indeed. The dagger does kind of have this little issue where if you spawn it on the ground, it will have issues taking off at all. So you have to spawn it in the air. But that's of course something that could be fixed with a simple balloon start maneuvers. But of course we're not allowing any changes after submissions, because that would be a hassle, as Adnecris pointed out when I was talking with him if that would be a good idea or not to allow. Right. Wow, okay, let's see here. Alright, homing on with cramps. It's pretty fast. It ain't gonna be hit by cramps any moment. It does deal damage, which is nice, but it's not dealing a lot of damage. Oh, we're getting hit again. Oh no! Oh no! I repaired it in the air, so that accidentally actually killed it. Alright, I just wanna see it perform a little bit more to be able to set a good score. And it decided to go up into space instead after a while. Well, it deals damage, it's just not enough. We are having the maneuverability issues and stuff like that. I think I'll know how to grade this thing. It's able to deal some damage, but we seem to not be a really good matchup against a tanky target like the Oxen here. So we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's 4th submission. Yes, they're not in order. Why is that? Well, it's because of my strange naming schedule. F has comes before S. That's why. I think we'll need to spawn the Oxen before we spawn this thing. Go, go, Sunspot! Now we're having some really interesting guns. I think the Sunspot will perform a much better action against this thing. Right. Whoa. Ooh, going close there. Oh! Damn! That's some scary action. Oh, we got hit on the side there. It's just a little flak. Nothing scary. Ooh, really going close. We're having some balls. Yeah, you can see it's blasted away some. It's definitely performing a good bit better here. And it's so fast and it's going so close that the Crams have trouble having time to aim. So it actually seems to be a little bit less chance of it getting hitted, strangely enough. Ooh, but it's grazing the ground. It's so close to getting just messed up by itself. Alright. Man, those missed real bad. It feels like it has potential to deal a lot of damage, but I think it would be a good idea. Perhaps if it aimed against at hot blocks or something. Alright, we're coming in for another dive. I think it's doing pretty good so far. We're taking out detection and stuff. We're slowly blasting away the surface. Those revolving blast guns should do a pretty good job. Ah, we accidentally touched the ground there. I actually think that's its own maneuvers. Well, I think it provides a pretty cool toe-to-toe type of action. The revolving blast guns really do work well against sniping off detection. I never really thought about that, but that's actually a pretty genius design of them. Bam! We got hit! Right. Popping in there. Alright, alright, alright. We get flown away by the area of the shockwave of the explosions from those flags. Damn. I guess flak isn't, you know, it feels a little bit World War II, kind of old technique. I guess we're mostly doing missiles now and shit. But anyways, it must have been really horrible to sit in the plane and hear the flak around you. That shockwave must just shatter windows and all sorts of things. In any case, this is this battle is definitely moving in the favor of the Sunspot, but it's going pretty slow, and we're having some maneuverability issues. Oh, that's some close action. Coming in for another attack. And another one. Oh, yes. Ooh. It's doing some scary stuff. Oh, no. I didn't see it getting hit, actually. It looked like it... It almost looked like it did that to itself. Anyways, we're gonna restart this battle. It managed to pick down the Oxen with 6% at least, so that's something. Folding in the landing gear. Very beautiful. Oh no! Alright. We'll just have to slow down time here. Look at this. Isn't this pretty cool? You can see the propeller blades coming in there, and bam! The missiles popping in here and shedding off a lot of blocks. Well, I think it's cool. Biplanes are always a little bit cooler somehow. They have an extra coolness factor. It's just... Look at that! So many detection components and stuff getting shot off. Oh, it was a little bit vulnerable this time when getting in there. Look at it. What happened there? I love that we can't... Oh, no, okay, now we could repair it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This is interesting. Oh! Oh, oh no, it's getting run over. That's so sad. Well, I think we know enough to know how to grade this thing. It definitely deals better than the first submission, but it has some issues. It's not really able to punch through. I really got out of ammunition for after a time there, it felt like. Or I guess the revolving blast guns had to reload. But, well, it got killed within that time frame. And the second time, well, it just got shot down. Next up, we're having the Djinn. So we're going to throw in an oxen here. And we're gonna see how this is doing. I think it actually has some pretty good opportunities for this battle. I think this might be the strongest of Sean Reed's design for this particular tournament, this particular challenge, I mean. Because if I'm remembering correctly, it will just stay on top of it and shoot down stuff. And the oxen should probably not be able to hit it using its crams at all, actually. Here we can see them popping down like that, like dead fishes, and then just chilling here and waiting to get activated someday, today, or another day, or not at all. Well, we shall see indeed. It just shoots them a little bit off target. I really feel like it could have been a good idea to have them steer against the target from the beginning, maybe. Well, they at least get there. And they're able to take out, but damn, they're only doing so small surface damage. I kind of forgot how weak they were. I think they're smalls. I think these are smalls. So yeah, smalls don't have a good lifetime either. That's one issue. And they just do tier 2 little damage. Yeah, so like one medium does more than 4 smalls. The swarm is coming in. No. Now another little swarm is trying to get in there. Look at that. Oh my lord. The damage we're just dealing against this thing is so minuscule. We've been kind of chilling here. Just... yeah. It just takes too long time for it to deal any sort of damage. And it's really superficial too. Or just for the sake of it, we're gonna respawn this battle and just see again. So we're closing in and starting to fire again. And it's still firing off. And the small missiles are gonna get here eventually. And rinse and repeat. Well, it isn't shot down at all. It's impossible to shoot it down, so it will get an extra point for that. But it basically deals no damage, but it deals a little bit damage. So I guess it's technically I think this would win eventually. I don't know how many hours that would take, but I know how to score this thing. So we're gonna go to check out Sean Reed's third submission. Yes, they're still not in order. And they never will be, by the way. And the third submission is of course the Aspirant. And this has some pretty big guns here. So I think this might actually be doing some decent damage. It should pack some kind of punch, I think. So let's see if those crams will cause an issue or not. Whoa. I think these looks like real tank busters. Oh, did you miss? Come on. Oh, you too. Are you kidding me? Well, we shall see. Maybe it won't. This laser just has issues locking on. I wonder if that's because of the smoke. Oh, crap. Well, that's bad. Well, we just respawn them and see if we get some different results. See if our laser will be locking on. I mean, it looks so cool when it's getting dropped like this. Yes, we got a hit. I kind of expected more damage, to be honest. There we go, that's some damage. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, mate. Okay, good. I don't know if they're the same loadout. Maybe it was just a bad hit location. So it's already down 4 percentages. Are you gonna miss? No, you didn't. Good. Well, the short cannon is picking up one block every now and then. And most of the missiles unfortunately miss. I think that the Oxen's smoke kind of confused the targeting a little bit. So it kind of has issues, to say the least. It kind of has issues. Well, we can basically sit here all day. Most of the missiles actually miss. We have real problems with its lock-on function. And it isn't like damaged yet. So it's just a matter of time when it's getting shot out of the air by now. So yeah, the Aspirant didn't do very well, but it was able to deal some substantial damage at times. So I mean, it's something. But we're going to move on to this little section's last submission, which is Shotgun's design. Which is the Shotgun's dart, of course, and it has loads of missiles. I think this one is gonna provide some decent damage, to be honest. It's flying pretty stably though, so we're gonna see if it will have issues with getting hit. Look at that, and we're having the bombs drop there too. And we're so fast, it's gonna be difficult for the tank to shoot at us, I think. Right, anyways. It's... Oh man, no. We lost 10% and they lost 1%. Huh. That's not optimal. By the way, where did we go? What the... Where are we? Huh. Oh, we entered space. I guess we'll need to respawn this battle then. There we are. New dart. And new target. So you're just following these missiles. They looked kind of cool, I think, like. And bam, we're dealing some damage towards it there. I'm like thinking, are these AI parts or are they just from the scoop? And I just, every time I see it's just the scoop, I'm like a little bit sad. Like, we're dealing some decent damage, we're just not penetrating very well, are we? Alright. no! I guess we're doing this. There we have it. A little quick revive to counter bad luck. And it instead goes into the ground. Why? Huh. It feels like it's... It feels like the dart is pretty able to deal a lot of damage. It just has these issues with randomly dying. Like, what the hell? What the hell? You were just repaired. Why did you do that? That's so strange. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. Lift up. Okay, there we go. Are we able to provide damage here? Ah man, it feels like it should be able to deal more damage than it actually does. It looks very formidable, but it just doesn't pack the punch that's required. You know what? I think that will probably be it. Like, obviously, we can't really control everything like that, but it's able to deal some decent damage, but it's not getting through. Like, yeah, what can we say? Some of that damage is getting through, but it tends to drive itself into the ground a little bit too often. So it's like, I guess it's a-okay, but we also haven't seen this thing win anything yet, and we've been trying to give it a chance. Yeah, we stayed with it for a while here. We had to repair it several times and just give it some more materials, and it just doesn't pack a punch enough. It looks like it should be able to deal a lot of damage, but they never seem to leak through to anything important. I think these missiles may be a little bit bad against heavy armor, and this is exactly what the Oxen has as internal heavy armor. And it just decides to smash the ground. Well, it deals damage, that's something, but yeah, not top scores maybe. So there you have it. The third iteration with the third batch. We have the fourth batch. This is the last one. It's gonna come up next week. So hopefully you're gonna join in for that, and you'll see how all of the, and when you have seen that, you know how all crafts are dealing with the tanky target. I don't know. What do you think about the tanky target? Was it a good choice or a bad choice? Write me in the comments what you thought about the choice of the Oxen as a target. In any case, thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you next time. This is your host GMODIST, and I'm signing out. Welcome back, commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODISM. And other GMODists. If you're just a GMODist, you should enlist or become a commissioned officer. About commissioned officers, I will just say a huge thanks to our supporters from Lieutenant and above in the army of GMODism, which is of course not the enlisted, the commissioned officers. This is not the great scorebook with all the scores. It's actually here, but I will pretend it is here, because then it looks much cooler. In any case, gotta use my own merch. So we are here with the last iteration of the battles. So we're gonna pitch the last batch, which the last batch actually performed insanely well in the previous sub-challenge, which was of course the quick wills. So it will be very interesting to see how the last batch of designs will perform against the, what should we say, the tank, the Oxen I keep thinking it's called the oxygen, and I don't know why. But it's of course the oxen. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they all perform. And we're gonna get back out there and do some tests. Here we have the 3-valve with 3 horns. A narwhal has fewer, which means this thing is better. It's also better because it's covered in army of GMODISM decals, which is always a lot of plus points. Anyways, not this shell, not this one, however. What's gonna be next one? What is gonna be? Oh god, yes. Next time we're actually going to care about that a lot, because next time we're gonna look at aesthetics. We hope that we'll fit all of the last batches in this little episode here, so this is the time to check that. And the Thewald, bam! It got really badly hit by that cram barrage. Holy moly, the oxen is only down with 1%. Like, this is a pretty meaty design. I would have expected this to not get completely devastated. I guess that was a really unlucky hits for it. Well, we need to restart this one. There we are. Another run. So hopefully the missiles will aim in there. Alright. We're just gonna hope that the crams won't annihilate us. I'm gonna see how these missiles do. We got our diff gun hits there. What? That didn't do much damage. And that's only surface level blocks. Interesting. And I believe we got pretty badly hit by these crams here. That's not great. Alright. So our frontal cannons get taken out by that cram barrage here. So this bomber is a little bit slow and predictably moving. So we're having real issues against those crams here. We do have some cram bombs, however. I feel like I want to just repair this thing a little bit. I need to probably refill some materials if that was destroyed, I don't know. I just want to see what type of damage it deals when it's able to hit those. Yeah, those cram bombs are a little bit underwhelming here. It does deal damage, don't get me wrong. It's delivering acceptably. We need to remember that this is 113,000 materials. And our bombers are 30, so as bombers they should of course be able to punch upwards pretty good. Those cram bombs just miss a little bit, which isn't great. Huh. Interesting indeed. I think the pigeon is gonna get completely annihilated. That's the Scubation's second submission. But we're gonna see about that later. I don't know, it feels like these cram bombs... Oh yeah, that was actually pretty spot on, but they were a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. I think we would need some more spunk in those bombs. Alright, well, we're dealing damage alright. But we're like slowly grinding away, and it's just a matter of time, and not a lot of time, before these crams probably shoot us down. Look at that. Yeah, that just misses. Now the diff rod, it deals some damage, but it's not like a lot. Okay, and now we lined up the crams, and we're probably able to take it out pretty reliably at this point. Look at that. Bam. No, it stands up a little bit tougher now. I don't know what kind of luck-based system steers if it gets a lot of damage or not, but look at that. Look at that. Pops in here and... oh... yeah, or pretty done. I mean, it does deal some damage, it's just a little bit slow. It's kind of delivers somewhat acceptable damage, but yeah, it's getting destroyed a little bit too quickly. I think I'll know how to judge this thing, so we're going to instead spawn as Scubimation's second submission, which is a personal aesthetic favorite. I think it looks so cool. Why are our anti-missile guns not shooting at those crams? I do wonder, however. Maybe they will. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting. I just love this aesthetics. I think it's so cool. Oh man, oh no. Yeah, we're moving so predictably and so slowly. We at least have a shit ton of blocks, so we're not getting critted too easily. Right, but these bombs, they are really, should we say, lackluster. It's kind of already crashing, and those the cannons aren't even trying here. We need to repair this thing here. Let's just do this type of thing. Come on now. Come on now. I want to see those cram bombs hit a little bit. Look at that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, there's like nothing inside of these cram bombs. I don't know. At this point, I'll just spawn another one. I think it's gonna perform like really bad. I don't think we'll need to spawn, like, we can give it a little bit of an advantage as a benefit of the doubt, because I don't think we are going to be able to dodge any of those cram shells, and if later we are able to hit with our crams, we're dealing such ridiculous low amounts of damage. I really wonder, like, this has to be a small cram system. It's like really needs some more firepower. I think the most amount of damage we'll be able to deal against a tank like this is probably if we accidentally crash on it. The Pigeon may be a personal design favorite. I think it looks absolutely amazing. But for this challenge, its performance is pretty horrible. We'll not say the exact score we're getting here, but I will say we're gonna move on to the next design, and that is American's very interesting space type plane, which is definitely more min-maxing than the Pigeon. It feels so min-maxed in its design that I'm kind of surprised that American has made it look good anyways, because it's obviously not it's not looking like a real world thing. It's looking like its own thing, and it's set up to perform. And yeah, and it still looks pretty cool, which is nice. Anyways, not bison, thank you. Oxen. Here we go. And we're moving in erratic ways. And you can see cram shots are far, far away. Oh, it was managed to hit us somehow. Damn. Oh, the damage. That's serious business damage. Wow. Well, one of their diff guns is taken out. That's an issue, but the missiles keep on giving. See if we shoot or line up one of those diff guns here again. Nope. Saw that. We just EMP'd this turret out. So its weapon controller was not EMP protected. So this turret will not ever be bothered again. So that's basically disabled. That's good. Good stuff. Oh, no. Well, thanks to its erratic movement, the cram shell seems to not hit it much at all, which is good. However, it is kind of compromised, it's damaged, so it still does damage here, but I'm going to restart the battle just in order to check it a little bit when it's in full capacity. I feel this will be a little bit too draggy otherwise, but it's performing great. Alright, we're closing in to the oxen again. Missiles are popping in there. Bam! Dealing some damage. Ooh! The AOG bomber, I think it's what it's called, from American is not scratched. Diff guns diving down and bam! Dealing some damage, putting in some missiles there. We can see some stuff is dropping. Bam! No, wait, what happened? That's interesting. I don't know what happened there, but I guess it got hit. Oh, when it's diving down like that, it seems like it's getting hit pretty often. Is it? Come on. Thank you. There we go. Just wanna check. It deals good damage, it really does, but it doesn't deal deep penetrative damage. It's more like spread out surface damage, it feels like. I don't think it will have a good ability to crit the oxen. Those those diff guns, they're like good, but they're like rarely hitting the mark. We seem to be having some such issues. So yeah, when we're going down for the deep, we're a little bit too unsafe when it comes to movement, so we're getting just point blank and getting shot down a lot of the times. You can see the diff rod is dealing good damage, but it doesn't feel like it's super penetrative. I don't know. I think I'll know how to judge this thing. I think it's pretty decent, it really is, but it's not the max performer. So we're getting a pretty average score there, I think, which is good, because a lot of folks, a lot of the submission had really low scores for this tanky challenge. It's apparently really hard to design weapons that can deal armor that deals good damage against deep penetrative capabilities. Because in From the Depth, the power of explosions in general seems to be pretty, like, nerfed. So, yeah. When it comes to like real bombs, you just put a bomb and like you blow up basically anything, but here it's just like bombs just fall. They're just not doing anything if we have some proper armor there. Explosive damage is not all here. So yeah, that's how it is. We're gonna move on to the next contestant, which is the cringe's first submission, which is the MB4. And to go with that, we need an oxen. I think this cockpit is really cool designed. I think it looks great. This thing has a weird... Actually, thank you. I think it's heat. Nah, that's hash. Or is it? No, that's a high explosive head. It has a tiny high explosive blaster. I think. Oh, we got scratched by the crams there. We're trying to bomb it. Oh, that's just sad. Oh no! About sad. I don't know exactly what happened. I suppose we actually got hit. Yeah, that's not too good. We obviously need to restart this. I don't know where we are either. Ta-da! Nothing happened. So, next run. I just like this little bomber tower here. It's so cool. Alright. The explosive machine gun is going and going. And we're getting in a nice angle. I think the bombs have a great chance of... No. They're like much more designed to hit a completely still moving target. These bombs are not guided. They really could be guided. I'm just gonna repair this thing because I wanna see when it gets damaged at least. To know if it does that to itself and it's like just staying too much in the same predictable movement for the crams to hit them. This is so not set up to deal with ground targets like this. Oh. I think we have some pretty light armor in this thing. And they're just off shooting. Right. I want to remember, do they have magnets or not? I don't think they do. Is this a hill? It's probably this. Yeah, well. Are we gonna hit? No. Yeah, so we're not able to hit with anything and we get shot down all the time. I repaired this, I don't know, 5 times already. It's just not doing it. It's too easy to shoot down and it's not able to deal any damage. So, yeah. Not too good results on this particular challenge. We're gonna move on to the Cringe's second submission, which, by the way, did get a full score in the latest in the previous sub challenge. So we're gonna see how it deals with some real like slow, stronger designs compared to the super quick one. So, oxen it is on the menu. We have ox menu here with the Bearnaise sauce. Maybe not. That's if you. That's only if you win. It has a laser targeted system, but if we are to differentiate from every other laser targeted system, this one is actually good. It actually is able to lock on most of the angles. Oh no! We're getting hit by those crams here again. We're just circling around there. We won't ever, like... We're just gonna help it out a little bit. The missiles are there, they're spawning in, coming into a swarm. And it's that... I mean, it's not doing a lot of damage, it isn't. But it's doing some damage. So, I mean, it's doing something. If it was not getting hit, it would be able to take this thing out. Which is good. Alright. We got hit again. Right. Putting on some small misses there. We're really doing surface level damage here. We have such a similar issue here. If this was heat missiles, maybe it is, I don't remember. We're just getting killed every time. We lost the materials too. I mean, I just want to see here. Yeah, that actually is heat missiles, isn't it? I suppose that this design is pretty well armored against heat, so there is not much we can do there. Yeah, well, in any case, I do think I know enough to be able to leave a little score on this. It certainly did better than the first submission. This is the MB5, yes. Which means we are here with the last design for this batch of the tank tests for the 4th iteration. This is Captain Y from the Army of GMODISM, Captain Y. Yes, he is graciously supporting us every month. In any case, Captain Y has built this absolutely stunning BY-409 bomber, and it looks fantastic. However, it's also rated to have the lowest firepower per material, so I kind of expect this to perform absolutely horridly against the tank. But we're gonna see how it does. We do know one thing, and that is whatever it's doing, it's gonna look cool while doing it. Next time, we're gonna look at aesthetics. If you didn't know that. There we go. Diff rods popping in there. We got some detection, laser munitions, stuff like that. It's pretty quick though, so it's not getting shot down by those crams the first round. Alright. Ooh, it's getting affected by the shockwave. Bam! It's taking damage. Nope. What? Oh! An entire wing got shot off. Well, we're just gonna spiral here forever. So we're just gonna repair this thing and see what happens here. Alright. We reached altitude again. Guess we can count this as a new thing. Maybe we should we usually restart everything, but yeah. I'm just patching it up a little bit here to see. Because I wanna know. So what I'm seeing so far, these APSs that are used as downward pointing point types of damage seem to not be able to penetrate really deep, which is kind of really something I wanted to know there. Who knows? Bam. Like, it sounds really scary, but you can see it doesn't take out a lot of blocks. We don't have a payload of some kind, it seems like. And it is getting hit most of the time too. Well, I just respawn the lot of it. I'm just gonna make sure that I don't hold any weapons. Okay, good. Now I can stay here. Like to, what's here? Bam. That's some weapon controllers and stuff like that. I don't think it's able to penetrate right through though. It will just get shot down sooner or later. Yeah, okay. So it deals damage, but not a lot of damage. It's probably not able to shoot through any important things. The heavy armor seems to protect against this bomber design well enough. Indeed. We're going in for another round here. Didn't fire, but it got fired on. Oh no. That's a weapon controller. I guess one of the crams will be completely permanently offline now. Right. And... Huh. In any case, it can deal some damage, it's just a little bit lackluster, so I think I know how to grade this thing for this particular sub-challenge there. Well, there we basically have it. Tactical hat on. We got all the four brackets, or not the four brackets, all the four sections tested off against this tank design. So now we kind of know how they will perform and which one were the best. In this last little bracket, we actually had a lot of 5-pointers in the last section. In this particular section, we actually had no full pointer. So we really had some issues scoring against the tank in the last section. So it was really interesting to see. And if you didn't think that, yes, I am aware that the request for the bombers is unreasonable. I don't think you can make a design that will reach full points in all of the different measurement spectra. I think that's pretty impossible. So, or I don't know how you would do that. I don't think you can actually do that. So that's also the point, because that would make that all of the ones that are participating have to choose what they want to focus on, and I give some hints on what's the most important things are, dealing a lot of damage. So then you could try some different things, and maybe you'll fail in some of the smaller challenges or stuff like that, shooting at the really quick wheels part or whatever. But in the end, the amount of score will amount up to your final points, and you'll see, can you win being an all-rounder, or can you just win being the thing that deals insane amounts of damage? Who knows? That's up to you, and that's the beauty of the system. I think it's pretty cool. In any case, I should stop rambling on here because I'm rambling on too long, so I'll just say to all of you commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and all the enlisted and other GMODISTs, I hope you enjoyed this video. Your comments do really help us get favorable with the algorithm, so do please comment, and of course like the video. This is your host GMODISM, and I'm signing out with my tactical hat. We're finally back with the AOG trials, where we will be checking out the bombers against a various mix of foes. So let's get into it. Alright, so here we are in game, and today we are going to continue with episode 19. Sorry for the little delay, but that is what it is. And now we are going to basically continue with testing the survivability of each of the designs. We're gonna begin with Adnikria's design, and we're going to test them all against a specific foe. Namely the horror I had selected previously, and that's what we're gonna go with. Right, so first out is Adnikria's. I'm gonna start a timer here. So I'm having a little timer, and I'm gonna see for how long and how well they survive. The maximum point you can get is 5. This is a scale from 0. I guess it's 0 to... well, basically it's... yeah. You can get minus points on this one too, of course, if it's really, like, bad. But we've been surviving here pretty well for... how long? It's a good amount of time here. 41 seconds. And we're not much damaged at all. The horror costs 77,000, so it is a tad expensive. It has lasers, so it's a pretty nice little design here. Can be difficult. Lasers is one of the most competent weapons you can throw against an aircraft. So lasers is the greatest aircraft zapper. And we also, of course, have what is it? Fire nowadays, so it should be able to start a fire onto it too. I'm wondering though, are we launching missiles from this thing at all? Or is it just... well, it's dropping blocks consistently, isn't it? Indeed. Oh, it got decapitated. Oh my god. So here we are. And it has kinda... it doesn't shoot back anymore. It has basically disabled the enemies. That's a really good. It ain't damaged. It still flies, it's still functional. Yeah. Surviving for almost 3 minutes, disabling the enemy. That's really good. I think it's gonna continue here. So basically, maybe it's a little bit unfair here, but of course, the first ship going up, first plane going up, always kind of sets the benchmark a little bit. So obviously this is max points, this is 5 points. We survived this thing, we even disabled it, we survived for 3 minutes. That's great. Now it even dies. Fantastic. Next up we have the absolutely stunning Manta War from Kovacs. So let us indeed spawn in the horror. And we shall see how it does. Look at it. Now this will probably catch fire since it is kinda flammable. Ooh. I believe that is some critical hits there. Ooh! Oh! Wow, okay. That's very quick and effective. Just want to make sure. Well, taking out the enemy is a really good way to survive, isn't it? And let's see. I'm not. Oh no. Oh, I spawned in, so I'm gonna make sure I didn't control anything, of course. All right. And even though it shoots on with its laser like this, these fires are just here to look cool. These are not actual fires. It's decorations. And you can see it doesn't cause much of a problem. Taking out the enemy is of course a great way of not getting shot at. If you can just alpha strike the enemy super hardcore, you don't need to worry about that. So Kovacs is also reaching a full point for full 5 points for survivability. Oh, now it's happening something here. Look at that. I feel we just have to check a little bit quickly here. It kind of died, but it also had 2 enemies. So it was aiming at the old enemy. And this is not testing survivability against several enemies. No, we're just testing survivability against a single horror here. Much more expensive ship, but it can really zap lasers here, so it can be quite dangerous indeed. Look at that, and now it killed it. Ah, look at that. It got EMP popped here. Yeah, so it can get hit by those little missiles here. I just want to make sure that the Adnecreus craft wasn't just lucky the first time around here. Because checking with the Manta War again, we can see that it depends too much on luck there. As you all know, I am coming back to full production here, so I kind of forgot that I tested them several times. I think I tested them 3 times before, but now I tested them only 1, and that's of course not quite right. So we're of course running we're running 2 rounds just to see that it's not a what's it called? That it's not just unlucky like that. Because here we can see that we seem to be performing pretty similarly here. This isn't getting very much touched. Those lasers seems to not hit the Adnecreus ship, Storihana. So Adnecreus remains with a 5-pointer, but Kovrak's ship, the Manta War, it depends a little bit on luck if it gets hit by that first missile or not. So I think I want to run a 3rd run on that one to actually get a gauge on if it's a 3 or if it's a 4. Alright, so now we're back here again. It's trying to laser. And how will it perform? Will it hit this volley? Or will it get taken out? Oh no, here comes the EMP missile. And it falls dead. Yeah, so it depends so much on luck for the Manta War if it zaps it in the beginning or not. It can just kill the enemy instantly, and when it does that, that's a good job. You can see it's already despawned, but we're also down here, which is very impressive on some terms and a little bit lackluster on others. So it's gonna end up with a 3 in score. So pretty decent, but it has a serious EMP problem. Next up we have Jonos Isanth 5 from StarMade. So we're gonna spawn the horror here and see how it does. And start the timer, of course. See how if it survives for long. It gets sapped here. It has pretty good health. I think this is the one challenge where the Isanth actually has a decent chance of not getting especially bad points. It's not well armed, but it is decently armored. It has some thick alloy and metal there. It's just sitting there, so it's very easy for the horror to use those lasers. Kind of surprises me that those lock-on missiles don't hit very well, or doesn't shoot very often rather. Well, this is going a bit slow. Alright, so here we can see it's still sitting here. We're shooting at the Isanth. It ain't dead yet. It has some decent armor, to be honest. So, yeah. It won't shoot back very much. But, yeah. Here we are. It's been 2 minutes now. Well, it still sits here. It has lost a lot of blocks by now. But it is in no way dead or anything. So it can take 3 minutes, but it's starting to really fall apart. So we're gonna do a little rerun here and see how well it fares. Here we have horror spawned some 2,000 meters away. We'll see how it does this time. It seems to have some trouble locking on those missiles here. Don't know. Or they already fired. Oh, there they are. I think. Well, it's just getting hammered standing around here. It doesn't do a very good job at taking out the horror here, which isn't what we're measuring, but it's slowly getting grinded down. It has some pretty good health, so the final score for the Isanth 5 is indeed a 4. We shall be moving on to the next thing, which is Jono's real submission, the AOG bomber. So let's pop in a horror here and see how well it can survive getting laced like that. And also getting some EMP missiles potentially shot at it. Which can be some pretty dangerous business. It's diving down. Well, that's a pretty effective way to deal damage. Alright. It hasn't taken much damage either. Well, its evasive maneuvers really buys it time. From this distance, that laser is not much of a problem. It just doesn't hit very often. Well, it's doing a pretty good job. It's even closing in for its second bombing run. Now we're getting in range to get damaged. And there we could hit a pretty hard hitting shell, disabling the enemy. So by just disabling the enemy quickly like that, we can get a pretty good score. Let's do a rerun and see how it fares. Alright, so here we are back at it. Oh. Seems like we lost a main propeller this time. Oh man. Very problematic. Yeah. That's just the first 30 seconds. So it did a great run, the first one, and a horrible run the second time around here. Well, I think I'll need a third look at it. Third look, here we go. Can it survive? Those propellers are pretty exposed. So it has a similar outlook like the Kovraks. If it's lucky to take out the enemy pretty well the first time around like that, it's a serious thing. But if it gets a little bit unlucky and gets shot by one of those EMP missiles possibly, or just something else, it just tends to kinda die a little bit. And here we can see we get missiles popping in. Oh, it survived that pretty well though. Now it seems they've gotten better at shooting. We're hitting a lot more often, while the damage at this distance isn't too much. We're losing blocks and something horrible can happen. Alright, detection is getting harmed a little bit. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so sometimes great results, sometimes not so great result. Only a few minutes. It's like Kovrak's design, barely a 3 here. I think we'll set the 3 on it because we had such impressive results the first time around there. Next up, we have the kinda sexy Eldrosh Kosh. So we're gonna see how well to survive this is. It's looking real promising with that heavy armor in the center here. I think this should definitely be able to survive 3 minutes by the looks. And I do think that it is a little bit too quick for those missiles to hit. Oh, we have a fire on the right wing. Oh no. The first seconds. Oh no. The wings started to burn. Oh no. That is a bummer. Indeed. We are kinda trying to fly around here, but we are clearly in a seriously damaged state. While we can do some damage to the enemy, yeah, we're just gonna fall down and die here. No, no, no. Not very successful. Let's try that again. Alright. We have the horror in the horizon. Trying to snipe our friend, which is trying to go pretty quickly here. And the laser is trying to target it. Not too easy. Oh no. I wonder if we have a fire on the wings again there. Not sure how far away fires are rendered. Missiles are popping down here. Not very well. Didn't cause enough damage, I believe. Those missiles trying to rain down here. Well, it's been a minute now in this battle. So it's looking better, or is it? It seems to have lost control. Yeah, those lasers do cause too much damage, and the wings catch fire. Yeah, it doesn't die instantly, but yeah, it seems to not doing a too good job here. If we'll just repair this thing, you can see it's just instantly starting fires again, doesn't it? Well, well, to everyone's defense, of course, the game kind of added a lot of stuff, including fire and stuff like the builders built on their projects, so they couldn't really dodge all this. But I think this design has serious flaws against lasers, and it just catches fire. It doesn't seem to have the potential to protect itself by taking out the enemy either. So it's not completely useless, it's not, but it dies a little bit too quickly. So I'm giving this 1 point in score. We're gonna move on to Light of the Worlds build. Light of the Worlds star drop. Right here. Horror has been spawned 2,000 meters in front of it. Tries to use some decoys here. Using some pack to bomb the enemy there. We're having missiles. They're going for the decoy. Nice dodge. That is definitely going to save the star drop a lot of survivability here. Laser is still able to target it pretty well. And that's why I wanted to test them against the horror. Because the horror tests EMP susceptibility. It tests laser defense, since laser is going to be the most normal weapon to use against planes, or most usual. Yeah, so if you're quick, you will be dodged at missiles anyways, and if you have problem with EMP, those EMP will get you, and those laser is the main weapon of the horror, which is the most competent weapon to use against a bomber. The Light of the World has a pack bomber, and it has been surviving pretty well here the first minute. Not much is happening. Oh, are we gonna crash? No, we're just maneuvering. Very nice indeed. I'm wondering if something happened with the pack or whatever. I just hasn't seen the pack Did the pack got like updated away or something? Huh. Oh no, there it is. The pack didn't get updated away. That is some confetti though. That's a lot of engine blocks, so we hit it right in the engine. Am I hearing the sounds of a fire? Oh, it got put out. Yeah, those decoys. Good job with them. Well, well, well. We're up to about 3 minutes. And the star drop has so far reached max points. We're going to rerun this little battle and see if we get any different results, or if we should give the star drop a 5. The battle has started again. We're gonna chill here a little bit with the horror, trying to snipe it with its... Is this Q1 lasers? I think this is Q1 lasers. Or Q2. I always do Q0, so I wouldn't know. Wow. Ooh. That's some confetti. Is that a proper decapitation? Haha, it is. That's a good job. A good job from the star drop there. Headshotting. Headshotting the horror. Yeah. By headshotting the horror, the first thing you do, those missiles ain't gonna hurt you, are they? Until it regenerated. So I do believe that that was a good shot that will ensure. Oh no, I almost panicked. It got hit by EMP there, and it seems to be pretty safe from the EMP. Wow, that's so cool. Well, the star drop is definitely getting 5 out of 5. Pretty good job there. Pretty good job. So we're gonna be moving on to the next challenger. Or I mean, we're gonna move on to the next challenger next week, because this episode is already too long, and this is the perfect section to kinda end this video. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this thing, and I have one question for you. Does this look like a piece of ammunition, in case the green screen didn't block it out? I tried to make a piece of ammunition. I thought it was funny. I don't know if it is. Also, the green screen won't cooperate, so we're gonna look at that. But from what you saw, does it look like a piece of ammunition? Answer me in the comments. Yes. Oh, and I measured it. If this would be a real ammo shell, it would be exactly 67 millimeters. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyways, this is your host, GMODIST, and we are officially signing out. AOG Invictus. Enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, you're welcome back to another Trials Season 1, where we're testing your bomber designs against my foes I have selected. This time we're testing survivability again, it's the part 2, and we're testing every design against the horror, it's called, from Twin Guard. So, before we start getting into that, I will say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Admiral Scooberox, you can see them over on the poster there, yes. Commodore Owen, Lieutenant And-Aw, Lieutenant Creevy, Lieutenant Powereg Reed, and Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, and also all the cadets. So thanks a lot for choosing to support this channel every month, it helps a lot. Anyways, let's get into it. Here you can see the Hummingbird from Netrameira. So we're gonna test the Hummingbird against the Horror. Here we go. Hummingbird launch. And I did a little sad miss here recently. You may know that Discord has said that I ain't gonna be no image hosting server anymore, so you can't use any images from Discord and use those images in from the depth, because the Discord will not allow itself to be used as a external image sourcing platform. So when from the depth tries to catch that image from the Discord, it will just say no and show you nothing. So I recently switched to Google Drive, so you can have all my decals from Google Drive instead. And just when I have completed that, like 1 week later, Google Drive stopped being a image hosting server too. So now those places doesn't work either. So I'll have to put all my decals and images on gmodism.com or whatever, and you'll have to use those links instead. But I haven't done that yet. But that means for the remainder of the AOG trial season 1, all the beautiful decals you have put in with logos from the army of GMODIST and stuff like that will not be present, unfortunately. So yeah, very sorry. Yeah, that was what I wanted to say about that. Back to the hummingbird here, we have done a pretty good job of not dying. Look at that armor. We even have some anti-hesh armor with some poles. Not the best of the best anti-hesh armor, but pretty darn good enough. We got some cool VLMs with, oh my god, do you have 2 turning thrusters on it? These are agile. Didn't quite reach, or it was the lambs. So the hummingbird is doing a pretty good job. It ain't dead yet. And me talking for very long does actually amount to about 3 minutes, I think, pretty soon. So it seems we're doing a pretty good job at surviving, but you can see we are getting through here a little bit. But as for the first run, I think the hummingbird has done a great job of not dying. So I think that's pretty impressive. We're of course gonna do a rerun and see that it wasn't a fluke. Man, those lambs are really saving the horror here. Look at that, poor thing. Well, I think it's really good results that first round. Let's do it again. All right. Test number 2. Laser is lacing in there, but we're having some pretty thick armor on this bomber. Indeed. Nice. Ooh, that's a pretty nasty hit there. Look at that. Wow! It just killed it straight off. Well, that's a good second run, man. Alright, Netrameras, the hummingbird gets a clear 5 out of 5 there. Let's move on. Here you can see Nilden's Invader and the clear spot where the AOG logo would have been if it didn't, you know. Sad story, but what can we do? Okay. This is Nilden's second submission. This is called the Invader, right, of course, Space Invaders. I forgot the timer, so I had 5 seconds to the time I see, but you don't see it, so it doesn't matter too much. Right, we have some missiles popping in there. That's EMP, I believe. God, those missiles always miss. Doing some pack damage there. I wonder if it's a good strategy to just stay above it. It man, it just misses all the time. It seems to have some trouble targeting here. Alright. It seems to be surviving pretty well though. For some reason, these missiles have a real hard time hitting it. Yeah. They're just not getting through there. It has a lot of repair bots too. I don't really... I think there is no limit on repair bots, possibly. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, it took some time. Yeah, between yeah, I just taken this one up, but I went through all the things before and I given that points already, so you know, I think there was no limit. But of course, for bigger battles, there is always limit because I don't want it to be, you know, I don't want it to be too slow battles, basically. Oh, look at that! That's some really good survivability. I didn't even notice it has smashed it to pieces. That's definitely 5 out of 5 the first round. Let's do this again then, to just see if there wasn't a fluke or something like that. Right. Invader is invading in here. Pretty good. They're really digging through here. Oh, and here we got some EMP. I think we have some good... it's like 2 meters, it's like 2 layers of alloy here. That's why it has so good survivability, and it regenerates itself. So yeah, I do think the Invader is a really good... It can really survive that light laser damage and stuff like that. And ooh, we're just hovering above it like this, so it can't quite aim at it. Isn't that quite fantastic? It has a real hard time aiming exactly at it. That is pretty cool. Very nice, very nice. Even though it deals so little damage, it will like eventually explode this thing. And it just isn't grinded down. That's really good. Very good indeed. That's... Unless something very crazy happens right now, this is definitely 5 out of 5. That's pretty cool. No! Oh no, it actually hit its... pack system. Oh, now it came back. Oh well. Well, we can confirm the Horde just can't kill this thing very easily, so the Invader has 5 out of 5. Let's move on to the next one. I'm gonna be so surprised if Nilden's Penguin, which is this submission, won't survive this very well. I think it will provide some great results. So the Horror is spawned in. Unless it manages to start a fire on it, of course. Ooh. Bombs have been dropped. Those missiles just ain't quick enough, are they? That laser it's about never. Yes, indeed. I believe the Penguin is gonna do a pretty good job. Like nothing happens on the Penguin side here. This feels like a 5 out of 5. I haven't checked if it is going to disable the enemy, but that's not quite a big deal either, since we're not really measuring that. We're just measuring how well it survives. And if it survives by just killing the enemy, well, that's a valid way to do it as well, of course. These they just never seem to hit. I think they're just very not good at hitting quick things. Well, we of course need to have a rerun just to make sure the Horror doesn't get some lucky hit with some EMP missiles or whatever. But as for this round, we have survived now for about 3 minutes and it doesn't even seem to be scratched. Here we go. New round. New possibilities. Or ways to die, who knows. Man, what is... I almost thought the penguin is gonna go low there. Dropping some bombs and yeeting away. Trying to get hit by lasers. Missiles that won't ever hit. Look, the cockpit kinda died. But now it's back. Oh, looks like this thing is kinda disabled. We did some pretty lucky damage to it. Huh. That's nice. Right, so no. Its detection was kinda taken out. That explains it. But yeah, it won't turn the tide of anything. The penguin is definitely a 5 out of 5. It is confirmed. So let us now check at Nilden's third submissions. You know, the next trials, I'm only gonna allow 1 submission. Because this series is so long and so many episodes, which I hope you think is a good thing, but maybe you don't. Just because we have so many submissions since, you know, Jonah has 2, Nilden has 3, Sean Reed has 4, Scuimation has 2, The Cringe has 2, you know? Anyways, let's move on. Next up, we of course have Nilden's submission, the B8 bomber, which I think is the proper bomber. This is the one with the cool bomb cam. I think we need to watch this bomb cam because it's so cool. It kinda seems like it's locked. Well, maybe that's a good thing, but whatever. Or no, I don't think we were there either. Anyways, it's kinda hovering very much above. Those decoys are doing a pretty good job. That's smart. Those missiles are really... Oh, man. Oh, wow. Alright. We're gonna do a rerun. That's a 5 out of 5. Alright. Round 2. Laser is trying to laser. But we have some pretty thick blocks on the bottom here, so we are decently safe from incoming fire. Ish, maybe. We'll see. Oh, no, the cam is online. Oh, look at that. Isn't that so cool? Man, did it just kill it again? Not quite, but it's... Oh, lord, this is a lot of burning here. So, none of these bombers have incendiary weapons on them. But what they do have is the ability to destroy... Oh my god, that's a lot of damage! That's a clear 5 out of 5. Nilden's 3 submissions all got 5 out of 5 in survivability. That's some pretty cool stuff. It's a good job. Anyways, none of the bombers here have incendiary weapons, but as you might know, when you destroy a fuel tank or whatever, it's gonna cause, like, a fire. Next up, we have Ovo's White Phosphorus Bomber. So let's pop in a horror here and see what's happening. And this one is just so quick. I think it's gonna die if it gets hit, but I don't think it will get hit. You can see here, we're doing a pretty good job of just evading. Look at that. It doesn't even have a chance, does it? Woo. He's just so quick. If it gets hit, however, I think this can end quickly. So it's really up to the agility and quickness of the White Phosphorus Bomber here, what score it's gonna get. Man. Yeah, it seems... Oh! We fired, okay. I think we got hit, maybe. Maybe not. We didn't quite damage it, but man. Like, one wonders, how quick is this thing? Really fast. We measured the top speed and stuff before. I don't know if it was possibly under the efficiency or whatever. I don't remember what category. Watch the series. The series is online. You can just go and watch the previous episodes. If you haven't watched that, if you're new to the channel, I do recommend it. The entire series. It's nice. Some nice entertainment. Well, it's just so quick. It just doesn't really get hit very often at all. So we're gonna test this again, of course, but right now it's definitely a 5 out of 5 in survivability. Most planes have been much more survivable than I would have assumed. Alright, round 2. There we go. We're trying to use those lasers, those missiles, not hitting them. Look at that. Sometime, here and there, the laser does score a hit, but it's not very often. And it's not often enough, that's for sure. It just doesn't know where to target. It's just too quick, man. Those lasers hit here and there, but man, this is a great design to evade. I was worried that like it would get hit by a laser one time and it would just insta-die, but that hasn't happened. It just gets hit so extremely rare that, I don't know, it like lost a block, I don't know, 2 maybe. Pretty cool. It doesn't cause the most damage to the horror though, but we're not even measuring that. We are measuring its survivability. And while it might not be the one that takes out the horror the quickest, man, it does indeed just stay alive and stay alive and stay alive. Staying alive, it does really well. And now we have reached a time limit where we can safely say that it's definitely a 5 out of 5 here. Right, so last for this little video we have Pizza Summoner's AS Sardalk. This beautiful little cram bomber. The horror is spawned and we're trying to evade it. Right, we're popping in here. We're staying pretty far away though. So we haven't gotten hit very much, have we? Oh, now we're getting some hits there. Do you remember this thing? It kind of locks on and stuff. But we didn't shoot there. Oh, what? What did it do? What happened here? Well, let's stay inside this cockpit for 1 second, just to see if we can do a proper lock on this time. So it seems the timing went off completely wrong there. All right, target locked. There we go. It did its firing round there. Very nice. That's the art we like to see from it. Alright, here we are. I kind of lost them. It was so far away. Alright, so the timer is running. Blocks are popping down there. Missiles are missing out there. The horror is kind of damaged. The Sardalk is a bit damaged too, though. And I am not controlling anything. Good. We're locking target. Oh. I just love that locking on sequence. It's so cool. Alright. It is down to 94%. So it's losing some blocks here and there. Not the biggest deal, but we'll see. We're not up to 3 minutes yet. Right, it's coming down for a dive. And when it's getting that close, it kind of gets... Oh, and those missiles just turned around. I don't know what the missiles are trying to do. So weird. They are just so weird. And we have some EMP missile or whatever there. They seem to not reach it. Let's see the health of this one here. It seems to be pretty decent. We're still very functional. We're dealing damage. Yeah, we're not dead yet. So definitely 5 out of 5 the first round. It survives 3 minutes here. So we're gonna do another test round, of course. Alright, so here we go. Pizza Summoner Sardalk is getting shot at by lasers. The missiles missed there. Some of the missiles seem to... No, did they? No, they missed too. They're popping in here after it, but oh, that's just a lot of frags, but no damage dealt. Seems to be hitting pretty consequently there. And we can see here it's gonna go in for a new dive. That looks scary. And oh, those missiles looked like they were going to hit, but that was a lucky one then. And oh, the EMP missiles pops in after it, and no, maybe it wasn't that missile, but it was quick, so quick they couldn't catch him. All right. It seems to be surviving pretty well this time around as well. So it actually looks like everyone on this little test, everyone during this rundown of the survivability actually gets 5 points here, because we are closing in on 3 minutes for the second round here. And Pizza Summoner is completely functional and survived and hasn't gotten any hit or problem with that EMP or laser either. So that's great. Very nice. Well, well, well. Very nice indeed. So 5 out of 5 for all the contestants in the well, second section. We're gonna be back next week with the third section. So huge thanks once again to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month at Patreon. If you want to join the Army of GMODISM, you can do so too by joining the commissioned officers there, or you can just join the Army of GMODISM on Discord for free, without benefits of course, but if you want to be in Army of GMODISM and participate in our little challenges and stuff like that, you need to join the Army of GMODISM. Instructions on that, I have a video of that, short video too, and it's on Patreon too. If you want to see the instructions to just use self-assignment rules 3rd class, that's it. And then you get the green nice Discord name, isn't that cool? In military green, of course. In any case, this is your host GMODISM, and well, Lord High Admiral Eric it is, and I'm signing out. Well, hello. This is Sneaky GMODISM, and we need to get back into the trials before our enemies detect us, because we need to be very quick with deciding which bombers we need, because we need to be able to bomb the enemies, doesn't we? Well, indeed, we need to be able to bomb the enemies. And we still haven't properly actually decided which of the bombers will be the winners. Since recently or whatever, I decided we'll have several winners, because I realized this. After we have seen which bomber is the best, the bombers needs to have a slight overhaul since the decals are gone, and the user might want to add some new stuff for a fire or whatever that might improve its performances. So the winners will have the opportunity to improve the designs, and then we'll put them in the second chapter Frontier Fleet. Anyways, this is the third round, basically the third section of this challenge. So we're gonna jump in here and, as the previous episode, test the bombers against the Twin Guards Horror. Next out, or first out rather, is Russia's bomber here, AOG bomber from Russia. Butterfly Wasp it's called, against the Horror as usual. So we're gonna see how it fares against those lasers and those ENP things. Ooh, I do not think we are very strong against lasers here. We have already started a small fire in the ship. Who knows? We'll see what will happen. And those missed. Alright. We shall see indeed what's happening here, but we are getting some damage dealt from these lasers indeed. Also, who know more fires? We're burning just a little bit. Alright, we got some damage on the side there. Those missiles are a little bit sad here on the right side. Okay. And there we can see, all right. Missiles popping in here. Are they gonna hit? I'm not sure they will. Possibly not. No? It seems to be quick enough. This is darn quick one. Also, one thing I do want to say is huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, namely Admiral Scooberox, Commodore Owen, our lieutenants Antor, Cravey, Parbaguid and Vincent Veritas. You're supporting us every month and it helps a lot. What won't help is more lasers to this thing, because we kinda died. Alright, it did not survive 3 minutes, that is for sure. We're gonna do a rerun for this battle, or this thing, and we're gonna see what's up. Whoops. Forgetting the VSAD. And this looks not completely disabled, so yeah, it didn't seem like it almost killed it either. Alright. Here we are at the Horror. Loading those shots. Anyways. Supporting me every month on Patreon. Huge thanks for that to all the commissioned officer. It really helps a lot. And if you want to support the channel but you don't like Patreon or whatever, you can join the ministry on GMODIST on Fourth Wall. We also have just YouTube memberships, which is the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODIST. You can just below beside the subscription button if you want to support the channel that way. And if you do support the channel that way, you will get early access to videos. Basically, you can see them whenever I upload them instead for when I schedule them. Sometimes that means you have access to a lot of videos before anyone else, and sometimes that means you basically see them the same schedule as anyone else. It depends how many I had time to schedule and make beforehand. For some reason, the Wasp's missiles don't seem to target the Aaron. Well, that's unfortunate, because then it can't disable the Horror, and that means it can't, well, survive longer by disabling the enemy's weapons and whatnot. And oh no! We're just spiraling out of control there. And we're falling down, and it hasn't even been a minute. Well, we are not surviving this thing very well at all. That is unfortunate. Well, the butterfly wasp's survivability against the tested EMP missile and laser combo is not very successful here. Yeah. It did survive like 1 minute, not completely useless, so it will still get 1 point, but that's about it. We're gonna move on to Sean Reed's first submission instead. since I allowed multiple submissions, Sean Reed is going to have probably time-wise most of this video, since he has 4 submissions. Whoops. There we go. Alright. And there we go. Up in the air. Getting targeted by some lasers. Oh, I need to reset the timer. Anyways, I'll add 10 seconds. Oh no! Oh no! We caught fire! Oh no! I don't know if the fire or the EMP got us, but man, that just died. Well, I think we'll need to try that again. Alright, Daggery, let's go. Horror spawn. Alright. Okay, let's tune in here. What's happening up here? Oh! Oh no, it caught fire! Oh, the rubber is so flammable! Oh no! Did we get hit by some EMP thing? It just dies, man. Oh no, Rel, it dies. No. It just automatically. It just dies. It just dies. This is this has some not very good survivability things. Okay. We'll just see that one time more. So it gets like zapped with a laser, right? And then it starts to burn. Well, was it just unlucky 2 times or something? Probably not. I'm just like curious what happened. It does have like some heavy armor on the top too. Oh, and now it drops bombs too. Right. That is some damage. It did something. Ooh. The fire has been turned against the enemy instead. I do think it has some detection issues now. Or it's... oh no, it's actually completely hollowed out. Alright, so the dagger is mostly completely useless. The first 2 rounds it just died. That would have amounted to 0 point. But this little last, I just tested it like just 1 time more. Just to see what even happened. Maybe it was just unlucky the first 2 times. I'm not sure, but in the end it's gonna get a 2 in score. Because, you know, that went pretty well that last time. So it's hard to say. Maybe almost a 1. I was maybe thinking 2. No, I'm like, maybe I was thinking 1, but I gave it a 2 since this last little thing here. It's very subjective. And sometimes I feel like the order of testing ships does matter a little bit, since the first ship, like Ad Necreus, will automatically be some type of standard, since I always do the Ad Necreus ships first in this list. So it kind of benchmarks it a little bit. Anyways, this is Sean Reed's second submission, the Sunspot. So we're gonna see how we're faring here. Alright. It doesn't get hit by the lasers much, does it? I don't know why. We are getting hit by some other stuff, however. But I really wonder what happened with the laser. Did we, like, with some type of luck, just disable the lasers? What happened? We're trying to lock on those missiles, but we are not doing a very good job at that here. This thing is not dealing much damage. How about this swarm? They just won't hit. Now we just followed the wrong shot. No? Oh, I was just zoomed out. That's why I unlocked on weirdly. Well, with the Horus laser disabled, it's gonna do a very good job at surviving this thing. So we're gonna do a rerun and see if we get any different results, or if this is truly just a 5 out of 5 by disabling the enemy's firepower. And there we go. Same thing again. Now this thing seems to have some resiliency against those lasers, but those lasers are now seriously aiming for some important things. Oh. Man, it looks like it disabled the lasers just like that once more. No, they're still alive. I almost thought it's an expert laser disabler. Those applique panel seems to be do a pretty decent job at keeping this thing alive. Still alive and well. Yeah, Dose Applique is a great addition to survive on this thing. And another attack round. Well, we got some missiles after us here, but oh, we are doing some good evasive maneuvers. It just can't keep locked on to the Sunspot at all. While it doesn't usually seem to be able to take out the horror very easily to just not die, it does have some great survivability. And after several minutes, it's not much damaged, like at all. So that's some pretty good results. Yeah, I do think this is a 5 out of 5 in survivability, actually. Very nice, very nice. We're gonna move on to Sean Reed's next submission instead, the third one, since there are 4. Here we have Sean Reed's Jinn. Definitely a flying sorcerer type design. We're gonna see how flame resistant this thing, since it's already burning, I'm not... I don't think it will survive very well. But it is going to go very high, so it has that strategy. So perhaps it will be enough to not die. Who knows though? Because it has some wooden parts. I don't know if that means they will burn. We're just sitting here forever and that laser just doesn't hit. And I haven't seen any missiles popping up here either. I think it's just 2. It just has too high altitude. And it's getting slowly bombed from there. So being at this distance does indeed put us at a very good survivability, it seems. Well, we're gonna do this round once again and see if we got some other results. But from this first one, we can definitely say 5 out of 5. And as a bonus, it killed the enemy. Alright, second time around. We're gonna see if this laser manages to set something on fire before we get out of reach. But it's going pretty quickly, just straight upwards. I wonder if things stop burn when you go high enough, like there isn't any oxygen too high up. So I don't know if that's a thing from the depth, but it could be. And no, it didn't destroy anything in the beginning here. And now I think we are going to be back where we were last time, just hovering above it, those lasers dealing too little damage, hitting too rarely to even count. So I think it's pretty safe to say actually that this is indeed a 5 out of 5. I don't think we need any further testing than that, because we just know that those missiles won't reach it, and those lasers will have a very hard time hitting anything, really. Indeed. So that means we can move on to Sean Reed's last-ish submission. Oh, it looked like it died too. Which, if you are very tuned in to this little series, is the aspirant helicopter. I'm gonna spawn that on the side, since I did that for all the other ones, basically. The timer is going, and the aspirant helicopter is bobbing up and down here. Dropping some missiles to be fired. It just uses so much smoke too. Yeah, that laser doesn't seem to be doing much damage. Just bobbing up and down a little bit there. I think we should follow one of these ones just to see what we're up to. Oh, impact! It's been almost a minute, which didn't cause much damage, and it didn't get much damaged. It's staying pretty safely around that distance, actually. Look at that, the lambs are trying to shoot on these missiles. They're kind of sitting in the water, like mines, looking just evil. That's a little bit scary. Don't go too close. I didn't expect it to do this well, actually. It is surviving extremely well. Well, as we can see, surviving 3 minutes is no problem for this thing. It's basically unharmed, and yeah, it has survived great using this distance and all. So we are going to restart this one and see if it was just luck. Alright, here we go. Helicopter is in the air. The horror is zapping it, but not doing much. Look at that. No. I think we're going to get the same results, but we're gonna chill here for a bit, of course. So far, so good. Ah. And it's just ominously sailing down against the enemy. Is this not gonna activate? No? Wonder what happened with that bomb. The aspirant helicopter does remind me a little bit of a comet. Well, it's moving like this in a cloud of smoke, I mean. Anyways, we are surviving 3 minutes, no problem at all. This is a 5 out of 5 as well, which means we're going to check out Shotgun's design instead and see how it survives. Here we have Shotgun's dart, which does look a lot like a twin guard design. more so than a AOG design due to the emphasis on yellow and white instead of gold, black, white and brown. Well, we're targeting it pretty nicely there. We're getting bombarded by these lasers, but it seems not to have caused too much damage. Now, we got hit by some EMP. Oh! Did that cause some disruption? Not sure. We maneuvered a little bit weirdly there. Oh no! Oh, it got down in the water. What happened there? Oh no! It seems that the EMP possibly disabled something. Is it no? It's hard to say. Or do we just have some severe maneuverability problems affecting our survivability score? Will it get up or will it stay here? It looks like it will stay here. It doesn't have a chance. The dart is disabled almost instantly, and now it's even burning a little bit. Well, this thing is pretty dead. I don't believe it's gonna recover from it. Or will it? Tensions are rising, but seriously, I don't see how this, like, can... I wasn't close, right? But I was worried I was repairing this thing. Well. No, I'm at the bottom of the sea, so it's okay. Let's do it all over. The horror is a lazen. Dart is spawned. Or machine gunning and shooting stuff. The laser is definitely trying to laser. Oh no. We got EMP'd. Something died. I think the front cannon may have died. I'm not sure. Seems it took out some local weapon controller, possibly. Oh no! I wonder if it takes out a detection or something. Something seems to be janked while we get hit by that EMP missile. I'm not sure exactly why or what, but it doesn't take a long time for it. Like, if we repair this thing... I don't know. Does it even get out of... Okay. It does get out of the water when fully repaired. Let's just repair this thing. There it does some maneuvers. And missiles are... Oh, they missed, kinda. Oh no! And there it just dives down like that. I do wonder what's happening with it. Well, it ain't good at surviving by maneuvering that, even if it's natural causes or if it's something getting sniped or EMP'd off, making the survivability pretty low. Like, it doesn't go and insta-die, so that's one good thing, but it's definitely not really surviving very well. I do believe this is 1 point in survivability in general, is my assessment from this, since it early tries to die so quick. Since now we can see it kinda ish survive a little bit, but it doesn't look like it has much life left in it, does it? It's kinda seeming out of control too now, when we just repaired it like that. I'll just look at it a tiny little bit here and see what it... Oh no, it's kinda very wasted. It's kinda very wasted. So that's indeed your very tactical GMODism desperately trying to pick out a good bomber. Do you have a super cool suggestion for what the next season of AOG trials will be? Post them in the comments and I'll think of it, because I have some ideas too, but I want to hear some ideas from you too. In any case, if you haven't subscribed yet, you should totally do that. And with that said, I'll say thanks a lot for watching. Do subscribe to the channel and join it too if you want to get some early videos access and stuff like that. In any case, this is your host, GMODIST, Eric, your Lord High Admiral, and we are very much signing out sneakily like this. Well, hello, it's your Lord High Admiral Eric here of GMODIST, and we are going to check some Army of GMODIST submissions, namely the bombers in our little trials. So let's just dive into it and look at the fourth and last of the survivability challenges, which I think will be very cool. Alright, so here we are. And we are going to continue with the Scuvimations Army of GMODIST B1 3-wall. So the first two submissions will be Scuvimations. So that's gonna be pretty cool. Just gonna make sure that I didn't spawn in the share. Good. Then we can start in with spawning in the Horror, which is the ship we're testing it against. It's technically a ship, but it's a mecha thing. So, very nice. The laser is lasing there. We are having a pretty fat and slow design here. So we're gonna get hit by probably anything the Horror throws at us, but we're pretty thick and strong as well. So I don't really think we will be having too much trouble with these lasers. The only thing that could cause some issues if we have some EMP susceptibility, and those EMP missiles will kind of mess it up for us. Who knows? In any case, I want to say, oh, bam, that's a good hit. But we're looking at the survivability, of course. I just want to say huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST for supporting the channel every month. Admiral Scubarox, Commodore Owen, and our lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Parvag Reed, and Vincent Veritas. Also, big thanks to our cadets. If you're a cadet, you can have a lot of benefits too for $1 a month. So we have a bunch of cadets. I think like 5. So that's super cool. In any case, you can also join the Army of GMODIST by self-assigning Matrose 3rd class if you want to be a regular enlisted in the Army of GMODIST. Very nice. So we are surviving this laser pretty good so far. I do think we are going to reach the 3-minute mark without much damage for the 3-wall actually, but we'll see, we'll see. Results have surprised me before as well. One thing that you also should be very aware of is that you can join the channel down below. If you want to join the channel, you get early access to the videos when I release them, which is pretty nice too. Yes, let's see here. Okay, I almost thought we got EMP dead or whatever, but it seems that the firepower of the 3-wall just takes out the Horror so fast, we kinda don't have to worry to get shot much at all. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to do this all over again, just to check if it was just lucky or if this is the standard performance the 3-wall will deliver against the Horror. Yeah, we just have so thick armor here, so I think Scuvimations did a pretty good job. And I will be surprised if this doesn't end up with a 5 out of 5 in survivability. Now we got some misses there, we got EMP. And we seem to be pretty protected enough against EMP here. That's some good work there. And it seems we're able to take this thing out. Look, it's burning! The fuel engine and the fuel storages has been fried very much fried. Alright. Yeah, okay. That just so quick. Yeah, very nice. Good job. Super good job, Scuvimation. That's a 5 out of 5. Let's check out your second submission and see what that holds in its bay or whatever. This is of course one of my favorite designs. The pigeon. It's notoriously not very good. But it's pretty meaty, so I wonder if it will get some decent survivability score anyways. I know Scuvimation gets very sad when this thing gets any type of point. But we'll see. It's full of wood, so maybe it just burns down if the laser hits the wooden parts at any point. I'm actually suspecting it will have some pretty decent survivability. Oh, look at that. The front has started to burn. This will be very interesting, since it's moving with a speed as well. The fire is, I think it like burns faster. Not 100% sure actually. Does it burn faster, or does it just add like magic oxidizer, or does it just add intensity? I have to check that up. But you can see it doesn't burn very far or long. Sad the AOG decals are gone though, but if this design wins, Scuvimation will have the ability to fix that. Not that I think that it will win this challenge, dependent on the scores it has gotten so far, but you never know. Maybe it just excels in the later challenges. It looks splendid though. But it doesn't burn as much as I would have hoped. I scratched that. As much as I would have expected. It's only been like 1.5 minutes, but not too much is happening. But oh, look at that. We have a fire in the back of it. Oh lord, it's burning. New fires all over the place. Oh man. It just gets hit by anything the horror throws at it. It's just too slow and cumbersome. It's dead. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. It took some time for it to die, so it's not 0, but we're gonna relaunch this battle and see if we have any different results. There we go. Second time around. Laser is targeting some wooden blocks there. That will result in a fire. Oh yeah. It's caught on fire already. So we're gonna see with the fire update how much this impacts, because remember, like, wood is like only one material per cubic meter, and it got a little health buff too with the fire update, so it's not completely useless. But I don't know if wood has been nerfed due to the fire update. You would assume so, but with the health being buffed too, I'm not too sure that's actually the case. Well, so far it doesn't seem that this thing does perform much better than last time. It's in case it's able to take out the horror before it deals too much damage. That can happen too. Oh man, just like all the missiles almost hit. Not even the game thinks this is a exciting battle. It just knows the outcome, so it doesn't play that stressful battle music much. Well, it can clearly take a pretty big beating due to it have like a full layer of metal beneath it. But it can take a lot, and that fire is burning and it's too slow, all the missiles are hitting. So while it takes some time to grind it down, it's basically just going to die. It's dead in the sky. Dead in the sky, not dead in the water. Did you hear me there? I'm so intelligent. This is 1 point. Because it takes some time to kill it, but it's basically, yeah. I'm kind of surprised though that those anti-missile guns actually shoot down a substantial amount of those incoming quick missiles. I think that's pretty cool. Well, are we trying to ram him? No! Well, that would have been a fun thing. Well, fun it was, but one point it also was. Now we're gonna look at Americans playing. So we are going to spawn in the horror here and see how Americans AOG bomber is faring in this little challenge. Man, I do think this will be pretty weak against lasers, but I'm not sure. Since it has a lot of rubber and wing parts, the laser should ignite this thing, and I would suspect this thing is just gonna burn down. We're gonna see though, maybe it just evades so quickly it will never get hit. That's possible too. Sneakily firing some missiles there. Those lasers doesn't hit very much, do they? And at this distance they don't seem to be able to destroy a block, so there is no way it actually causes a fire. That is quite a thing. I wouldn't have expected it. It seems to be surviving pretty well, actually. All right. I'm just waiting for the laser to hit, and it doesn't happen. Well, that's a good job. American is doing a good job at making this thing not die. Oh! Now we got hit by some missiles, didn't we? Repair bots are out. I just love that these steering fins in the back doesn't get set on fire though. Oh, are the diff guns finally gonna get its... No. It is dealing some damage though. Look at that. The horror is looking very, very sad. Oh my god. That's a good point. Let's see if that was just luck or if this is the performance we can expect from American's AOG bomber. Here we go again. Laser is popping in there. We are destroying blocks here, but it doesn't set things on fire. It seems to have a plick panels all over the place. Oh, we got hit by some EMP. Is it protected against EMP? Wow, that's nice. It's a pretty compact and small design. Getting hit by an EMP missile for a compact, light, fast design is usually the end of the story. And then we can talk about dead in the water and not dead in the sky. It's not funny, GMODism. Your humor is lame. Anyways, the diff guns seem to have some troubles actually firing this time around. I wonder if the EMP possibly damaged the local weapon controller controlling the diff guns. That's possible too. Now we get some missiles popping in there, but they turn somewhere else. But I am a little bit surprised that we haven't seen... Oh! We haven't seen a fire on it yet. But now we can see a fire has been started here in the rubber, which is very flammable, but it actually put out itself. So that is kind of surprising, actually. And now the horror is getting great chances of lacing this thing, but it doesn't do enough damage. It has more health than you might expect, this AOG bomber. Very impressive indeed. Well, it seems to be pretty well adapted for this. Since the placement of the rubber is as it is... Oh, the diff guns do work. Anyways, it doesn't really like spread too far. And it has some repair abilities, so it's not really a problem actually. That means American gets 5 out of 5 for this little sub-challenge. Good job! We're gonna move on to the cringe first submission. And I always have to check this. This is the MB4. The names on them are kinda ish similar, so I just mix them up all the time. Alright, so the MB4. Let's go. The laser is lasing here. Our little gun is gunning, and we have some wooden parts. No, we don't have some wooden parts. This is just metal. The bombing little bay is opening up, and the bombs are falling down like that, which the LAM system is trying to deal with. Alright. The missiles? Oh, we are getting pretty hit by the missiles there, are we not? But so far it seems it does a decent job at staying alive, actually. This bombing bay is probably a good addition, since a lot of the other designs had its missile units destroyed. But this only opens up when we have bombs, so a stray laser shot won't damage or kill one of the bombs at all. So that's actually pretty impressive. However, we have lost one engine and one propeller. I'm actually a little bit surprised we can fly decently well, but that is thanks to the jets here. Man, that's something I should have seen, or for the... Man, that's a... Wow. Cringe! This is extra points. Can we just take a moment and appreciate on the right wing we have the jets, they are fully active, and on the left wing we have the propeller still alive. This means that it can provide like even thrust even if one of the propellers has been... I wonder if this is actually calculated and thought out to be the case, because this is genius. You can see it still has air superiority and maneuver in the sky. That is pretty cool. Yeah, this little bombing flap lucka in English is anyways protecting the missiles, and we have a little backup system being able to use just jets here to even it out. That's absolutely fantastic, and it was even able to take it out and survive 3 minutes. So, Cringe's MB4 definitely gets 5 out of 5 in case it does the same thing the next time we check it, which is now. Spawn one, a new one. Let's see what we're doing this time around. Wow, yeah, that's a good detail. Got hit by some EMP, but seems we are decently safe against EMP. So that's nice. Alright. Oh! We got pretty darn damaged there. Damn, that didn't take too long. Oh man! It's too slow, so it gets damaged. Oh wow. So if we just repair this a little bit quickly to be nice, we're gonna see if it takes itself out of the water. It does. But man, that was so unfortunate. It was almost getting a 5 out of 5, but with that fail, we just died pretty quickly there. That's like more 2, 3 out of 5. So together that would probably amount to a 3 out of 5 score, but due to the engine backup, that we can actually have another engine to even out the propulsion and still keep it alive even though our propeller is dead, gives us an extra point. So I will put Cringe's first submission to a score of 4 instead of 3, just because I like that a little bit. A lot, actually. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the other submission Cringe comes with. Now it died again. But it was pretty close to the enemy, so it of course, was able to deal more damage than if we have respawned them in the third round. So, and I really like that backup thing with the propellers. That was so cool. This thing, however, looks a lot cooler. I like it has like hidden jet engines inside of there. When you hide jet engines like this, it looks like you don't want to have jet engines actually. And if you don't really want jet engines, stand still. I would like probably go in here and just say like uncheck this thing like that, so it kind of looks like it's only propeller. You don't see that plumes. Anyways, we're gonna test this thing against the horror. So let's spawn it in and see what is happening. Let's see here. This is something with 5, I think. Missiles popping in. All right. Oh, dealing some decent damage there. Is this MB5 possibly? Yes, this is the MB5. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, it seems to deal a lot of damage to the horror, so we're disabling that way. Man, that's some efficient firepower. What happened? Well, I guess we'll have to check if this is just luck, because now the MB5 is performing a 5 out of 5 the first round here. Disabling the enemy as quick as that, but it could have been luck too, so let's just check this out again. Alright, second round incoming here. We're keeping a pretty high speed and pretty far distance, so the laser doesn't cause too much trouble. That was a good evasion of the missiles too. Cringe has gotten a pretty cool shaping on this design. I really like this one. And we're trying to spiral a little bit to cause some more damage. We're really maneuvering away from these lasers. That's a pretty good job. And no. Lasers are popping in again. And now I don't know where they're aiming. I don't know what's happening. Wonder if this thing is loaded with some EMP and we just sniped the detection or whatever, because this is just... yeah, the laser just doesn't work right now. Now we have maneuvered to space though. I'm wondering what's happening. And now the laser does hit. This is weird. I'm almost suspecting that our control surfaces are damaged or something. I think we'll need to look at this a third time, because now we're just basically out of control. We're like doing some damage, but it's obvious we have trouble controlling this unit. Alright, here we go. MB5 coming at it again. No. We got EMP'd a little bit there. Seems like one thumb thing got taken out. The laser seems to have trouble hitting us this time too. No. Somewhat. And we are maneuvering a little higher again, but seems like we're surviving pretty well so far. I don't know if it's damaged or something, but it's just circling around up here, like never getting hit. We've been here for like a minute. Well, we're scoring pretty high in survivability, I'll give it that. So, yeah. We aren't getting hit by those lasers very often at all. All things considered, I think this is indeed a 5 out of 5. It has a pretty good score there. it just survives. It just isn't too damaged by the lasers, and it's definitely never hit by those missiles very often. And if it was hit by those EMP, it didn't do much damage either. That's great. So we're gonna move on to the last contestant, which is our Captain Y, or MIA Captain Y. Unfortunately, a lot of the decals which this was decorated with is gone, like the ominous face down there. But that is because, again, as I said, the issues with using Discord as a image hosting server, that doesn't work anymore. Anyways, we're gonna see what our MIA Captain Y's design can survive the horror here. So we're gonna pop in the horror here. And the 409 doesn't have too much firepower, but I do suspect it has a decent amount of bulk. And it's possible too that a lot is just mimics actually. And we're gonna see that on how the fires are spreading, if they are. Because, of course, now we have fire in this game, which means that it can cause some trouble to some of the bombers. Oh man, no, the missiles just turned away. Well, as said, we don't know how much is mimics on this thing, so it's a little bit interesting to see if it's gonna cause fires here and there or really not. Using these, what is it called? Applique blocks, as we can see here, as kind of decorations. Just looks so cool. Alright. We have a mix of alloy and metal on it. And some of those missiles are indeed hitting it, but it's been more than a minute without much damage. The laser is getting a damage streak here, and here we could see some EMP damage creeping in. Oh no. Oh no. 409 down. Oh, are we doing like the fly fish I built before, like a diving maneuver? And that's a great way to put out any potential fires. I'll give it that. Indeed, okay. Finally, it tries to deal some damage too. But it's slowly getting, slowly but surely eaten up by this laser. I'm gonna see if it causes functional issues, because I feel like these diving into the water is a new behavior. And we are ascending, and oh yes, normal, plain behavior. I'll be very scared if an airliner I'm board tried to do something like that. Also probably very dead if it tries to do something like that. Planes are not supposed to dive, except the fly fish. That's supposed to dive. Which is already in the second chapter beat. Well, it's been 3 minutes and it has done a okay job at ish staying alive, except kinda now. It's kinda dead. This ain't too good. So it kinda doesn't survive 3 minutes. Right, so we're gonna rerun this battle and see if we get any different results. Look at that. Fire. Alright, let's test this again. And I'll need to restart the timer. There we go. And there we can see, okay, laser is trying to target it. It's moving pretty slowly but surely, so the laser is doing a pretty scary job. It's just blasting, every time it hits, it just blasts something out. It's a little bit worrying, and those missiles, they hit too. It does, however, take a very long time to beat the B409 down to any type of non-functional mode. So it's absolutely not useless on survivability. It has pretty decent survivability. It has some serious trouble at dealing damage, however. It doesn't deal damage very much. That's really not something we're measuring in this time. But if the plane is able to deal damage to the horror so that it can't damage it anymore, well, that's a good work too. That's how Adnecrius could get really high scores too. I believe I remember correctly. Not totally sure, but that's definitely how the Invader got that high score. Well, it's crashing down here again, and it took kind of 2 minutes this time. So I will say that it takes a long time to beat this thing down to submission, but it's consequently does that. Which means that the score of this thing's survivability isn't great. I think what ends up at... or it is good, but it's not great. Like, it does survive for a pretty long time, but the end score ends up being 4 and not 3, because after all, it took kind of 3 minutes. Well, it kind of succeeded the first time around. It beat the 3-minute mark, but just barely. And now this time, it's at 2.5 minutes before it crashed down in the water. So it does survive kind of long, but it's definitely not a 5 out of 5. So I'll give it a score in the end point. And there we have it. That is the survivability. We have done 4 parts of the survivability, and we're gonna continue next time with checking flights, where many of the ships together will fight a specific craft. So that's gonna be very fun indeed. And after that, we're gonna test it with a squadron, so even more of them, and it's gonna be pretty cool, I think. In any case, I hope you enjoyed this, and if you did, you need to leave a like on this video, and you should definitely subscribe if you haven't already. If you want early access to some of the videos, join the channel and be a member of the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM. And if you want to be a member of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM, Patreon is your friend. Otherwise, just self-assign Matros 3rd class in the Discord, and you are enlisted in the army of GMODISM as a regular soldier and can participate in the... well, this thing's Season 2. AOG Trials Season 2. This is Season 1, which has been drawn out a little bit in time, but whatever. We're back, which is good. This is your Lord High Admiral Eric, and we are very much signing out. GMODISM. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very welcome back to From the Depth. Here we are at the beautiful office. We're going to take a safe sip from this ammo. Anyways, today we're going to continue the fight between your bombers and the Deepwater Guard crossbows. As you already know the rules, this is the last final challenge that will be deciding if your craft will be the winner or not the winner. And we have a very interesting way to deal with the list. It doesn't make sense, but I guess it kind of works. It's not the usual order, which makes it a little bit more fun and less predictable. So let's dive into the game. And if that wasn't very obvious, if you want to support the channel, you can actually buy these bottles. Anyways, what we're going to get into now is Scooby Mansion's 3-wall. This beautiful craft, which is built to be good and should not be confused with the Scooby Mansion's Pigeon, which is not made to be good. Anyways, it has a cost of 31,000, which make it so we can have 3 of them in combat to face the crossbones. Alright, and there we have it. A crossbones has been spawned 3,500 meters away, which I do remember was the thing we had in the previous videos. Yes, there was only one video of a flight left. And if you're wondering What the hell is a flight? Well, a flight is a unit of aircrafts, which is less than a squadron. So this game might have you believe that the squadron is like 4 planes or something. That's too few. It's too few to be a squadron. If it's only like a couple, 2-6 planes or something like that, it is called a flight. So I did my Wikipedia research before deciding what to call this last challenge, and I did seriously consider to having a squadron facing a even more expensive and big craft, but that would be a bit too many planes in the air. Oh man, poor thing. That would lag some bits too. Okay, here we have the, oh no. So those crams aren't having a really big health. And oh no, of course they're doing better than the pigeon. But it's quite unfortunate that the crossbones AA is pretty reasonably good to take out those crams. And the crams that is fired from the crossbones, they are timed fused. They are accurate enough to do some damage to our poor contestants. Well, this will be kind of interesting to see what's gonna happen there. Alright, so none of them has went down yet. That's good to know. But the crossbones is still at 93%, so it doesn't really look too good, does it? Fun fact, I actually got the pigeon now in my folder. We might make a AOG craft out of the shape of it, but make it a tiny little bit better. So thanks to Scubimation for sending over the hollowed out pigeon that we're gonna have some fun with at a later date. Alright. Oh no! That's a bad hit. The first pigeon is down. No, when the other... I kind of missed that the other two are already shot down. Well, the 3 pigeons are down. We'll have to send in the next wave here. So, maybe that was a tiny bit too close actually, but it will only be in the what am I saying? It will only be in the 3-wall's favor. This is not the pigeon, this is the 3-wall. I'm sorry for mixing them up. The pigeon is a joke and these are not. And the first submission here, the 3-wall, has some pretty good points in earlier challenges. So we know for a fact that they do have teeth. Alright. But oh no. They're getting a little bit too close. They are getting hit by crams there. And oh. We had a cram bomb hitting there, I think. You can see many of those cram bombs are... Oh, that missed the mark. But many of them are shot down. That's the most common way they won't get out of there. Did you know we have a Army of GMODISM official shirt? If you want to get it, you can too. I haven't been very good at trying to sell any merch, but it is there. And eventually I hope I will be able to work out some kind of, I don't know, nice way to integrate it in videos, but it's not that important. So let's see here. Damn, that was a really bad hit. Oh no. Oh no. Crossbones is at 84%. Looks like the 3-wall isn't doing very well, actually. We can see it shoots down there. It goes up and down, but it gets hit by those crams. They can shoot upwards. So they have a cool movement scheme in the air. But they're just not dealing enough damage, and those ships here, their time is pretty limited. Do we have any main guns left? No. Those frontal diff guns are not doing much either. Whoa, why am I locking on to some weird stuff there? That's a really bad hit. We caught fire here too. And that one is down as well. This one seems to have no way to battle, so I think the only right way is to go back at least 2,000 meters and load in the third wave here. So I do strongly believe that Scuvimation may have had a little bit higher hopes for the 3-wall, but it seems it was not able to deliver too well in this challenge here. But of course, the last wave needs to say its piece first before we can even think about setting any score. Machine guns are machining. Projectile avoidance has acted, but was it just me, or did it just not shoot their diff guns? I didn't see them firing at all. Because it's kind of weird. Or are those... Because the crams are... Yeah, they're like from under there. So I don't know what's up with these diff guns. Did an update bork them or something, or what happened? Or are they set up in a weird way to not target stuff? What's happening? Oh, bam! That was a really bad hit on our flight mate there. Well, we'll see. We'll see what's happening here. Cram bombs are dropping down, of course, but ooh, look at that! The cross bonus is down to 75%. It has still some combat capabilities, but you can see there is a lot of surface damage all over. Some of the turrets seems to be disabled in the back there, and everything is pretty damaged. So by now, the crossbones has taken some pretty heavy damage. It truly looks like it's not gonna be able to recover at all from this. But the question is if the third wave will be able to defeat the crossbones or not. It looks like it's gonna be a real tight challenge here. It all depends on how the crossbones crams hit, basically. Because if they are shot down, if the 3-walls are shot down here, well, there ain't gonna be a fourth wave, and we'll have to look at the health points of the crossbones and make a decision from there. Oh. But indeed, those front guns, those diff guns, I wonder what's up with them. It's a bit strange. It's a bit strange indeed. Oh, now we only have one in the air. Oh no. I think that's it. No. It still survives a little bit here. The cool backfiring missiles are working pretty well. There we had a diff gun bomb. 69 percentages. Alright, where will the 3-wall do next here? Comes in for another round here. We got 2 diving missiles. Those diving missiles, they are nicely designed and they do some serious damage. We got the cram bomb popping down there too. But now the crossbones has a response. And the last 3-wall is pretty dead in the water. Well, there we have it. Right, so that wasn't exactly amazing, but it did do some pretty good damage against the crossbones. It almost kind of took it out. Like the Ovos design, the phosphorus bomber, it was, however, it lacked the survivability. The white phosphorus bomber had amazing survivability, even though they did not manage to take on the crossbones a lot either. I mean, it didn't either despawn it, and I do think the crossbones, I'm not sure I remember, but I think it's a little bit in a more workable state now. So of course, that would set us, I guess a 4 is pretty good score here. It did some severe damage, but it took 3 waves to get that severe damage, and all of the designs got shot down from the air, was not able to dodge those, and now they're just sitting back there. So it will be a 4. Next out, we have Sean Reed's 4th submission. So here we have them. And they will of course face the same crossbones, which we're gonna spawn. Alright. So we're gonna make sure. Alright. Okay, never mind. They have successfully launched. Alright. The AA is shooting at them. Oh, damn. Oh, no. Well, that's sad. It's burning and falling down. This looks very cinematic, though. You'll have to give it that. Well, next one is popping in here. Oh, no. And those AA, man, they're just having a very bad day. Alright, a lot of missiles are spraying all over the place, and we have those spraying, revolving shrapnel guns, you know, the simple weapon. Spammy shots. Oh, there we have many on. Oh, there we got the singular shot. And those can really cut off barrels pretty hardcore. So they're not a joke. It seems, however, that not many of the missiles do get through, actually. But sometimes it looks like, oh, missiles won't get through. Well, we have another of these sunspots, a 4th submission, falling down. Oh no! I do have to give them this. They really go out with a bang. They look super cinematic. They really look super cinematic. So we're gonna have the second wave in. And I just realized, well, that's a mistake. We spawned in 4 of them because I didn't count properly. They cost 29,000, which amounts to 90,000 in total, right? Yeah, so we can actually have only 3 ones in a wave. I guess we'll, for this ones, give the Sunspot a free little extra plane in the start there due to its lower cost. Even though that's not completely fair, we did see the performance of it during the first wave. So I do not think that it matters very much. It really looks like it's gonna get not too good scores. We're gonna see though, we have a 3rd wave to spawn in whenever it's time for that. So we're gonna see what's happening. I did just check that I didn't have repair tentacles on and that I was sitting in this craft, because that would have been super unfair though. It's doing a dive. Oh. Please engage the revolving blast guns. What are we doing? Now they're just circling and not doing much damage. Alright. Do we have an attack dive? No, we do not. Oh no. Not there either. Alright. We'll have a swarm incoming there. Oh no. Somebody got hit. I love that you're using like cram cannons against airplanes, and it's really fun. I actually made a anti-air cram cannon that is an airburst cram. So basically it explodes in front of the target and showers it with a lot of fragments. I thought that was pretty clever and funny. So I have an airburst AA cram cannon, which will be in the next upload of the files to decommissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who can access all of my From the Depth build files. I do share a lot of them publicly though, and not prefabs and turrets of course, because we can't do that. But I share many of the vehicles, like all vehicles that are built for commissioned officers, which is my patrons if you're new here. They are uploaded publicly and can be downloaded on Steam Workshop. So you can just search for GMODIST on Steam Workshop, you'll find me, click my name, and you have the full library of uploaded vehicles. And even though I don't share the prefabs and turrets publicly, many of the crafts use the prefabs and turrets. So if you download the crafts, you can easily get them there. But if you have $1 a month or more to spare extra every month, well, then you could also support me and simplify your life. Anyways, the third wave is doing some serious damage to the crossbones, but we're having some cinematic birds falling out of the sky. Well, it's time for the third wave. And there we go. We're gonna follow this one. When it does it combat dives. Missiles away. Ooh! Blast gun got a few fires, but it dives away too quickly. It should have fired a couple of rounds more. It would have been doing so much more damage. Like, if this goes close and just smash those revolving blast guns into the face of the crossbones, you will clip some cram barrels there. And if you clip those cram barrels, you're gonna make your life a lot more simpler, I'll tell you that, my sunspots. Well, we're gonna see what happens here then. And we have a lot of superficial damage to the crossbones, but to be honest, the crossbones seems to be in a pretty dandy shape. You can see the frontal turrets are chilling here, but I don't think they're inactive. I just think there is nobody at that location right now. No, exactly, they work absolutely fine. Together with all of the other cram cannons, most of the AA guns are completely functional too. So, I mean, it does do damage to the crossbones, but even though it has 10% subtracted, the damage is so superficial. It's actually doing really well. It's doing really well. It's like absolutely no problem here. Alright. This boy is gonna go down any second, right? Look at that. Oh. I kind of forget that the sunspot actually has shields. I haven't seen a frag being deflected yet though. The angle is pretty sharp, of course. But it's pretty cool, it does have shields. Oh! Nope, now I locked onto the wrong thing. Damn. If you want to know how to do some turret control and do those cinematic whatever lock onto stuff and move about and make the camera move faster so you don't have to wait while you're looking around, I have an instant tutorial about camera control. I even have an instant tutorial about cool photographies. There are some tweaks you can do with bloom settings that makes everything looks great. Now I don't have it activated now because I was just building before this recording and forgot to turn it on, but it looks pretty nice if you're into that, poor thing. But anyways, if you want to watch that, check my instant tutorial about that. It's in the instant tutorial playlist. And if you know how to do that, there is probably something you need to learn, and that's also in the instant tutorial playlist. Just saying. Alright, so we got some explosions all around here. Oh, that's a pretty neat hit with the blast guns. Look at that. It may be dying, it may be falling out of the sky, but it went out with a pretty hardcore bang there. Look at that. That's some pretty good damage just when dying, so that's pretty lucky, I must say. But even if that's the case, that was so cool. So the crossbones is at the 77%, which is nice, but well, oh bam, and there it got completely destroyed there. Now we did accidentally give it an extra plane in the start, so we're not gonna be too kind, of course. It's 77%. That's a good bit worse than the previous Challenger with the Squimation there, which means that this will... It did damage, but 3 waves didn't take it out, even if it got an extra one. Well, that makes the Sean Reed's 4th submission get a score of 3 out of 10. Next out we have the Daggery. The crossbones it spawned, the Daggery is also built by Sean Reed. So this is Sean Reed's first submission. Alright, the Daggeries have dived up, went into combat. They have a cost of 31,000 materials, which makes 3 Daggeries for a flight. Fragments are flying all over the place. The Daggery, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're just moving somewhere else here. Alright, we're going in for an outer combat dive. Might have been smart. Dodging those AA guns is probably a good idea. Right, so there we have an APS shot. Pretty nice stuff, but man, I don't think this is gonna hurt the crossbones very much. Oh, we only have 2 Daggeries alive here. We're gonna have to do a lot of damage to be able to compete with this. Bombs are falling down there, but man, those civs actually shoot down the bombs falling down from the sky. Not a good sign at all. Crossbones still at 100%. The Dagger is struggling to not get hit by the flak. Wait, what? Why can't I see? Why can't we see aircrafts from underwater? It's like so faint. Weird. It's like we are getting the water bottom reflected upwards. It's like a mirror. That looks so jackass. Whatever. The Dagger is looking pretty nice though when it's doing its fighting. But I'm thinking this is gonna perform a lot worse than the Sunspot actually, because it doesn't have the ability to deal that damage. It is more evasive, but I think we'll need a pretty good amount of flights of the daggery to be able to deal with something like the crossbows. And this is of course because the civs is shooting down the bombs there. It needed to either dive closer to deliver those bombs, or using some thrusters or something to make the bombs deliver to the target faster. Something like that. Was that a tiny bomb? No? Was it just some trash? Funnily enough, the crossbows has went down 1%, and the daggers are kind of keeping out of sight somehow. Oh. Well, it doesn't anymore. That one is not in the best health condition. I'm feeling we are almost maneuvering a little bit too far away here. Well, we got targeted by the AA system. Now something happened. The bombs are being dropped. Question is if the AA system will be able to react on them. And they were not. Oh yes, and here we go. Oh damn! No, it didn't take it out. That was a perfect hit to shoot down those pesky AA guns. Unfortunately, it failed doing that. Well, we only have we have 2 daggers in the sky actually. Where is the other one? I think it's semi-dead probably. Is it up there? No. It's probably just sitting over there. Well, I do think it's time to spawn in the second wave. And see if the second wave will be able to deal with the crossbows any better. They want to be pretty evasive, as we do know. Ooh. Ah. It feels like they're doing a little bit too big maneuvers to avoid getting hit here. It's cool, of course, that they have a pretty good top speed of 144 meters per second. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite deliver the damage we would have hoped. Right. And it tends to kind of get into the worst angles and just get shot down. Now this bird is burning and it's gonna fall down and die. Well, damn. Shit happens, I guess. Crossbows is at 98%. I feel like the daggers are more doing cool moves than doing any damage. Honestly. We're gonna spawn in the third wave of the daggers. That will only be to the benefit of the daggers, because then they have dummy targets, not dummy targets, but then they have damaged daggers to keep the AI a little bit focused while it tries to deal some damage. Alright. And they spread out in a really interesting manner though. It's like you spawn in a couple of them, but now you just don't see any of them. I think it's pretty cool though that the crossbows is being able to do damage at so many directions at once. And there we got a really good hit with the bombs there. Indeed. I feel that if the fire update had been out before the submission deadline for the trials, I think a lot of people would have submitted incendiary bombs and stuff like that. And that would have been perfect against something like the crossbows. And the crossbows is pretty, oh no, pretty limited on what it does, so that would probably not have been the best idea. Some of the daggers had just went out of control there. Well then, we'll just have to chill a little bit and see if any damage is being dealt. Bombs! Bombs! Ooh! Nice hit. And the other one? No. There it comes. Oh, yes, look at that. That's a perfect hit. Oh my god, look at that. We kind of didn't see that, but the a turret actually got disabled by a bomb that seemed to have creeped up under the crossbones. So that's nice. It did some damage towards the crossbones. It did disable one of the turrets. Well, we're gonna see if anything else happens here. Do we have any? Oh no. We got some daggers getting lost in space. I think we'll have to disregard them. I wonder how they went up there. Oh, they're kind of at 100%. How did they get up there? They must have flown there while maneuvering or dodging the crossbones and then just gotten stuck in space. So to be... Well, we only have one dagger left to be considered ish alive. And we're running out on time a little bit here for this particular participant here. Like, we'll need to see if it deals some damage very soon here. Or we'll have to look at it and see its results at this point. Well, that one got shot down. And the ones that made into space, they shouldn't be... They shouldn't have went to space. So the crossbones is down to 88%. But that's after three waves. So yeah, I mean, it did damage. It did a little bit more damage than a tiny little bit of damage. So I will say that this is definitely a strong 2. But definitely worse than the Sunspot, which actually did more substantial damage. So, next one. The next combatant is actually Sean Reed's third submission, the Aspirant Helicopter. This has some pretty big bombs going on there, so I'm having high hopes for the Aspirant here. There we go, Crossbones is spawned. Now, I do think they might have some problems dodging the crossbones. Oh, or maneuvering. Oh no. Okay. Sorry. Not meant to jinx you. I no longer have high hopes for the Aspirant. Alright. Combat mode has been activated. These diving up and down is probably the only thing that may keep this alive, but we might have too much flak damage in the air. So we might have some trouble here. Alright. Ooh, bam! Alright. That's what we're talking about. The Aspirant Helicopter definitely has better chances of dealing damage here. It's really unfortunate for the Aspirant Helicopter. It has a cost of 27,000. But of course, 27,000. If you're gonna fit into 100k of materials, you're still gonna end up with 3. If it was 25,000, well then it would have been... We didn't tell about this limit, of course, beforehand, so nobody could have guessed. But making it just a little cheaper than the max amount is frankly not a good idea for this particular challenge. Either if you make it a lot cheaper, like some participant did, then you'll get an extra craft here. Now, for the Sunspot, that was only a mistake, but I mean, in general rules, those that were cheaper could have, well, like one extra. Like, I think the White Phosphorus Bomber was under that mark, right? It was 22,000, that's 125, so then we can fit 4. Okay, we lost a bit of recording there, but we're fighting on well here with the Aspirant Helicopters. They're still at like 100%, almost all of them. They are just not getting hit by these crams. They're diving up and down. I think they have a pretty good chance of taking on the crossbones. It feels like this might take a little bit of time, but it's getting there slowly and surely. Yes, that's pretty nice actually. Oh, you can see they just have enough health. They have enough health to get through here, and they do deal damage. Man, if these were incendiary. Oh, the tower is gone now. Okay, that's some good moves. Ooh, 4 crossbones. It's not a good crossbone day today. 89 percentages. And the aspirant that got damaged even got repaired itself. So that's definitely good times. All right. Look, we actually have a dead aspirant here. It just fell down. Poor thing. Now it's getting targeted too. Well, anyways, that can happen. But the other aspirants... Oh no, we have another dead one. Right, so they are now falling down, but the crossbones is down to 86 percentages. So that is some decent results. But it seems that it's not gonna get... take on the crossbones here on the first round. Ooh, but it did a pretty good job. That has to be said. Isn't it pretty funny to watch this thing though? It just bobs up and down like this. Like a very nice sine wave. Well, it's time to send in the second wave here. Because the battle has stagnated. The existing aspirant seems to have a bit problem delivering his missiles, so maybe the laser targeter is borked or something, but the French ones do not have such a trouble at all. And they are popping in here pretty nicely, and most of the missiles hit very well. And we're getting some damage done. Oof. So scary with those flags here, isn't it? A little bit scary. I just like these. They're just dropping down here and then they just speed towards the target. Laser locked on. It's very nice. This one seems a tiny bit sad though. Well, I don't think that's gonna get very recovered. I like that the AA guns is actively trying. Oh no, now the beer barrels disappear. That's too bad. Or whatever pirates drink. That's probably rum, right? Alright. How many do we have alive? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. 4, rather. As a second wave, though, crossbones is down to 78. I do believe that the aspirant second wave will be able to disable the crossbones. We'll have to wait and see a little bit, of course, but you can see it's doing some pretty consistent and reliable damage, and that's the most important aspect when it comes to scoring these types of results. Well, the battle has progressed a little bit here. We can see we're still dealing some damage. I think some aspirants have indeed, or some aspirants have fallen out of the sky. So we have 2, 3, 4 ones that are in pretty good shape, and they are indeed continuously delivering missiles here. So, if you'll be able to take it out in the second round, it's going to be a pretty good score. It will be a base score of 8 if this managed to do it. But it's doing it a little bit slow, so we're going to see if it's going to do it in any reasonable amount of time. And it actually looks like it's going to do that. So, and we can almost be very certain about that, however it goes. The aspirants will be, of course, be able to take out the crossbones during the third round, if that is necessary. We can see it's still dealing the reliable damage. Slowly but surely, it's doing a great job. The aspirant is probably gonna get some pretty good score. Not a 10 out of 10, of course, because to do that you're required to take it out during the first round. But that's really hard to do. And it might be so that you'd have to use a combination of weapons to be able to do that. Yeah, probably so. Maybe diff guns like Kovraks you see in the first flight video. That's a way to do it. I think if you went in close, dropping some heavy bombs plus revolving blast guns, I think that could have do it too. And of course, I wonder if not charge lasers would have been able to do the job, because they start fires now too. All right. Lots of blocks are falling off here, and they are just getting in there. That's super nice. All of the aspirants are still in the air. They are of course repairing themselves when they are getting a little bit damaged. So we can be pretty sure that it's gonna go pretty well here. Look at this terrifying thing. They just go slowly towards the target. And the funny thing is that these are... Why do these missiles survive a lot? Well, because these are thumper heads. So when they are just moving in slowly like this, they are like doing no damage. But when moving fast, they're doing a lot of damage. And thump is a pretty good strat to use against something like the crossbones, actually. Look at that. It's beautiful to see. Blocks falling off like this. There we have it. The crossbones is actually despawning. That's a good job. That's definitely a good job. Very good. So Sean Reed's... let's see here, which one in the order is this? This is Sean Reed's third submission. That's definitely a good 8 points. Very nice. Next out, we have Netramira's AOG Hummingbird, which is absolutely super cool, fantastic little design. We're not controlling any of the weapons, we're not doing anything weird. We are now gonna spawn the crossbones at the required distance, and we're gonna see what's happening here. We'll just have to love this flying little movement, won't we? And they are acting pretty sneakily here to avoid those AA guns. Oh, are we moving in a smart way to not get shot by the AA guns? Can that be true? The ornithopters, these are called the hummingbird, but they are an ornithopter if you don't know what that is. Then you should read Dune. That's some good audiobooks. Anyways, oh no! Something happened with our AI. I don't think our diving move should look like this. Oh damn, that's really bad. I had such high hopes, and it's really dead. Mayday, mayday. Oh no, oh no. That is... sacre bleu. And anyways, we need to spawn in the third wave. We can't have that. They didn't even reach the target to be able to deal damage. That's very unfortunate. I had high hopes for the hummingbird here, and it just doesn't deliver. Well, we're gonna see what's happening here. Cram shells incoming. Looking like we are having some pretty... Ooh, look, tandem repair. Oh no, tandem collide. Anyways, will the diff guns be able to fire? No. If it doesn't, we have very poor chances of dealing damage before we're getting shot down. Right, so we're not gonna have a top score. We're not gonna take out the crossbones during the first shot. Now we are having... Will we be able to do any damage? Or are we gonna have a 0 point? We are not gonna have a 0 point. There we had some rods. Falling down, doing some damage. 3% has been deducted from the crossbones. That is something. Poor thing, look at this. Oh! Oh! That's some savage damage. The spinning wheel, an auxiliary turret, and some other junk is completely destroyed. If it would have hit the AI, I would have been so surprised. That would mean it would land a pretty decent score after all. I don't think that's gonna happen though. That's too much to hope for. What are we doing? Like, what are... Look, it's just chilling up there. Shoot! The darn diff bombs. No. It just won't. Well, in any case, there we had some other diff rods getting shot. Parts are falling, that's nice. Oh no! One hummingbird is a barbecue bird. The barbecue has been served. You're very welcome to eat. There is lots to have. Flappy McBoom face is, or the clones of his brain at least, is crying in their cooking AI mainframe boxes. Right, so do we have any combatant that's actually fighting here? What are you doing? You're just speeding around. You're lucky there are no rules for escaping for combat from this particular challenge. Oh no, it gets hit by crabs. It should just have a little bit of projectile avoidance and that would have been not happening. Well, the third wave. Let's bring the third wave. Right. The hummingbirds are popping in here. Oh no. AA guns ate my block I was sitting on. Okay, that one is down. Is it gonna belly flop on the crossbones? No, but it might have. Well, that's a sad story. If it at least would have belly flopped on it, it would have dealt some damage, you know, more. Man, I had high hopes for the hummingbird, but their survivability against the crossbones is too poor, so it's just getting very sad, isn't it? It is. That was a rhetorical question, if you didn't know. Right. Another... Whoa, that's a pretty good hit, though. Well, let's see here. APS parts, but no AI parts. Are you gonna... No, you're not either. You're not gonna belly flop either. Well, the hummingbird is waiting for better times, and I think it's waiting for backup too, if I'm being honest. Thing is that we are on our third wave, so there is no backup to be had. That's all you're getting. All right, diff rods, go. That's some damage. Only cramp cannon though. Well, they're obviously easy targets, and the crossbones is down to 77% though. So I will say that's something. I think that's pretty close to what we had from the sunspot here. That's very close indeed. Or we're also having survivability issues here. It is clearly seriously damaged. With some more luck, you could see that it could have potentially had some crit damage. But we didn't have any luck today. Well, this is gonna be pretty shot down pretty soon. I'd suspect it just needs to spin around and hit the... Oh, it looks like the crossbones engines are kind of taken out. But whenever the cram cannons can shoot at it, I think it's pretty much game over. The AA guns, they can take it out too. They're just so slow, those shots. Look at that. And then when it starts burning, it's so much game over. Oh, they actually didn't hit too much. Will we have another blast of diff guns? Are you able to provide a surprising event here? Will you? Oh no! That's so close to the AI. And now I think it's gonna be very much game over. Look at that. No? Yes? Well, it's falling down, but oh yeah, there we have it. Ram shots. Well, the crossbones is at 74%, yes. So it wasn't able to being taken out here, but I think it's a pretty similar damage to the Sunspot actually. Yeah, it's very similar. So that will also land. That will also land Netrameira on a 3. I would all actually have thought it would perform a lot better, but man, that first round they all just got shot down and didn't even deliver damage. If it had some more luck, I think it could have taken out the crossbones in the second round, but not today. Our last combatant for this video will be kinda sexy's Eldrosh Kosh. Or I mix up what's the name of the ship and what's the name of the craft. But whatever, it's going to fight. And this is the first time I actually have to drag out my calculator. Wow! Kinda sexy is gonna fight with 5. That's like the upper limit for a flight. We're gonna have 5 of them against the crossbones because that's the closest to fair we can have. Isn't that pretty funny? By the way, if you want to support the channel, you need to look at our options. We have YouTube memberships. If you want to be in the ecclesiarchy of YouTube, of GMODIST I mean, then you're a YouTube member. And if you are that, then you can get early access to all of my videos. If you want to be a commissioned officer in your GMODISM, you get all of my files that I play in all different games. And on the higher tiers, I'll build something for you. Then there is the Ministry of GMODISM, which is the newest option, and there we'll have some discount on merch on that store specifically, but that is actually the way that is a least amount that goes away into transfer fees, and the most amount that just goes to me, basically. So that's like the best general support option with the least amount of rewards. Now, it feels like we're doing some pretty interesting maneuvers here. We have our... oh no. Weird. It's like they're not really working right here. Why are they not... They're moving slower than I remembered. Oh no. And the guns are getting... I mean the missiles are getting gunned down in air. And the AA guns seem to do pretty short work of these warplanes. What's happening? I wonder if this is another case of updates has been messing up the poor submissions. It's so weird. This one is... they're just falling down. I think we had that issue before when the engine got damaged. Maybe it's like that the engines are getting hurt very easily. And then they're losing thrusting power, because this is of course thrusters and not... what are they called? Not the custom jet engines that run on fuel directly. These actually need engine power to run for some weird reason. That's from the depth logic for you. Okay, nothing is happening here. The two remaining in sky, they're basically doing no damage. So I feel we're going to spawn in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of them. And we're gonna see if they get to a better start. I kind of forget, these look so darn quick, but their top speed is actually 5 meters per second, which is pretty slow for a plane like this. Alright, and now they're doing their weird maneuvers. Man, they looked nice when they went towards the crossbones information, but, well, not anymore it seems. So this is the second wave, the crossbones is at 99%. Oh, there we actually had the first round of missiles coming in here. So maybe the AA system has been damaged a bit. Bam, that's a brutal hit. Look at that. It's falling down, burning very cinematically. You know what? I think we can listen to the music now. The crossbones music. If we had that entire 4 parts of the trials, I would have been turning crazy. But for a couple of times each time, I can definitely listen to it. Anyways, now the missiles are actually falling down and hitting here. So some of them seem to have moved into position, which is nice. Now it's just a question. Where are you on the menu, the list here? It's like... This is weird. Why? Oh, never mind. Oh, there we are. There we are. I find you. Good. So I'll know where to place the scores. Ah, that's some very weak damage. I think these missiles, if I remember correctly, are just purely explosive, and they're tiny. They do so little damage. We can see many of them are kind of damaged. We have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 in a combatable position. Locking on above like this. But it seems that there are too many of them, and the AA guns are having a little bit of trouble to actually target all of them. And since the Kosh kind of sexy submissions is kind of... Oh no, those got taken out. Since they're kind of cheap, we can have 5 of them for each wave. So I think it's soon time to bring in the 3rd wave. Yep. Now I feel too few of them are actually dealing damage in a reasonable capacity. With this one burning down, this one seems to be spinning, and this one, we might have one that's dealing damage, but man, that thing is so far away. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Look at that. They're like some kind of weird... When they kind of start like this, they're like some kind of weird spinning starfish in the air. They look like some kind of star. Just sitting there, rising. It would have been funny if they were like perfectly pentagonal and that they moved in a upwards direction. That makes me remember a series I saw very much, which is very cool, and I don't recall what it's called. Anyways, look at that. I mean, We are dealing damage, but the damage is pretty darn sad. Well, I guess we'll just wait and see for a bit and see if it deals any more damage. More cinematics. Well, we waited for some time here, and the crossbones is slowly, very slowly, but surely picking them out of the sky. The crossbones has some pretty good health still. It's at 93%, so of course it did a scratch, so that's definitely 1 point. But it's just not able to take it out. It's just so superficial damage. But I will say that somehow they still have a pretty reasonable survivability. Like, it takes a good while for the crossbones to actually shoot them out of the sky. And some of them are just chilling on weird locations. So the final score for kinda sexist design will be a strong 2. But it's just not dealing damage anywhere near anywhere that would be practical in this scenario. You can see that almost all of the systems are working. Yeah, it's like very few things that has been damaged. So, yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the second part of the flight. If you did it, please leave a like, and if you haven't already, you should probably subscribe to the channel. Anyways, we have the support options over here. Remember, I'm live on Twitch, usually once a week, and you have my other channels too, the GMODIST, where you find all of my past live streams and some extra content, and the Relaxism channel, where you find all of my relaxing and chill out videos to maybe help you sleep or focus or something. In any case, huge thanks to Admiral Scooby Rocks, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Parvagreed, Vincent Veritas, and all our cadets. This is your host, GMODIST. We're signing out. Or Eric of GMODIST is more correct. This is your Lord High Admiral Eric. We're signing in here with some more trials. GMODIST. This time we will be checking out the third flight of the AOG bombers versus the crossbones. Same story as last time. So let's dive into it. So here we have the Storihana made by Adnekrias. This thing is a little bit too expensive, so actually there should only be 2 of them spawned in per wave. However, we already deducted a massive amount of points for the too costly thing. So the first wave, we will allow it to spawn in with 3 of these, and the following refill waves will only be 2 for each. So that way it will be somewhat fair, I'd say. Right. So the crossbows has been spawned in. And they are long range firing up there. Let's see here, the AA guns are targeting another design. It's a little bit sad that all of the bombers are kind of not having their decals, since the decals had Discord links before. But for those that have a chance of ending up in the fleet, they can, of course, they will be expected to update the design with the new decals, I should say. In any case, this thing has gotten shot at. That's a bit unfortunate. Alright, so we're doing the AC-130 tactics. Just providing some good old long distance firepower. I kinda... Yeah, it has some missiles too. I do think these are not gonna reach though, are they? The crossbones anti-air guns would be quite likely to be able to shoot them down before they reach. Yes, indeed. They will. Looks like the crossbones has taken minimal damage so far. But ooh, this turret actually got EMP'd. If it successfully EMPs all turrets, they have a reasonable chance of actually disabling the crossbones. which would be quite interesting. Well, let's see here. There is only one of the crafts that are even flying. No, none of them are actually flying. Well, that is gonna be a lot of luck. So we're having a refill wave here. I would imagine that they would be a tiny little bit more evasive. What is pretty cool about this design though is the asymmetrical design. I like asymmetrical designs. Alright. See if the missiles come in this time. No, they are not. So that's the bummer here. The missiles usually get shot down. The two new ones are not very hurt though. But I wonder, let's see here. The cannon that shoots in there, it's pretty accurate, but it doesn't really target a very sensitive area. I think the crossbones is just too big and meaty target for the story Hannah to be able to deal with. I saw a missile popping in there though, but we didn't get a turret hit this time. We need some extremely lucky hits for them to actually disable anything here. But I do suspect that the crossbones crams ain't extremely accurate either, since they are diving up and down with a pretty nice little sine curve, which definitely makes a lot of the cram shells actually miss. Will they have time to hit something important? Why did that not disable the detection? That was so close. Isn't it, like, do we not want to steal this this barrel design from within here? I think it's pretty cool. This is a proper pirate rum party hall. Alright. Let's see here then. Do we have one story Hannah is intact, two are not very hurt. I'm almost thinking that spawning in the third wave will actually help the story Hannah a lot. Well, damn. Yeah, that one is pretty dead there. No, we only have like dead ones, so whoops. What am I saying? Load in 2 new ones. We shall see how that goes. I do kind of want to remember what ammo we have. That's an armor-piercing high explosive round. That was pretty well aimed. Well, it over-penetrated, but that was just a little bit above the AI compartment. So, the crossbows has taken some damage. One turret is disabled. But the general score here is looking like it's gonna be pretty low. I can see it still shoots down the incoming missiles. We're only dealing some slow, steady, but not that serious APS damage. You can see these turrets are still online. Ooh. Are we gonna have a collision? No, we're not. That's almost a little bit too bad. Well, in any case. Nope. None of the turrets had much disabling for themselves going on there. And now we can see, damn, that's a pretty accurate hit. Poor thing. Well, now we only have one poor little Storihana left. And that will be the basis for the Huan. So the AA guns are targeting in. I'm kind of surprised the crams are actually doing a pretty good job at hitting the Storihanas. I would imagine that this like sine curve would most likely make it so that they miss, but sadly not. They hit a lot of the time. I think I don't know, maybe that sine wave is just a little bit too bad. Right, so all these Storihanas is disabled. The crossbows is at 89%. So it definitely did some damage. I feel that they would eventually tear down the crossbones. Yeah. I'd say this is definitely a worthy effort of 2 points. But not more than that. It's more than 1 point. Survivability is bad, but the damage was serious. Next. Here we have the Starmaid joke by Jono, 1928. This is, of course, the second submission, and this is the Isanth 5, or is it Isanth? Yeah, Isanth 5 from Starmaid. By the way, a lot of people have been posting some community updates for Starmaid, and if we're lucky, we'll have a Starmaid in a universe near us in a foreseeable future. That's like probably at least a year, but just so you know, it's not completely dead. Anyways, this one is going over the limit by a tiny bit, but it's 33, so it's like very close of amounting to 100,000, but we'll do the same for Anacrea's design. We'll spawn in 3 the first round, and then we'll have 2 for the refills. I don't expect this to be a very long battle. The Isanth is pretty terrible at dealing damage because it's not very accurate, and so far they have done a pretty bad job at evading anything. So I'll think the crossbones will make short work of this little flight. You see, one is already offline. Yeah, it's next scramble is coming in. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Poor Isanth 5s. To give it a tiny bit of chance of dealing any damage, we'll spawn in the second wave already. I think it's probably good if the crossbones has many target to target at the same time, because otherwise it's just going to barbecue them so darn fast, which might be the case anyways. I'm actually having so low hopes for these Isanth 5 of needing any damage. So I'm actually thinking like this. The Isanth 5 is kind of a joke submission anyway, so I know Jono won't be sad. We're spawning in the third wave already, and we're gonna see if it is able to deal any damage. But it is cool that we have the Isanth 5 now in from the depth. Jono, you should probably update that thing a little bit so it's a little bit better, and throw it up on the workshop, because it would be 5 to have like Starmaid Isanth 5, but in from the depth. So when people are searching for Starmaid Isanth 5, they'll find the from the depth workshop entry. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, we're actually having a few of them that are somewhat untouched. The AA guns are doing some damage here. Look, when they get damaged, they get less see-throughable, which is fun. 94%. All turrets online and functioning. Yeah. So the Crossbones is having a all-front war and probably winning it very soon. I'm actually pretty surprised it bounced back from that. That must have been a fatal one. Yeah, this one is pretty offline now. Well, we're having another one falling down there. And... oh, no. That one was falling. Ooh! Is that a fatal hit? Who knows? It actually seems to be a pretty bad hit. Look at that poor thing. I think it lost all its engine power. Yeah, that's one. That one is pretty dead. Well, there we have it. Oh. And this one... there, I think it goes. No, it has some engine power still. Only those extension arms got hit. Hey, guns is targeting this one. Ah. Woo! Was it a hit? Oh yes. Almost. There, this one is falling as well. The cram fragments got it until the end. AA guns are keeping this one occupied, but now the crams will pop in and finish the job, right? No. It's up for a few seconds more. The rest... no, we have one left. One alive. Dealing damage? I think not, but... who knows? The flak guns, it feels like they've became even less usable since they were renamed anti-munition warhead thing. Oh yeah, that's a... how is this not dead? Oh, the engine. Where is the engine anyways? Oh, there it is. Cool. The rest of them are downed. No, this one is actually technically airborne. But it's a very, very technically. And, oh yeah, okay, so this one is pretty over. Right. So, what do we have here? The Crossbones is at 88%. That's actually more percentages than I would have hoped for. That's actually pretty impressive for what I thought it would do. We can see though that even though we have some important blocks down there being exposed, in general the damage is extremely superficial because it's like wood and stuff only. Inside here we have the AI. It's not close of getting hurt. It seems that all of the turrets are still fully functional. So the damage is minuscule, but it is almost 20%, which is much more than I would have expected. So I'm gonna give it a 2. It deserved those 2. Don't you think so? Next up, we have Light of the World's Star Drop. This is gonna be pretty interesting. It's our only it's one of our very few pack-based systems. Anyways, I just want to say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST. All of you cadets, and most notably, our Admiral Scooberox, our Commodore Owen, Lieutenant and/or Cravey, Parback Reed and Vincent Veritas. Your monthly support helps a lot. Also, if you want to join the Ecclesiarchy, you can see them with fancy badges, which you cannot see in the chest here, but the badges are technically in that chest. But anyways, you see them in the comments field. They have fancy badges. So if you want to get them, well, you can join the Ecclesiarchy for $1 a month and you'll get early access to all of my videos. Right, so Light of the World's Star Drop has an insane material per second draw. It's just full it's absolutely full of what is it called? Like a steam tube, steam engine. So when we calculated how much energy it draws, it turned out to be a lot. Now, this is, as said, a pack-based system. It does some cool maneuvers like that, and it's looking pretty dandy doing it. So we're gonna see it just flops up like that, and it should send in some damage. We don't have any visible damage on the crossbow yet, but there we saw. We got a good little hit. I think it's impact packs too. So I don't know if that's a good or bad thing against the crossbows, but I'm thinking it might be pretty good since it's wood. And even though it deals very little impact damage, the fact that it's doing that impact damage should make the wood crumble pretty well and maybe make it lose important bits when the wooden structure would theoretically be gone. The Light of the World's Star Drop has a material cost of 31,000, so we can fit 3 in one wave. So it's a little bit funny that the previous ones couldn't have full waves like that due to the exceeded material rule break. Like, it looks like it deals a lot of damage, but it's only down by 3%. So I think the damage it does do is pretty superficial. Obviously it's impact. So I think the thing that could make it do like good damage is if it's hitting the right spots and making the like structure crumble, right? So we're having a very exposed superstructure here. I like that little wooden bench, that's nice. Alright, honestly, none of the star drops are actually taken out of play here. They're all producing those impact smashes. Gonna see if it's gonna smash. No, it's doing weird maneuvers now. It's kind of hard to guess when they're gonna deal damage and where they're gonna hit, because it's like impact. So when they hit, it's just snap like that, and the damage is dealt. Saw that. So that wasn't a particularly good, not a particularly good smack. You can see this superstructure could be just crumbled down here, and when that happens, well, then stuff can really happen. So the crime cannons are just shooting on random spots, it seems. The star drops are pretty evasive. I'm actually surprised any of them have been damaged yet. Look at that. So we're only seeing wood. For a target as large as this thing, I feel that the Pierce pack would probably have much better crit potential. This feels like we're doing a pretty slow grind, to be honest. Ooh. I didn't see you getting hit. Well, one star drop is down. And the AA guns are doing their best to target, but the star drops are pretty evasive. This one is wing clipped though, so it's doing a pretty bad job of contributing to the battle. Yeah, I think it's time to spawn in the second wave. That one is down anytime. Okay, second wave launch. Or, if we're gonna be correct, second flight launch. For the glory of the GMODISM Empire. Okay, let's go. It's kinda... Are they not using the missile? But why? But why? Well, the damage party is online here. Now the crossbones is rotating in smaller circles, suddenly. The damage party is very much online. Well, crossbone is down to 90%. It is a bit grindy, but the star drops are pretty good at being evasive here. Ooh, there it goes! The superstructure, as we thought it would. Right, so now when it has grinded down a lot of the outer shell, it's gonna get down to the lower levels, and here we probably can see some real damage going on. Maybe if it would, you know, smash away the AI, it could be a pretty cool move. Right. Nope. I'm kind of expecting them to do that little pack smash belly flop thing from time to time. I saw some EMP damage, so I do believe the missile were fired. I just missed their impacts and stuff before. Well. No important blocks yet. But 85%, we're on the second wave, and it seems like we're gonna do some more damage. So we're all just gonna let it run. I think that the stern turret somehow got hit by one of those missile torpedoes that carries EMP, because it just... I just saw it's been a little bit, you know, sad for a while. Oh, about sad. Look at that. That's the other wheel. Well, they're definitely getting there. The second wave is almost untouched. They are going a little bit close. The star drop is definitely extremely vulnerable whenever they get hit. It doesn't take many percentages from them to be almost completely incapacitated. But fortunately for the star drops, it's also pretty rare that they do get hit. So again, the second wave is still 100% alive. Yeah. Well, the crossbones somehow still have the ability to shoot back somewhat, but whenever their cannons are taken down, they don't have any ability to deal damage. You can see that the second star drop wing flight, is still completely alive. And this one bopping up and down in the water, since it's pack, it's actually still able to deal some damage, so that's pretty cool. Well, I think it's really good that the last test is just testing everything at this type of ultimate test. Something with AA guns, something with a lot of cram, something with a lot of health, a lot of size, a lot of bulk, and see how they would deal with a real battle scenario. That really helps us being able to judge them fairly. That's why we go from 0 to 10 on this last battle, this last challenge, the flight. And here you can see more blocks are just falling off. Ooh, that's some rubber. Does that mean we have AI blocks being shot out soon? We'll have to check this out. Oh, look at that! This is... Is this the main AI? Isn't it down here? I think it's down there. This must be the anti-air AI. Wow, if it hits that, the threat is basically over for the star drops. That's pretty cool. Oh, one bird is down though. Well, when those cram cannons hit, they hit hard. Ain't that right? We're just curious to see some really big AI blocks falling out of this thing. I do think the star drops are pretty happy we're not on a land map. They would not be able to do that flop in the water and get up back again for another round thing. If that was the case, but well, fortunately for them, it is not the case. That is the rests of a turret falling off there. Or maybe it was, it looked kind of like it. We have one cram cannon active still. Oh no! Our boy is on fire! On a really, in a really bad way. Poor thing. So that's probably one of the boilers getting destroyed. Seems like the fire is over, but I do not think that this one will be providing anything to the battle, indeed not. We're gonna see if we'll have to spawn in the third round, or if the second round will grind them down eventually. In a reasonable time frame, that is. Well, we can't say that the star drops are doing short work of this, but they are doing some pretty good work. I just checked the stats and it turns out that a crossbone is below 56% there. We're at 56%, so, well, we're not many percent away from despawning territory actually. So will they survive long enough in the air to be able to take this home at the second wave mark, or will we have to spawn in next wave because it's too slow? Well, we'll see in a minute or two. Look, we're shedding big steam. Only one propeller seems to be alive here. The crossbones is in such a sad shape. Oh no, but there is only 2 star drops are still in the air, so that's something. Oh, that was a well-aimed one, wasn't it? That's so close to the AI, or is that the ammo? One of them. So we decided to spawn in the third wave. We stayed a little too long of going down from 66% to 64%. Turned out that both of the star drops that were in the air were a little bit damaged both, so that might have been affected the extremely slow damage dealing, but we kind of reached the maximum wait time there. So now we are in full capacity again with the third wave, and I can't imagine that we'll get any other result than it will look already down to 60% now, then that they will be able to take out the crossbones. This is like slowly but surely grinded down. Man, all of the big crams are actually offline now. That's great. Look at that. Well, good job. Was able to take it out pretty quickly there when we spawned in the third wave. That's definitely the best score of the third wave batch, which leaves Light of the World's star drop with a 7 in points. Next out, we'll have one of my personal favorite, Pizza Summoner's Sardalk. It not only has a cool spinny thing, it has cram cannons with lock-on stuff. So we're going to spawn the crossbones And I would imagine that it's gonna do some pretty good work against or with the crossbones, dependent on how you see it. So these are some pretty fast ones, and they have the most amazing lock-on system. Alright, I think they're going down for the... Look at that. That's so cool. So yeah, that's what it does. It deals some really good cram damage. Look at that. They're penetrating. You don't see the damage from the surface, but this is the opposite to the previous contestant. Light of the World Stardrop, which did impact surface damage. This is penetrative cram. And the really cool thing with the Pizza Summoner's design here is not only the very good decoration, it is that the cram cannons, both of them actually have different lock-on places. Let's see if it's gonna lock on yet. No. This one is a little bit damaged. Oh darn. Whoa. Whoa, okay. I think we experienced a game bug. What the hell happened there? Holy crap, that's like machine gun crams. That was the weirdest game bug I've ever seen. Unfortunately, we'll have to respawn this. This is just insane. I've never seen machine gun crams before. Will it do it? I'm just so curious. Will it do it again? But yeah, we can't have these results. Look at that. That's only 2. Okay, maybe it just was a fluke, or Pizza Summoner has post-submission hacked from the depth and made some super advanced code. Who knows? Right, so we had to restart this run, right? The Sardalks are diving in here. We'll just have to see if we experience this bug again. That's absolutely crazy. Machine gun crams, never seen the like of it. And there you can see the cool thing is that they divide up and you know, shoot at different places. Now they were so close to each other. I don't know if they are avoiding getting collisioned with each other or not. I don't think I spawned them that close to each other, but you know, that can happen too. You'll have to set up in the AI to be able to make them not make them shoot at each other accidentally using fail-safes, and also not colliding with each other, just using do not collide with your friends option with the right settings. Oh darn. Damn, that got pretty hurt there. The crossbones is down by 8%. They have dealt some pretty good damage, we must say. But it seemed they had a little bit of a unfortunate situation there in the first dive bomb attack. Right, we're coming in for another one. Oh, that one missed. That's a pretty good hit. Alright. No cram cannons are offline yet. All of the Sardalks do have taken some pretty good damage there. One Sardalk is actually offline now. Is this one? No, not falling. We're gonna see when how they come in for this second round, if it's time to spawn in a second wave, or if they are fully combat capable. Right, they're diving in. That's a pretty good hit. Second gun didn't fire. Now we got shot there too. That was a pretty good hit though. Yeah, we have big steam popping out of here. You can see the crossbones don't have much power now. That's definitely some good work. Whew, these Sardalks are suffering a bit though. Oh, it's not obvious that they will come back for another attack round. I think only one of them might be not damaged enough to be able to do it. I think it's this one. Alright. Should be locking on. There we did. Oh! That's a pretty bad hit there. Our boy is on fire. And not in a good way. Alright. The crossbones. We're at 88%, so the first wave did some good damage. You can see that the remaining Sardalks are pretty damaged. This one seems to have no cram cannon as left, so I definitely think it's time for spawning in the second round here. And with a cost of 31,000, almost 32, we can of course spawn in 3 of them. And I think, whoops, we must be inside of it. Right, what happened here? You know what? This is weird. Oh, they have successfully regrouped. Look at that. That's some pretty good damage. I almost thought that they had gotten crazy for a while there, but they have indeed not. They're back dealing extreme damage. They just need to run away for a little while and get back for another attack. Oh, another one of those awesome dive bomb cram attacks. We'll just have to experience this. Isn't this cool? Oh, yes. Well, Pizza Summoner definitely knew what he was doing when he invented that system. That's so cool. Lock-on systems are always great. Oof, that's some big damage. Well, at this rate, I think the second wave is going to be able to deal pretty well with the crossbones here. It's down to 78%. The Sardalks unfortunately take a lot of damage when they deal the attack bomb dives, but it's definitely worth it. It's not easy to deliver this high of a damage. Oh, is this the one with no crams? Here we have one with crams though. Surge protectors. Oh! There we had a pretty large explosion, and there too. They are delivering here. Delivering cram fetty. And wood. All over the place. It seems that only one cram cannon is functioning, and not very well at that. Are you shooting blank, sir? Yes, you are. Right. Oh no, this is the one without the ammo. Poor thing. Well, it can at least confuse it. Now that was probably not the most valuable spot to shoot at this time. But how could the AI know that? I think the Sardalk probably has the ability to one-shot the crossbones if it just aims at the AI. It's so smart that the cram shots have different targeting locations, because that just doubles the chances of a crit hit each attack run. No, I was wondering, did you hit something there? Alright. You're the one without the guns, right? Yes, you are. Alright. That's some pretty good hits, I think. More cram system, more wood fetty. I'm just waiting for that AI shot here. There we have it. I think the AI might actually... I think it was destroyed there. Huh. That's a blank. Wow. I actually think we did it there. We have to monitor it a little bit, of course. But honestly, I think they've already disabled it. Like, we can of course kill it like that, but no. That side of the AI, okay, it's not over yet. It is over now. Look at that, it's very over. Very good job. That's the second round. That's the second run. We did some pretty good damage there. Well, with being able to kill it at the second round, we're having a pretty good score here, of course. It took a little bit of time. We had some tiny problems with the survivability, but we took him out on the second round, and we did it pretty epically, actually. So that's definitely an 8. Scratch that, I think we actually did it a lot more effectively than the other ones that got the 8. This is a 9. I think this is the second most well executed takedown of the crossbow so far, so that's deserving of a 9. Almost highest score, which is the upper limit for taking out the crossbones on the second round. But I truly feel it has the ability to take it out on the first round if it has some luck, which adds a lot to a design. Critability must be pretty valued highly, because if you have critability, especially with like deeply penetrating crams, you can take on a lot of targets, and you know, with the impact pack you will not get a lucky hit and kill the crossbones, but with a pen depth cram you have the ability. Next out we have Russia's Butterfly Wasp. With 22,000, almost 23,000 materials, we get a wave of 4. I do believe that this design has a lot of some pretty like larger missiles. I think it actually has some pretty good chance of dealing some pretty good damage, if indeed it's able to hit them, the missiles. Because it does have some ability with aiming and shooting at smaller targets. And that is because the missiles had a little bit of a lock-on issues earlier sometimes. But I think that's probably not the case in this area. I think the crossbones is just impossible to miss. But will the missiles go through the defensive systems, I wonder? And there we can see the example when the laser is not able to focus for too long. None of them have been hit so far. They're pretty fast and agile. Russia's Butterfly Wasp, right? That's what it's called, right? Butterfly Wasp, yeah. They're very fast and maneuverable. I do hope that the lasers are set up to aim at teams lasers, because otherwise we'll have some issues with them losing contact. If they can aim at a teammate's missile laser, then they have just so much higher chances of actually hitting. Oh no! We got full fatality rate here. Oh darn! That one is basically dead, so yeah, okay. We already need to throw in the second flight here, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought that I thought that they would continue to evade those crams and basically grind it down. But that was not the case at all. Oh no. And a lot of the missiles are actually shot down by the crossbones AA. Ah, look at that. So near. So near. But wasted damage potential due to that missile laser not being able to focus at the right place just long enough. We can see there is actually a surprisingly low amount of missiles that reach the crossbones here. That does surprise me. I would suspect that they would do a lot better. But it seems that they indeed do not have very high chances of taking out the crossbones with the third wave. Right. So, well, I guess we're gonna see if it does it or not, but it doesn't look like it's too much to hope for. Like, look at those poor things just falling out of the sky. Whenever they're targeted, it seems to be pretty much game over. Now we have a nice little lock on here. If only the missiles will continue to... Yeah, I kind of forgot about this little missile laser fail here. I'd suppose they do not actually aim at the teammates' lasers. Maybe they do, but it's just not enough then. The crossbones is large enough that a lot of the missiles can hit anyways, even if it kinda doesn't have an updated position of where the crossbones are. They can just, if they just go forwards. But I guess if they're set up to see skimming, I guess they would just do like this and just go horizontally, right? If they're set up to straight firing line, I guess they won't change that, right? So that's definitely something to set up then. Right, we have 2 butterfly wasps in the air. I feel that the damage potential is pretty low. They have not too long to live, I'd suspect. So I'm going to spawn in the 4th wave. No, the 3rd wave. It's just because I mix it up because it's 4 of them for a wave here. There we could see some missiles evading, some missiles hitting. Well, now we get some pretty bad weather too, so this is gonna be pretty interesting indeed. Look at that. Ah, waste the damage. So sad. If these missiles just had some EMP, I think they could make some pretty short work of the crossbones, because apparently the crossbones turrets are not the best with EMP insulation, as we have seen from earlier combatants. I think it was the Story Hana, right, that took out some pretty good turrets with just a tiny bit of EMP damage. Well, we're slowly getting there, I guess, but this feels like a long one. I just checked the stats here. We honestly only have 2 butterfly wasps alive. Alright, so there... and now there was only 1. Well then. Waste the damage again? So, that's so sad. If they just had been radar guide or something. It's actually easier to just set up the laser to just, you know, have an extra laser, make them always face the enemy, but that is not the case, and that has been an issue in earlier videos as well, so it's not like I should be surprised or anything. It's just that there is a lot of submissions, easy to forget, you know. Not dead yet. But it's seriously only one. The crossbones is down to 87%. So they have done substantial amount of damage. That has to be given to it. It seems that some of the turrets are seriously hurt. Not sure if the bow battery is EMP offline or like the LVC has been hurt or not. But they're not trying to aim very much, at least. Generally, the crossbone is not at the worst conditions, that have to be said. Definitely is not. No, and those missiles didn't even get through much, did they? Oh, and there we go. Well, crossbones is at 86%, so that's almost 20% again. That is some substantial damage, but we're not close to disabling it, so this is definitely 2 points. Right, so last out, we're going to have the last little submission for the third flights videos. And this is the absolutely beautiful BY-409 bomber by our MIA Captain Y. So this one looks pretty amazing. It's definitely the best looking design. I think it's one of the best looking designs. It's in the top of the QCB. Let me check here. Yep, it is the best looking design together with Pizza Summoner's A Saradalk. Unfortunately, like the Saradalk, it has suffered a little bit from the Discord links getting disappeared, like that. But, oh no. They're absolutely a joy to sit in, and they have some really smart stuff of being efficient and nice like that. They have a low cost of just under 20,000 materials, which means that this is encroaching the upper limit of how large a flight can be. I think that was 6 units and this is 5. So let's get in the crossbone and see if they can do anything against the crossbones. Crossbones have been sighted. We got some diff guns, we got some different mix of things there. Now, it may look very good, but it does have some issues, of course. This and here we got the little sonar buoy harpoon thing there. All right. The AA guns are doing traditional AA damage. Let's see which of them are getting in close. So we actually got 3 of them a bit damaged already. They are doing a traditional bomber run here. So we're having diff guns shooting down here to deal some damage. And we'll see if that damage will be enough. If they can line up and do proper bombing runs. Oof, we got one B409 down. Oh no. We got another one falling down. Poor B409. But they are looking absolutely splendid doing it. That's true. Alright. It seems they are having some issues getting in to do the bombing dives. And not a good ability to avoid those crams. So, it's looking very cinematic right now, but I guess not in a good way. Oh no. Look at that. The engines are down. Oh, very, very cinematic. but not good for the glory of the AOG. Well, it's looking like some serious second round territory here. I don't know if we have any combat ready one. This has only one propeller. This one just got shot at, but it's doing a bombing run. Okay. Now it's missing engine box. God damn it, shoot those diff guns. No, it... Alright. It's definitely second round. So, second flight. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're gonna sit inside of this thing and see what happens. And it's like slow motion all over the place. These has just so many mimics on them. I mean decos. They look absolutely splendid. And now we're running away. Well, we're not gonna look at that one then. Oh no. This one is doing the belly flop move. This one is pretty targeted, poor thing. Look at that. The crossbones is only down to 98%. Well, they're just not getting in there to deal damage. That's quite unfortunate indeed. While I don't think Captain Y plays, or MIA Captain Y plays from the depth right now, I would almost want to send the B409 to someone that wants to do an overhaul of it. So if you're into From the Depth still and you'd like to do an overhaul of the B409, please contact me on Discord and I'll send over the design to you, and you can make it work better and replace those decals and put your own name in the AI and insert a little extra name in the name of it and stuff like that, and that would be absolutely fantastic, because this airplane is just such a beautiful design, and it's so unfortunate it will just not be able to provide firepower. Right now we're like, it did damage, it has done damage, so, but not a lot, so we're like in the 1% territory. Poor thing, look at that. Well, do we have enough of them in the air that can actually do something? I think it's third round territory actually. And I spawned them in this cool semicircle pattern to give them some kind of tactical advantage. Because if they will be ever able to do any type of damage, I think this is their chance if they'll get some of this... Oh, well, I guess screw tactics, we're running away. Man, we're having a lot of wings in the air, and the FPS will suffer. The game speed is running. Oh, it's running at 100%? I kind of don't really believe that. It's going down to slow motion so often. Wow, they're just not targeting the poor old crossbones. The poor old crossbones are absolutely mincing these. No, no, no. Beautiful designs getting shredded to tiny pieces. Oh well. Cruel world. Oh, look at that! We had some fuel in the wings. When all of these were submitted, fire was not a thing. And now you can see fuel engines in the wings, which a lot of my planes have too. Wow, they're just making the entire wings burn down. Is it just me, or it seems that none of them have been able to get in there and deal any damage against the crossbows? One of them did it in the first run, but now they seem to never be able to really line up for a proper attack run. They're like changing their mind when they're getting close, repairing each other a little bit instead, and well, mates, let's just call it a day. Yeah, good times. So yeah, this one seems to be suspiciously disabled though. How would that have happened? Maybe the diff rods do have a bit of an EMP. Now this is golden bomb run, right? And it doesn't fire. Why? We'll need an AOG engineer. Maybe it's you to look at this, if anyone wants to. It's not like I'm... Because I know this will be a finicky project due to all of those mimics. Yeah. This will be a finicky project, and updating my own designs have been a finicky project so far as well. Especially the Gimlo, oh my god, that battle series. It was pretty funny with Kevin Try's Gimlo Mark II. A lot of people got confused and thought that my upgrade was out, but no, it's very tricky. Ooh! It dealt damage. That's not a lot of damage. Well, 97%. Nothing has really happened. We absolutely do not have much crit ability. Not at all. I think we will be joking with ourselves if we assume that this will do any type of crit damage anytime soon. 3%, maybe one turret is disabled, that's something, but it's not enough damage to be more than 1 point. But it is damage, so it's definitely a point. But I hope you have enjoyed this little episode, and if you have, do not forget that shop.gmodism.com exists if you want to get some nice merch. Anyways, I'll see you next time. Join the Ecclesiarchy if you... There we have it. If you wanna get the videos a little bit early, do join the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM right here. If you want to get some perks and be able to download all of my files and templates in a very easy way and not have to save them yourselves via things I uploaded to the workshop. Also, we have our Discord community down here. I will have you know that the camera is not mirrored. That's why I'm getting confused when I'm trying to point at things. Anyways, the Discord community, a lot of people think is pretty nice, so maybe you want to ask some cool questions there, I don't know. With enough rambling, I will close this episode off, and I will also have you know that the last and fourth episode will be the last of the battles, and then we'll have to calculate the points and decide who is the winners. So, I'll see you next time. This is your host, GMODISM. We're signing out. Eric of GMODISM. Or Admiral, that's right. Okay, that's enough. Enlisted, commissioned officers, and anyone else who are watching this video, you're very welcome to the last section where we will try the flights against the crossbows. Before we begin, I will just say a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM from Lieutenant and above, which is Admiral Scoobrooks, Commodore Owen, we have Lieutenants Ando Cravey, Parbagreed, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. Also, huge thanks to everyone in the Ecclesiarchy. You can see their badges in the comments field. Oh yes, let's get into the battles. Next out here, or first out I mean, we have Shotgun's Dart. This beautiful little build costs 23,700 materials, which means we can fit 4 into a wave or a flight. So let us spawn in the crossbones at the set distance, and we're gonna see what will happen. Alright. The machine guns are machine gunning on. We're closing in. Okay, the first dart has gone in there. Very nice. Oh, they're flying close. Will we shoot anything though? Or are we going to use... Oh, there we have a missile. Oh no! The missile blew up. I guess that's the flak for you. When you use anti-munition warheads to shoot against your targets, I suppose you will shoot down their missiles automatically too. Look at that. Oh no! Oh no! Is it just me, or are the missiles launched from the darts just exploding mid-air? No, now we got a couple of them, but they have no health whatsoever. Look at that. This thing is barely alive. Oh no. Thank you. Alright. 2 more missiles launched. And they just won't reach the target. The crossbones is at 100%. It's not looking great for shotgun dart. I think we can spawn in the other round here. We only have one of them functioning in a reasonable way. So 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. The next flight is spawned in. Where the first flight, we're completely unable to deal any damage towards the Deepwater Guard crossbones. Right, here we have a big missile swarm coming in there, and it seems that only one of them did reach the crossbones, dealing minuscule damage. Well, when your missile has low health, this is what can happen. Alright. I think it seems very likely we'll have to spawn in the third flight. The crossbones has taken some damage. That's good. That means, you know, 1 point at least. Oof. The AI guns of the crossbones are doing a pretty good job at shooting these down. Not sure those crams are hitting anything though. They are just going dangerously close, aren't they? We have we have an entire wing of shotguns darts in the air. It seems they have managed to damage the crossbones AA guns a significant amount. Because now it seems that the tides may have been turning for the shotgun dart. And here we got the tiny magnet bombs. And they're actually them... Yeah, they're actually the ones that are dealing the bulk of the damage, I do believe. They're a little bit difficult to shoot down with AA guns. But here we can see the anti-air and anti-munition guns. They seem to be a bit damaged, to be honest. Look at that. Missiles are coming in here. Is the tide turning? And these small missiles, they'll just not get activated. Oh, there. Removing some small blocks of the hull on the outside there. We still have, I don't know, 1,000. It seems that we have, okay, that one is down 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. They're going pretty far away at times, and then they come back. Don't know why they're going so far away though. Oh. Does it just go that low, or is it damaged somehow? Hard to tell. Well, will the AA guns... Okay, the AA guns are pretty still efficient. One dart seems to be shot down. We'll have like 3/4 of them in a workable condition. I think the one that are like at 80% or similar are definitely down. Huh. It's good they have shields. Oh. I like how the cram explosions exploding behind or close to a craft basically makes it fly up a little bit in the air. Crossbows is down at 90%. Oh man. Oh man, look at that. Poor thing. Are you not gonna be shot at with crams? Apparently not. Well done. I thought we would see a real cram cannon executioner move there. Nice dive there. Missiles coming in and hitting. When you shoot the missiles towards the target when you're pretty close to them, the missiles or anti-missile cannons can't really shoot them down. Civs will not be able to react when the bomber just shoots them at a very close distance. Which is cool. We have one missile getting in there. Oh, it's actually reaching the target. There we go. 87%. Oh! That's brutal. I was almost thinking the fire would spread to the crossbows though. Oh, damn. Is it gonna crash into this one too? No, it just misses it, it seems. Oh, well. Will the cram side cannons not fire? Well, it died anyways. Okay, we have like one dart in the air. We'll have to send in the third wave. 2, 3, and 4. Let's go. Third and final wave of shotguns dart. Loads of missiles are incoming there. I think they have a decent chance of beating it though. Look, if I tilt back like this, you can see my shirt. I think I need a camera that's a little bit more wide angle, don't you? Well, the crossbows is fighting pretty valiantly. Even though it has sustained some damage, you can see that the darts can't really relax yet. Oof, when it flies close like that, and the cram cannons almost get it, that's like scary. Look at that. They'll just drop these bombs in front of it. I think it's pretty cool. Those magnet bombs are pretty cool. Well, the third wave's damage is progressing. Some of the... Oh, I think this one just got shot down. Man, that must have been a cram hit. Right, we have two darts that are unscathed so far. We're gonna see what scoring we'll end up with. It seems it may not be able to take it out on the third round, or the third... Oh damn! Oh damn! Cinematic falling down and burning. Poor thing. Well, it looks like the darts will probably not be able to take out the crossbones. Like getting a little bit stuck in the water too. We'll see though. This one is out. This one is not out, but it's kind of dipping into the water all of the time. Oh, we're having a pretty bad time. Let's wait for the crabs to come in. Oh. Well, they're real fast. 130 meters per second. I'm kind of surprised the crossbones guns can hit them at all. And here we have the next magnet activated. Oh, we don't have that. Oh no, never mind. We have all the propellers left. Well, they are fighting to the last bits and pieces, but this battle is soon gonna be very over. Well, I think this one is the only one that is kinda out of the waters. Ooh, that was a close miss from the cram cannons. Oh man. Yeah, I think this is the only one that's not into the water by now. And it still has some damage dealing potential, right? But it just dips into the water, which isn't like the best. Alright, we're going in for another attack. Ah, now we have all of the crams attacking. And this is not a good place to be. Look at that. Oh no, stranded in the water. Oh no! Okay, there we get it. They're all down now. Roger that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, the crossbones is not defeated. It has an 79% health, which, you know, it's pretty damaged. It can eventually definitely damage it, I think. You know what? I think this is a clear 4 in points. It's not enough to take it out in any way, and they had some survivability problems, but it did some serious damage, so it deserves 4 points. You can see that they can eventually grind it down. If you put the shotgun's dart, if you have the same material cost of the darts as you do with the crossbones, I think they can defeat it, so it's not that bad. It's just not enough for getting the better scores. Next out, we have Nilden's Penguin. So Nilden will be showing up a good bit in this little video, and we're gonna spawn the crossbones, and of course we are going to spawn more penguins. We can have 3 penguins in a flight, and of course a crossbones. So, the crossbones has been spawned. We'll definitely need to check into that. Alright. This upwards and downwards, no, not super stable moment is probably super great for not getting hit. Now, I wonder what's up with the missiles here. Right, I guess we're going in for the attack round here. What are we doing? Oh, that's a very inaccurate bomb drop. They just get shot down by the AA guns. Oh lord, I suspect this will be a forever battle with very little damage. Come on, penguins, drop the darn bombs. Well, I had high hopes for the penguins. This is a bit underwhelming. Let's see here. Yeah, so one penguin got shot. Are you kidding me? What did it die from? Did it get shot down by flak? Oh no! The crams actually almost hit the penguins. Poor penguins. Well, they don't really seem to deal any damage at all. 2 penguins are already hurt. Not the percentage has been... yeah, we're gonna spawn in the second wave. And it doesn't do any damage. We're gonna double flank the crossbones. We're gonna spawn in the third wave for Nilden's third submission. Because I want to see if they can do any damage. It seems that... well... and now why are you running away? Alright, anyways. So, I want to see if they can do any damage. If we have all the three waves in at once, can we see any particular damage? Because I'm not going to wait for each of the waves of slowly getting shot down while not dealing any damage. That makes a boring video. And when I make boring videos, you'll have to tell me, because then I'm doing something really wrong. I mean, that's the point of doing videos, right? It should be somewhat enjoyable. Well, well. Ooh, penguin! Oh yes! Oh yes, that is an excellent bomb drop! They'll have no time shooting them down. Yeah, there you go. 1% has been stolen from the crossbones. Look at that. The explosives. That was actually a super good hit. Whoa. If that would have hit a little bit differently, it might have taken out the entire cram cannon. Right. So we spawned in all 3 waves. We actually have a serious amount of penguins being downed. Poor thing, look at that clubbed penguin. Well. It's like they're moving up and down in a bobbing motion. It's just not quite enough to outrun the crams. If they just had a bigger sine wave going up and down like this, I feel it would have evaded all of those shots. Alright, so 2 percentages. Some of them are still dropping bomb, but the AA guns are so undamaged that most of them can actually take out. Oh, I wanna see this. No, are you in a setup to not collide? Oh. Sad. No! Oh, they're attaching to the wrong... oh, well. Right, so the penguins are just very unable to deal much damage at all. So, they do deal damage. So, they'll have 1 point, but we're not gonna sit around here more. Nilden's third submission gets 1 point. They're just not able to deal much damage at all. And the penguins are slowly getting shot out of the sky, while basically none of their bombs are ever reaching the crossbones. I think that will be enough. Next out we also have Nilden with a B8 bomber. This one is absolutely fabulous, because it has a bombing cam, which is cool. Right, it costs 32,000 materials, so we'll have 3 in a wave. Alright. And these look pretty darn cool, don't they? It's like a flight of B-17 or whatever they're called, flying into bombing war. Very effectful. Anyways. Oh no! We're getting pretty hit here. Okay. We'll need to check out the bombing cam. It seems that something is wrong with the bombing cam. Or maybe not. It's not doing... Nilden's first submission here isn't doing very well, is it? Oh, there we had some bombs. Well, this is kind of interesting. I did think they would, I don't know, shoot their bombs. Maybe a little bit, you know? Well, they have started to try and deal some damage, but yeah, this is a little bit underwhelming. They just won't work at this scale. Oh man, oh man. No. Well, at least it did some damage. Look at them beautiful bombs sitting here in their racks, getting unused. What a waste. Well, we knocked off that wheel. I feel it's definitely time to throw in the second wave. And I wanna be inside of this one. Or maybe not. Alright. They're lining up. No. It's like they're a bit confused. What are we doing? These red and green lights are blinking in a weird pattern, right? Well, I don't know why, but the bombs are not shooting very often. Well, here we had a fall of bombs going on there. Oh man, that looked brutal. And the AA guns are getting most of them anyways. Are we burning? No. I mean, they do deal some damage, it's just not quite enough. Alright. Oh damn. That's burning. That's super cinematic. But man, not good for the Nilden's first mission, the B8 bomber here. Oh well. Shit happens, I guess. It looks like we have a strong case of spawning in the third wave. Now, we do have some ability to maybe see something on... Like, we have to look one time at the bombing cam, right? Look at that, that was pretty cool. Ah. This is kinda nice, even though it looks like you're watching a YouTube video of 144p. Sorry about that. But I'm pretty glad the from the depth video screens are not high-res, because you don't know how much lag they cause. They cause so much lag. Don't use video screens on your battleships if you're gonna have battles with them. They just cause too much lag. Not worth it. Well, they seem to be complaining a little bit we spawned them too close, so we're gonna go down to 3,000 meters here, which is the proper spawning distance anyways. Alright. And we're going to get into the battle. Let's see what's happening here then. It's like low intensity exciting. Now the flags pop in. Alright. Oh! Oh damn! Oh no! Okay. Well, We have a few bombs, which most of them missed. Well, crossbows is at 90%. I mean, that's something. Well, I guess we're gonna see how this ends. But I must say, it is a little bit underwhelming. I thought the Nilden's first submission here, the AOG BU-8 bomber, would actually deal some pretty good damage against the crossbones. Maybe I reverse jinx myself, because that looked like a pretty darn good hit. GMODISM, I don't think that reverse jinxing is a thing. Casually talking to myself, who wouldn't? Anyways, the B-8 bombers have turned this around a little bit. The Admiral, not the Admiral, the Crossbones, the AI is called Admiral, is down to 83%. So obviously, they have started to do something right. I do suspect that they have shot down the AA guns eventually, been grinding them down. Which, in turn, makes it so that the missiles, these ones, reach their target. You look at that! It just continues to deal damage. It's pretty exciting. Except when it gets hit, then it turns less exciting. Look at that, the engine is shot down. Isn't that super cinematic? It is. It's super cinematic. Anyways, wouldn't want to be on this plane. Am I? No. Looks like it's gonna do a classical SpaceX belly flop landing. Not quite. Right. Oh. Wing clipped again. Poor thing. It's like the crams are slowly picking him off. We have like no B-8 bomber undamaged. No, we don't. So the question is... Oh yeah, this one actually deals some damage still. Okay, cool. Question is, will they be able to even take out the crossbones? I hope that for a second, but I think that hope has left me now. Well, look at that. Not half bad. When they come from top down like this too, they're dealing some serious damage. It's just a matter of time when it gets hit by a cram though. But circling above the crossbones like this, it seems to be a pretty decent tactic. Well, almost thought they would crash for a moment there. When it changes trajectory like that all the time, it's not very often that the crams seem to hit. Right, so we have like 4 Nilden bombers that are technically having a pretty high score. But one of them seems to be circling around here. I don't know what it's doing. Is it coming in, maybe? Well, guess we'll see. This must be pretty unnerving. Just sitting up here, waiting to get shot. Looks like the lost child is back. So now we have 3 B-8 bombers chilling around here. So smart that the crossbones has area detonation on those crams. Probably makes all the difference. Well, it looks like the boys are moving in and we're unloading. Oh yeah, next one. Perfect. Oh no! Oh no! Well, that happens. Oh man, they're so down. The crossbows is down at 69%. That's pretty decent. Is 69 the funny number, as Borderwise says? Anyways, they're continuing to deal damage. I feel this battle has a bit slowed down a tiny bit, but I mean, we're gonna wait and see if they will be able to actually take down the crossbones. Are you shooting blanks, sir? You sure seem to be. It's gotta catch him. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Very cinematic indeed. Like having wings you can shoot off adds to the cinematicness, don't you think? It's just raining missiles here. I think that one of the things that really made the crossbones be less good now is that I think its inaccuracy increased a lot when detection and stuff got shot down. So I think that's a huge contributing factor. Man, there is just so many turrets gone here. Look at that, it's so like hollowed out. It's like nothing left. It's just a couple of cram cannons now. 62%. That is pretty good indeed. And they're still being able to shoot down some more missiles and slowly grind down some damage. Well, now there is only one left, flying up in the air like this, circling around. And it still shoots some missiles, so it's technically in the battle here, dealing damage. So we're gonna see, basically, we'll have to check out if this thing will grind down the crossbones by itself, or if it will eventually be shot down. Look at that! Look at that! The crossbones is despawning. Alright, victory for Nilden's first submission, being able to take him out using the third wave. That's super nice. Taking him out using the third wave, that's really good. It took some time. I think it will be 6 points, which is the middle score for taking him out the third round. Good job. Next out, we're actually having Nilden's second submission, which is the Invader. The very, well, I suppose, flying sorcerer looking design. I do suspect this battle will not be too long. They are absolutely not able to dodge the crams. Thus, if the crams aim at the right spot, I think they'll die pretty quickly. But we of course have no idea, and we're gonna check out what happens. If this tiny pack cannon will be able to do anything against it. Right. Poor invaders. That one is very dead and burning. Look how cinematic this is. I need my cinematic filter, which I have somewhere. That one seems a bit dead too. Are we gonna have a... No, it didn't crash on it. Well, that's sad. Right, so I think that might have been the shortest so far. We're gonna spawn in the second wave. You know, I think we can spawn in the third wave while we're at it. See if any damage will be dealt. It's like tiny explosive pack. I'm kind of surprised the crossbones has suffered 1% damage though. Because I think these are right. These are like Or maybe it was impact. No, that's explosive, right? Isn't it? Oh man, they're just getting shot down so fast. Well, that's all of them, basically. Poor things. Surprisingly enough, the crossbows is down by 2%. So somehow they did a tiny bit of damage, which means 1 point. I'm very glad it was over quickly, at least. That's something I like with crafts with low survivability. You don't have to wait them out and see what they'll do. They will either just kill the enemy super fast and maybe get shot down, or they would just fail to kill the enemy and get shot down, which is like the case this time. But that's why you submit 3 submissions. You can do that. You could in this. The season 2 of the trials you will not be able to submit to. But you could in this, and that's a smart move, because then you can try different tactics and see what works best. Good job anyway. Funny with flying sorcerers. Next out we have a design favorite of many people, which is the Cringe's design. And this is the MB5. Crossbones has been spawned in. The MB5 costs 27,000, which means we'll fit 3 of them in a flight, it's called. Now I'm losing their language. That happens. Right, we got some laser lock-ons there. The visibility is bad in the weather today. Ooh, dodging cram shells. Are we having an projectile avoidance setup here? That's nice. Maybe we're just lucky, but it's nice either way. Okay, never mind. I jinxed it. I'm sorry. Very cinematic though. Look, the wings are just separating and they're burning. Anyways. Do we have we only have 1 in the air, do we? That's surprising. They got shot down a little bit quicker than I've hoped. They look so nice. Anyways. We're going to spawn in the second wave. I'm gonna see if the missiles reach through the AAs. Okay, seems the lock-on fails a little bit there. Well, they are overwhelming it pretty nicely. It looks so nice though. Oh no. Oh damn. Do we have anyone alive? Barely. We have this one, okay. You know, I think we have moved into 3rd wave territory. We're going to warp inside this thing, making sure we don't control anything. Just so we can have the first, you know, pilot's experience. No, okay, we're failing to lock on. Okay, we're locked on. That's pretty nice though. Ooh, we dodged that cram. Absolutely beautiful. You know, that's not half bad. We did do very superficial damage though. So I suspect that the score here will be pretty small, yes. We're like swarming the crossbones with just tiny missiles all over the place. Unfortunately, the cram cannons has this pesky tendency to hit us also. Which is causing a lot of bad times. Reverse propeller planes are so cool. Completely not locked on there. There should be some settings that is like don't fire unless locked on for the laser ones. That would really be something that would be needed. Right. The crossbones, why do I say Gimle? The crossbones is down to 90%. So yeah, we did some damage. It's pretty small. We're gonna see where it ends up. They are like providing damage still. So they are doing something, but it's just all over the place. Overall, the crossbones is in a pretty good shape, to be honest. Pretty good shape indeed. Well, we had, oh no, poor thing. They're just dropping down. One by one, missile swarm incoming. The AA guns seem to have been having some trouble shooting down those missiles. Or it's because they're small, maybe they won't target smalls. I think they do. Who knows? Looking pretty nice. Right. Big swarm. Here you go. Are they turning it around? Like